My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Hello everyone, get hyped because today is day 1 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Clash Squad. I'm Tashmin alongside Danley, your casters today. Super exciting stuff because we are seeing one of the best modes we've seen so far in terms of tournament play here in Free Fire.
And keeping things fresh as well because, I mean, Battle Royale, it's fun and all, but I think Clash Squad, it just adds that nice little fresh touch to the game, Tash, where I think variety keeps everything feeling fresh and crunchy when especially when you're eating that esports salad that we typically do in the world of esports. So super interesting things. Obviously, we're going to have all of our top teams playing today in the Clash Squad mode, and it's day 1, so things are fresh. It is basically stage 1 for all of our teams. They have a fresh start, and if there's a good day to have a good start, it is today.
Yeah, and a good day to start was always going to be with Red Bull, our sponsors for this tournament, where we're looking at the Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, which is supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6 for a mild taste to help you focus and seize opportunities for achieving that booyah. Now, speaking of that booyah as well, today's, I would say, format is actually really fun. It's going to be super hyped, energized, just like our sponsor here. And, you know, when you think about it as well, for me personally, looking at this, like you mentioned, fresh, fun is what you want to look at as well. And you also want to see the best out of these teams in a, I would say, a more mechanical situation. It's very different than playing a Battle Royale on a bigger map as well. So we're going to be looking at 16 teams coming in from the Battle Royale from Knockout Phase 1. And it's going to be a Swiss stage to start it all off.
Yeah, so Swiss stage, so teams are going to play 5 rounds in the Swiss round format, and teams that get 3 wins, they're going to advance to the double elimination stage. That is the first goal for all of our competitors for today. All matches are going to be best of 3s, so okay, you do technically have 1 to 2 rounds where you can, well, technically you have 1 round where you can mess up, but after that, you're going to have to scrap up those wins because you really cannot afford to make mistakes, especially in the Clash Squad format. But Tash, we have our prize pool here for our champions.
Yep, 30,000, excuse me, dollars on the line just for CS mode, where rank 2 brings in half of that with 15,000. Another $10,000 for 3rd and 4th, and finally in the end it goes down and down and down till below as well. Now we talked a little bit about the format just now, but here is the timeline where Swiss stage will be happening from today till the 12th of September before heading into the double eliminations, where things get a little bit more, I would say, interesting because you do have that second life from the 18th and 19th of September, and finally grand finals on October 4th, which is going to be in LAN, by the way, at Samyan Mitron event hall in Bangkok. All matches are going to be best of 5.
Best of 5. Look, I think the goal for the teams at this point for today is get past this first round, right? Get your first couple of wins in and essentially try to lock in your spot as soon as possible. Because let's say, because everyone's having to play these 5 rounds, if you can get your 3 wins right off the bat in your first 3 games, you are solid. So obviously that's going to be the goal for all of our competitors for today, especially considering this is day 1 of the competition. They're not going to be able to do all of it today, but if they can grab their first win, then that is already a step in the right direction. Now here are our top 16 teams that have qualified for Clash Squad mode. We will be spectating all of their matches, not all of them for today, but we do have 4 rounds today, and we have 4 interesting rounds as well, Tash, because you kind of made a mention of note here. Lots of Indonesian teams are going to be playing on day 1.
Yeah, a lot of that as well. I think we're going to be seeing an Indonesian derby in the beginning and finally ending it with a Vietnamese derby as well, which is always very fun because I think a lot of these different regions have different styles of play, and this is where we get to see the micros really come to life compared to the macros that we usually see in the bigger or the grand scheme of things in the Battle Royales. Now, we start off at the 0-0 bracket there, where after this, teams with a 1-0 win go to the upper side, and the 0-1 will be going to that lower side. So everything today that we've seen will be scrambled depending on how well you do, whether you win or you lose.
Whether you win or you lose, and essentially where you kind of place on the leaderboard, right? Because ideally you don't want to be losing matches because you will get yourself closer to being eliminated. And obviously nobody wants to be eliminated within the competition because that grand final is where everyone is kind of aiming for. So we have our teams ready to go, and we have RRQ on the screen right now because they will be playing our first match for today, and they're going up against Cargate, Tash.
Yeah, Kagendra. And I think that, you know, for both these teams, they're all very, very familiar with each other, especially if you're from that same region as well. I think RRQ, in the grand scheme of things, have been doing quite well. I mean, from their performance before, even at EWC until here, they are doing, I would say, a team that is not to be looked down on, because out of nowhere, they can just explode. And while we are looking at the players right now playing on land, we are going to be looking at the map order, starting off strong today at Kalahari, followed by Nextera, and finally here in Bermuda. Why don't you walk us through how this first map is going to be like that, Molly?
Well, it's Kalahari, right? So you do need to take into consideration, firstly, like where you're going to want to start your fights, right? Are you going to have access to all of the compounds, or are you going to be letting your opponents have access and you have to try and maneuver your way through? We are going to sort of go through our draft phase first though, Tash, as our teams, they're going to go for their initial picks. And so far we've got Zane on the side of RRQ, and we have A124 on the side of Kage. So on the side of Kage, I have to say I do really love that first pick for A124, because you have a lot of control over whether your opponents are going to be able to use their skills or not.
Yeah. I think on top of that as well, you know, when you think, when you want to be controlling like that, I think it gives a lot of an idea on how you
sorry, it's a ban, sorry. Yeah, excuse me. Those are bans. Okay, I actually, no. Same point. I love A124, but you got to get rid of that control. Yeah, sorry, excuse me.
I was gonna say that you want to stop them from being able to, you know, to dictate the momentum of how each round goes. When you fall into that, when you have so much control of that, when you dictate how the speed is gonna be, on what circumstances you want to initiate, that's gonna be a big problem. Which is why I think A124 is such a good ban as well.
Yeah, so here we do now have our official first two picks. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So RRQ is going to be opening up with the Oscar, and they're hovering over Tatsuya for one of their picks. They're also going to consider Skylar as their third pickup. So they have locked in their choices. So Oscar, Tatsuya, and Skylar. Whereas for Kage, we've got Cassie and Coda for our choices. We've got Kage coming up for their next couple of picks. Tash, I'm kind of thinking here, right? Like for our teams, I'm kind of wondering if we're going to just sort of see the usual for our teams, or if we might be going to be seeing some experimentation, because it's day one here for Clash Squad. A lot of the teams, they've played Clash Squad before, but on day one, I kind of feel like you have that extra dynamic, because you don't really know how everyone is going to be feeling in the moment until you've actually played that first round.
Yeah, I think it's most important. I mean, you are right. It is the icebreaker day. You'd have really no idea or no clue how these teams are going to work with their comps. Some comps can be a little bit more defensive, especially with the chrono inside. But then you look at Tatsuya, a character that has that 1-plus-1 move when he gets a knock, right? And, you know, it gives you so much, I would say, speed and momentum and ability to take up space. And I think this could potentially be something that could snowball out of control. So this is something that I think a lot of teams is trying to make sure that they can kind of keep an eye out on as well. Having that chrono means that you can have a bit more space to breathe. You can go for a more defensive stance. You can even just move or weave in and out of the shield if you want to as well. For Kage, I think it's a more balanced comp compared to RQ. But what's your thought?
Oh, I'm kind of thinking RRQ lineup, because they got the Skylar, and Skylar's Riptide Rhythm is amazing for breaking through glue walls, right? Like, you don't want to really give your opponents any chance where they can kind of sit behind a glue wall. And if camping out certain locations, I kind of feel like you can't really let teams have control over certain areas. If you're able to gain control of an area by removing their control, then it's going to flip the fight in your favor, because then all of a sudden you are determining where and when these fights can happen. You're not going to let Kage be the ones to be those main initiators. So I'm really looking at the Skylar pick here, and I kind of feel like this might be a really important, like an important ability on the side of RRQ that might sort of break through what Kage has at the moment.
It's just so good. The Skylar and Tatsuya combo as well. You break the glue walls, Tatsuya
so
dashes
aggressive
forward. Yeah, it is. It's really good. Now, my questions for Kage are, I mean, is a chrono enough to really stop that from being from happening? And what is their counterplay when this happens? I mean, at the very least, you do have Iris to go for these long-range sort of picks. But with that speed, is it enough? Because you are playing a little bit more further back compared to the rest of your teammates. Are your teammates enough to deal with that initial first hit when it goes super aggressive? Can they even recover from that as well? Is another question I have, because there's so many layers when it comes to this, to the defense, to the offense, and I think that a lot of teams as well, you need to also really realize how exactly they're going to be playing with the terrain and the areas around them as well to justify these picks.
Yeah, and we've also got our players locking in their characters as well. So Abe is going to be on the Oscar, 18 Deer on the Tetsuya, Skylar, Ma'al on the Skylar, and Duts on Raiden. And unfortunately, the screen I decided to flip that way. Well, we'll have to jump into the game for that. But I do think RRQ is going to play hyper offensive with their lineup, like just based on who they've also put on their characters as well. I think it was Ma'al on the Skylar, and then they put 18 Deer on the Tatsuya. So already you can tell who's going to be wanting to play on the front lines to set up for the team. Yeah, I'm looking at RRQ here. So nothing on Kage. I actually think Kage have a really good chance of being able to win this game. But there are a couple things I kind of feel like that have to be set in motion for Kage to win this matchup. Firstly, when this aggression comes from RRQ, Kage need to somehow maintain map control on their side of the map. They can't let RRQ rush in for free and get those free pot shots. They need to be able to slow down this rush from RRQ and, if possible, force out their abilities prematurely. Because
you took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say that as well. As soon as they're able to, you know, go through that first wave of utilities and then they rush forward to catch them off guard, that'll be massive. But timing is key here, especially for many of these teams as well, because the cooldowns aren't really the biggest as well. So you have to take that window of opportunity before everything comes back online. So yeah, I mean, now it's just a matter of how it's gonna be. For me personally, I'm loving this RQ comp. I mean, as we say in Southeast Asia, it's W key community. It's just rush forward. We love that style of play, right? But Kagendra here picking a more balanced approach. I think they're trying to make sure that they're able to not only withstand but find a more balanced comp to deal with whatever it is that RQ comes for. Maybe they did know that RQ is going to be choosing that comp. That's why they wanted to slow it down. Or maybe they weren't sure what's going to be happening. And at the end of the day, when you pick a more balanced approach, it gives you a little bit more leeway to kind of figure things out as you go, compared to an all-in sort of comp like RQ has.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, we have to see how this first round is going to go, because you really need to get a feel of how our competitors are. But it looks like round one is ready to go, folks. So let's hop into our first matchup here on Kalahari. It's RRQ Kazu versus Kagendra, and it's our first game of this best of 3 series. And already we are seeing pot shots coming out from RRQ. They want a battle, Tash.
Yeah, and we already expected this just from that comp. Raz took a lot of damage just now. He's barely already getting knocked down. They're trying to take a bit more space. Raz and his teammate are doing so well, just slowly taking up space. Give them an inch, they take a whole mile. But 18 Deer close, that shotgun in hand is the key to just really knocking them quickly. And being able to isolate these fights are going to be key.
Yeah, so look at this 18 Deer moving for the team and already using the Tatsuya dash, coming in with the pot shots, and oh no! He absolutely flubbed the initiation, and he's the first one to go down for the team. So RQ already down a player. This is what Kagendra wanted.
Exactly. His teammate is close, but the weapon will be swapping hands, and this is massive because when you are running that, that shield, you want to take advantage. You want to rush forward and try and punish them for it as well. But Kagendra was very much ready for it. Abai here, all alone in terms of positioning here, a lot more space already in control of Kagendra. Rushing up forward, Kagendra want to trade out. They jump through. Abai nearly wins it, but Kage in a 1-2 punch takes it away, and suddenly RQ down with 2. A 2-man disadvantage, try to move around the area. They have an idea where Dudes is. Dudes trying to run away with his life. Isolated fight is what he wants. Gets one to his name, but Kagendra doesn't allow it from happening. Dudes eliminated quickly, and the rest of the team just floods, chasing the heck out of the final guy, and Kage will take round 1.
Kage, they reacted to that beautifully. Like I think they already knew from the draft, from the characters that they had chosen, the survivors, that RRQ Kazu wanted to play hyper aggressive. But I didn't think Kazu would play so. I think this is probably the best word for it. They played quite recklessly because they played very spread apart. They sent 18 Deer first by himself with no support. So I'm not sure what RQ was kind of hoping to achieve with this. Was it maybe they were hoping 18 Deer would be able to get the instant knock himself with the shotgun? I'm not quite sure, but yeah, very, very risky first round here for RQ. They can make the comeback happen, but if they're gonna continue to play like this, they have to make that first shot count.
They really do. I think Kagendra is just so good at maintaining control over their area and areas of play. Now for the rest of team, they're just sort of like moving around the containers forward. They have a glue wall set up here. Abai will be the first one forward, but Dudes was ready for a quick trade as soon as the first contact happens. Irapesol from the other angle, and Kagendra cannot hold. Immediately RQ just swarm and pinch from so many different parts of the map. With CT7 last man standing, what are you gonna do? The nades to just open things up in the corner. Goes a bit wide, needs a bit of chip damage, but Abai's tracking uncontested and just too good. RQ finally figured out the Rubik's Cube.
They figured out the Rubik's Cube, but I think on the other end of the spectrum, Kagendra, they tried to sort of pull off what RQ Kazu did in that first round. They played very far forward. They sent their players in probably, I feel like, a little bit too preemptively in that fight. And I think they would have been in a better position if they were the ones to play defense rather than offense, because that's what their lineup really excels at. They really excel at defense rather than being the ones to make that first move. But we are going into round number 3 here, Tash, the deciding round for this first game. And we'll have to see what the play is here. Is Kage going to slow things down, or will RRQ's rush work for this third game?
Raz very aggressively forward. He took a lot of chip damage here, but for 2 different angles played. Kagendra doing so well and just isolating these fights. So easy for them, and now by both fall, including Raz. Maal from the off the angle there, shooting away with so many different players, even stealing away another life. But Dudes in the back, still able to find a nice flank forward, and Maal down in a 1v1, somehow wins it in the end, and RQ barely, not barely, but just wins it in an almost clean fashion.
Almost in a clean fashion, but at the end of the day, they managed to keep most of them, all their players alive. They had to do a couple of picks, but man, that was a really tense fight there, just to try and grab the loot in the center, in the central area there. So Kagendra, I mean, they did a very, very brave move, especially up against a team like RRQ. To be fair, we all know who RRQ are. A very veteran lineup of players that have played a lot of Free Fire. They know the limitations of their characters, whereas for Kage, they are a little bit on the newer end of the esports scene, but they're doing really well up against RRQ thus far, even though they are down one game.
That's a lot of damage.
But yep, there's a lot of damage. Couple of shots from Dudes, none of them landing any fatal shots yet, but all it takes is for one head to accidentally pop out.
I love this off angle that RRQ is just exploiting. They have so many angles and corners played. Look at how high up Maal is. That bird's eye vantage is enough to catch Kagendra, off guard, especially if RRQ decides to fight out there in the open. But both teams taking a more slower approach, and both teams don't really want to start their advance. If anything, it's just some first few shots coming through, as Deer is going to be the one to open things up. 18 Deer, massive pick off there. CT7 bleeding to death. I'm not sure whether or not they can pick him up.
I don't think they can. If they're leaving him to bleed, that means they feel that he's just not really in a great position to save. And yeah, but they are hidden under the ship, and their ship is being invaded by raiders called RRQ Kazu. 18 Deer though, he's trying to find that opening so far, but he's gonna rush in with the dash, and he's right on top of Kage here, and Kage, they just don't have enough to mount the defense, and 18 Deer is shredding the team dash.
Like you said, 18 Deer, he can do long range, mid range, he can go aggressive as well. This guy is sharp, this guy is fast. How much space he's able to take off angles played to perfection as well. And being able to tag team off your teammates to really abuse the shield, the chrono, the time turner is a lot, if you ask me.
It is. So we are up to round number 5 of 11 here, folks. And we're going to be in the, under the bones. A very, very scary place, actually. There is a lot of places where you can get some pretty high elevation if the elevation is going to be the play. But it looks like for the round, Kagendra, they do want to get their hands on that cyber airdrop. But RRQ, they are in a position to potentially get a couple of early eliminations if Kagendra tried to go for the cyber loot drop. But they will be able to secure it, it seems. Raz is going to be there with the glue wall. So Dudes, unable to really stop this. So Kagendra, they've taken 2 cyber
18
airdrops
deer
thus
again.
far.
First blood.
It's always 18 deer to open things up. Great first contact play. Naba is positioned on the high ground here. I think he definitely hears everything happening at the bottom there. It's just a matter of when he can actually pop his head out for that fatal blow. Maal as well. If you look at where the positions are on the map here, Kagendra, not only are they on a low ground, they're surrounded from different angles. You take a fight face to face either with Maal or anyone else, you are going to be in so much trouble.
Oh,
Look at his off-angle play, abused perfectly by Abay. And knowing the man disadvantage, Abay decides to go a bit more aggressive, puts a bit of damage onto his teammate, finds nothing. Easy for dead, rushes forward, wants to take his 1v1 against 18 Deer. 18 Deer falls, runs as well, swarm! And the rest of RQ forced back. They don't want to really challenge this quite yet. Finds a different way to rendezvous and move together as a team, especially since they, for the first time in a few rounds, are on the back end. But Maal and Dudes, you can always rely on them to make a bad situation to a good one.
And so far it is working amazingly in RRQ Kazu's favor after that first round where things looked a little bit shaky for RRQ. I think they kind of woke up after that and they're starting to realize how Kagendra like to play. And Kagendra, I mean, so far, Tash, we're kind of seeing this team play quite split, right? You've got the dastardly duo always stuck together, Easy to Dead, and I believe it's Raz together. And then it's basically CT7 and Rap. Era, they have to be the ones to sort of play cover. But so far, they've been the ones been getting picked off rather than their frontline duo.
I think RQ just really slowed down the beginning of the games. The early game calls just really good. Just to say, hey, where exactly are the other players playing around? How can we separate these fights? They're in a very defensive style play. What can we do to be able to just really punish them for playing at least far away from each other? I have to say, but Kagendra, in terms of positioning, they haven't been in prime positions to be able to trade or tag team of one another.
No, they haven't, but I kind of feel like they've done it because they wanted to get those early cyber airdrops, which, I mean, there is some kind of payoff there for the team, but you've given away 4 rounds to RRQ Kazu. Like, this puts you at risk of potentially just losing the round altogether just for econ. So, I mean, Kagendra, they are slowing things down, and I think RRQ, they are starting to sense this moment where Kagendra, they are going to play a little bit more cautiously, more position-based, and now it's going to be up to RRQ to be the ones to make that first move again. But Kage, they're going to move forward with their dastardly duo again. Raz and Easy for Dead running in together, but 18 Deer trying to find that opening. Abe able to get out with the dash there. And all of a sudden, Abe, there are so many players, but the grenade catching out CT7, so already taking a player out for Kage.
Kagendra is taking so much damage from different areas. 18 Deer doing God's work right now, weaving around the area, using all these glue walls to his advantage. And this round, my friends, is just the 18 Deer show. His movement is just phenomenal, weaving around left and center, allowing his teammates to be taking the brunt of the damage and allowing his teammates to let them just allow Kagendra to just really tunnel vision of everyone else. He was unstoppable. No one can see him up until they die.
Well, now we have a bit of an issue here, Tash, because RRQ Kazu, they are up to 5 wins in our round, and we're up to round 7. So Kagendra, they have to start picking things up here because we're at match point. You cannot afford to lose any of your rounds here, but again, we're going to be rushing forward for that cyber airdrop, and Raz already on the ground!
And Abai just rushes forward as well, clears out Raz. 18 Deer tag teams forward. Glue wall set to perfection as the rest of Kagendra weave around the area. Dudes from another corner of the map shows his hand, and by the time you see him, they're all dead. Already Abai and 18 Deer rushing forward. Dudes as well finds the head of CT7. Where's the last man? There you go. Easy come, easy go. And this is a really, really fast opening for RRQ. And look at them. They're just saying it's another day in the office. No reactions whatsoever.
Look, there was just... I was concerned after that first round, Tash, where I saw RQ come in and it just looked a little wonky. And sometimes you just kind of have to have that one bad game to wake everybody up. And I think after that first game, RQ realized, okay, this is how Kage wants to play. let's try and adapt to it. And I think they did a really great job, and not only adapting to RRQ's play style, but also capitalizing, I feel, on some of this weakness coming out from Kage. Like, there were a couple moments where I sort of looked at how Kage was playing and I thought, that's a very risky play. Do you really want to do that? Especially for the loot drops. Like, they kept playing so aggressive to get the loot drops, and RRQ never contested them for the loot drops. They contested them for their lives.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that as well. I think it's great that RQ is just really trying. I would say it's a very aggressive comp. My concern just now for that comp is just whether or not they're going to go all in. How are they going to be moving in together? But their whole idea was more of a reactive play than a proactive play compared to Kangedra. And honestly, that role sort of flipped. I thought that Kangedra would be going for a more reactive play than a proactive play just because of that comp, of their own comp, excuse me, as well. You know, and I feel like there were just so many times where the time turner from Chrono was just really abused by them as well. You have the Chrono inside the time turner trying to play in and out, but then RRQ had a different idea on how to deal with it. You have one player rush in, just really flush out the Chrono from his shield, and another player weaves back in. It's a tag team situation, and in this kind of fights, I feel that you have two players playing that front line, the other two in off angles, which means that it's so good to just really shepherd the players of Kangedra out in the open, where the rest of his teammates were just able to clean up house. But if anything, for me, I think 18 Deer was the man of the hour here. Most of the time, most picks were on him. He was able to play first contact, and he's actually winning his first contact deals as well. In a lot of situations, his teammates really didn't need to intervene.
Alright, so we are getting a bit of an update here for this next round. So we are going to be getting a player swap on the side of Kangedra. So we're going to be swapping Raz out for Easy for Raph. So I think clearly Kangedra, like they're getting a feel of this matchup, and they're realizing that, okay guys, I don't think we can pull off that strat again this round. We have to make a change happen. So I'm interested to see what Easy for Raph is going to bring into the team. Like, what strategy are they going to deploy following up with the player swap?
Yeah. Honestly, you know, when you just now we actually talked a little bit about 18 Deer, right? And I'm just like honestly so surprise coming through. I mean, when you look at 18 Deer, you know, his speed, his aggression, I think I've seen it in, you know, in the Battle Royale stuff, how aggressive he can be in terms of his first contact style play. But at the same time, you know, it's honestly so surprising that he's able to do so in a more mechanical heavy matchup. I think he understands his character abilities very, very well, what he wanted to do, what he wanted to execute. Whoever that's doing the calls for this game, phenomenal work.
Ma'al.
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure it's Ma'al. That man calls for this team, and he calls like a god. Some of the plays coming up from RRQ, it's from that man. Captain of the ship, and if I had a ship, I'd want this man captaining my ship. So, I mean, things are looking great so far here for RQ Tash, because the score, 1-0. They've just got to win one more round up against Kage, and if things just continue the way that they are going to continue in this next round, I'm feeling a 2-0, unfortunately, because Kage, I feel like they're going to have to drastically change their playstyle, or they're going to have to come out with their fists swinging. Just totally different playstyle. I think you have to hit RRQ with something so crazy, so out of whack to force that game number 2. But the thing is, what can you bring that would surprise RRQ?
Yeah, because RQ, they understand what they want to play. It's a slower, more reactive start to understand how exactly a team goes. They don't go in with fist swinging here. They're just waiting to see how aggressive they would go, how much space they would take. The spacing coming in for RQ is also really good. They really know how to take advantage of elevations as well, which is going to be something that I think Kangedra really need to take advantage of. Now, coming into this next one, Kangedra, you cannot afford to be playing slow. You cannot afford to be, to be going in blind. You need to find a way to really suss out where the positioning of RQ is and disallow them from playing tag team off one another.
Yeah, I think a key thing here for Kage, right? Like, let's talk about one of their major weaknesses in that previous round. Like, what would we say is... Wait, actually, maybe I'll start with this conversation here. So, observations for Kage. What are they struggling with? And a couple of things that we kind of saw with them is trying to find the right moment to pick a fight with RRQ. they really struggle to be the ones to start the fights. We saw that in the first round because RRQ were the ones to initiate originally, but they perfectly stopped that. But going into the following rounds, it was always RRQ successfully initiating onto Kage, and Kage just never really having enough time to react themselves. And unfortunately with their kit, like, they didn't really have the best characters to be able to retaliate up against such fast aggression from RRQ. So maybe it's a case of maybe having to change their lineup altogether. Maybe it's a map issue. I know a lot of teams don't really like playing on Kalahari, so maybe that could be a problem as well. I don't think it's the case, but I do also want to kind of throw that in the pot. Maybe next Terra is where Kage wants to play. Maybe they're going to feel a little bit more confident playing on next Terra. Because to be fair, I'm going to have to add this on top. RRQ are pretty dang good on Kalahari. That is literally their signature map. So to beat RRQ on Kalahari, it's a pretty big task, if I do say so myself. So hopefully next Terra is going to be the solution here. Maybe it's a case of changing characters. We're really just going to have to see what ends up being the play here for Kage. Because, yeah, I just don't see them being able to pull off the composition for game number 1 again in game number 2, if they want to have a chance at bringing this series to that third matchup. So, lots of things to Kage. I mean, they have one round. Really wanted to mess up. They can if they have to bring it to a game 3. But if you are, we mentioned this at the beginning of the broadcast here, folks. Teams just grab their wins as soon as possible, because once you've grabbed those wins, your first 3 wins, you are solid for the rest of Clash Squad. So coming into our second game here, RRQ already up 1 in our best of 3 matchup up against Kage. Kage needs to win this next game if they want to bring it to that game number 3. And for our band here for next Terra, it's going to be the Oscar yet again, but RRQ going for a different trajectory and getting rid of the Steffi.
What do you think, Danielle? Again, I like that Skylar is coming into Kagendra's pick, because I think they're understanding that you, in times like these where you need fire to fight with fire, this is the way to go, you know? You have to try and really challenge them for it. You have to try and really change things up. But RQ also have another thing in mind as well. Cassie and Coda right now in their lineup to just really make things more interesting.
Yeah, I want to sort of go back onto the Skylar here thing for Kage. I think Kage are just realizing, okay, there are certain characters you cannot afford to give to RRQ, and one of them is Skylar. I think the initiation power of Skylar is just too important to give away. And actually, they've gone for the 2 picks that I thought were the most influential in that first round, which was the Tatsuya.
Skylar,
Yeah, so they've stolen that themselves, and they're going to pair it up with
a Chrono.
Okay, I mean, they had the Chrono in that last round, right? So clearly Kage, they have a plan with this.
They really did, but RQ as well. I'm loving how flexible they are with their comps. They probably have so many different pages in their playbook that they can afford to just really use right now. And I think that's a very interesting combo, because previously I believe Zane was the instant ban for this team. I'm curious, like, okay, what exactly is your game plan here? What are you going to be doing here with this combination of Coda, Cassie, and Iris as well? It's going to be interesting if you ask me. You know, when you look at how Zane is to increase, HP, more damage against glue walls and shields as well, which is great for first contact pushes. I am so curious to see how exactly you have Cassie come in, go super aggressive, play that first contact play, and how the collapse is going to be for the rest of the team.
Oh my gosh, there's so many things to consider, because I'm going to also have to mention this. A124 was banned in our previous matchup. So this is the first time we're going to be seeing A124 in the tournament. And there's a reason why this survivor is ban-worthy. And it's just because being able to deny your opponents from using their abilities, all of a sudden it changes the whole flow of Free Fire, right? Because a lot of our CQCs, our fights, they rely on abilities for people to have an advantage, to reposition, to do extra damage. A124 basically annihilates that. So it changes the way that you have to play the game. So firstly, RRQ, they gave this away. They clearly have a plan to deal with the A124. But what is that plan? Is it to just play at range? Like, just never be within range of the A124? Because, I mean, in theory, sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
In practice, it's a little bit different.
Yeah,
Although,
it's huge. It's a huge range. It's an 8-meter range, and it lasts for a good 30 seconds. You gotta play far. Either that, or you are hoping to catch the A124 quickly, eliminate her before doing everything else. So what's the game plan here?
well, just okay. Looking at the compositions, like obviously Kage, they have their rushes, they have their defense. RRQ, they have gone for a very interesting lineup. They have a lot of vision to play with. They also have the sustain with that Cassie. I still feel, okay, this is just typical RRQ. I still think they're going to rush this. I think they're looking at these the survivors chosen by Kage, and they're saying like, okay, you might have picked some really great survivors, but we play these characters all the time. We understand the limitations of these characters, and I kind of feel like this is going to be the game where we see Dutz really shine, because Dutz is going to play such a big role in allowing RRQ to overextend in these fights, because you have that sustain, right? The healing that comes up from the Cassie. Kage doesn't have healing. So any damage that they take, like, they might be able to use utilities, but they don't have that level of freedom of movement compared to RRQ because they have access to that Cassie. So, I mean, Kage, I can see why they've chosen their characters. It's a lot of execution. Like, a lot of things are going to have to go right in the execution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That win condition is what you want to look out for right now for Kagendra. Because, again, you want to find a comp that allows you to play dynamically, allows you to adapt. And I feel like this comp doesn't have... It's such a... The win con is to have A124 online and then be able to collapse. If anything, right now as well, if I want to just really put a yardstick on, say, abilities, right? What I'm really worried about right now in terms of Kagendra is also because of the positioning and swiftness in styles of play. Like, just eliminate all the abilities for a while and see how RRQ plays in terms of positioning, in terms of rush timing. That's what I'm curious about here as well. Because if, say that, Kagendra is able to identify this, great, because we don't really see 18 Gear really show his hand toward the end, or at least the tail end of the round after the first initial executions and utility dumps have happened as well. So that's also something that you have to worry about when you think about these things. And I think Dutz is great. I think it's a big role change, apostrophe. What's it? Quotation marks, excuse me. If you think about it, right? Because like just now, Dutz was playing off angles, was playing these long range fights. He wasn't really hand in the cookie jar compared to like say 18 Deer previously. And now he's gonna be the one in the front lines. And my curiosity is going, is he as aggressive as 18 Deer? Is he as fast as 18 Deer? How is his reaction time gonna be?
Yeah, I think we just have to imagine that pairing as like, you got those two friends on that like the bike for two people. Yeah, so Dutz is at the back and he's kind of hanging on for dear life. I kind of imagine that to sort of be the situation for him, because he has to play extremely far forward, but also I think to a certain degree you also have to play defensive so that you don't accidentally get picked off in the front lines, but you're also providing support for whoever's playing in the front for you. So I think the positioning here for Dutz is key. I think we do have to pay attention to how he's going to play his Cassie in the front lines. And I think from there we can sort of discern how RRQ wants to play up against Kage, because we kind of didn't talk about this, but RRQ are also going to have access to vision in this game. And so with the addition of it, and this is also vision that pierces through cover. So on the side of Kage, you don't really have a lot of access to reliable cover. Like you won't have the element of surprise all the time. So you need to sort of be aware of that. And how do you play around it? Do you play as if the enemy team knows where you are all the time? Do you still try to utilize the cover and maybe try and force out the ability usage so that it's not used at a time where Kage wants to be a little more stealthy? There's so many factors really that come into Clash Squad, and it's also just finding the right moment of using your abilities, this is what makes the game mode like one of the main reasons why I love seeing this, because you really get to see the mechanical ability of these players and their decision making in using items, using weapons, grenades. All their resources in this mode are a lot more impactful than it is in the Battle Royale format. Because in Battle Royale, like sometimes you get knocked out by a team that's not even there. You get third party. So the mechanical skill in Clash Royale, it's really interesting to see who are the standout players on these teams. But we are jumping into our first round here, folks. It's RQ Kazu going up against Kagendra, and everybody is rushing to the high ground because they want to have access to the high ground vision.
Yeah, this time around is a lot different for RRQ. I feel like they have a more, I would say, not super aggressive approach, but a more quieter approach. Yes, 18 Deer is still the first man to go super aggressively forward. He's so far away, activated alone here out in the open. And Kagendra, they use bodies, just flooding onto the members of RRQ. They found the first guy here. Whether or not RRQ can actually recover from this, from the back foot, is also another question I have. A little bit more slower on this uptake this time around, where Abe will be filling in the empty space his teammate has left.
The cover!
Giving a lot of space and cover as well. But quick trades all around. CT7 finds his mark, but Mao is going to be the one to trade as Kagendra takes advantage of bodies they have.
Yeah, so not a great pistol round there, unfortunately, for RRQ. I think they tried to make a really cute play with their composition with 18 Deer very far forward, but I don't think they realized how quickly he was going to get sniped out by Kage. So I kind of feel like with the comp that we're seeing on the side of RRQ, you really can't afford to lose 18 Deer so soon. Even though you have Dutz and Ma'al sort of playing as a pair in that back line, they really have to coordinate this lineup properly. Because I feel like there's just too much firepower and also too many utility abilities on Kage that can really shut down what RRQ Kazu want to run.
Aggressively forward here, both teams just rushing. It's a brawl right now in the middle of the site as well. And CT7 to open things up. 18 Deer, excuse me, will be the one to be punished for going a bit too aggressively. Dudes in the corner, tries to isolate Fights, jumps down, saws one, shoots him in the face, but it's not enough to kill. As 18 Deer already finally eliminated from this server, and one more member of RRQ is knocked down. Ma'al all alone here in a 1v3. He wants some isolated fights, but Kagendra isn't giving it to him. And this time around, Kagendra look a lot more dominant. And right now, I think that it's just so good to see this big change in pace for this team as well, for Kagendra. Understanding how things go. Understanding that it's okay to go aggressive and fighting fire with fire as well. It's just really good to see this change in pace for Kagendra. I was a bit worried how one-dimensional they would be. But it feels like whatever mistakes they've done in that first round is already done and dusted. As RRQ this time around gonna play a bit more differently.
Yeah, I do think the character selection was really important here for Kagendra's comeback. We're not done yet though, folks. It's just round 2 here for this game matchup. And already both teams rushing to the cyber airdrop. And already we're seeing a very big jump in there for RRQ, sending Abe and 18 Deer. 18 Deer really playing around the crate there. Rapper's on the ground. Abe though gets clipped in the back lines, but Irap is also down. 18 Deer does eventually fall. And it's a 2v2 Tash. Ma'al incredibly low and too easy for dead, playing with Kage. CT7, they do pick up Irap, and oh no, I think RRQ, they might have been overwhelmed here. It's just Ma'al.
First blood.
Oh no. First blood happened already. Ma'al barely alive right now. Just waiting for a timing. Easy for dead. Rushes through Ma'al, but Easy for dead. Just playing off the info his teammates are giving, waiting for the right possible moment. The element of surprise was the name of the game.
Yeah, I think Ma'al was hoping to have a little bit more time there, but sometimes, you know, you've got to make those quick plays happen. And easy for dead. Locking it in for the team. And already, Kagendra, 3 games over RRQ in our second round. Things are looking up for this team, and they're rolling in money, Tash.
They really are. They're looking really good right now. RRQ barely have anything to work with other than those 2 snipers. Puts in the damage for 2 of the members of Kagendra, but if it doesn't knock them down, it's not enough. As the other members of RRQ wants to rush forward right now. Nice holds and positions. It's been a while since I've seen RRQ playing a more passive approach here. Ma'al all alone. Wants to take this fight against Easy for Rap. And he's boxed in.
I think
He moves away, got knocked down by his skill somehow. And Easy for Dead just weaving in and out of that Chronos ability. First blood taken. Kagendra with the man advantage compared to Abai, who is about to just get bleeding to death, gone out of the game for now. Nara
And it's
cute,
up
left
to-
scratching their heads.
Yeah, and it's gonna be up to Dudes and Ma'al to make this comeback happen. But Dudes, he got clipped and so did Ma'al. They had no chance to make that play happen. And it looks like, unfortunately, Tash, this composition for RRQ, it's collapsing. They're really struggling to be able to pull off what they want to pull off because Kagendra, I feel like they just drafted the perfect lineup for this second matchup. They had so much control, so much freedom of movement. Like, yeah, okay, they're going up against a Cassie, who also gives RRQ a lot of movement, but there's just too much control. I feel like the A124 and the Skylar is really making things difficult here for RRQ to pull off what they want to do.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy for them as well in terms of positioning. You hold anywhere, you're immediately known, and I think it's good that Kagendra realized this as well. They're able to really take advantage of whatever off angles that RRQ was, using against them in the previous map. And now Kagendra looking for a different way forward. Look at this positioning. They have a nice, RQ, a 1-2-1 formation. But I think Kagendra has identified this. So they're sort of moving around the area. Easy for dead. Quick to find Ma'al. So quickly from across the map as well. Spots out Abai. Cannot survive the initial skirmish. And Irab just keeping his head low. Throwing out this nades, cooking it up to perfection. 18 gear in a corner. Just eating all of the damage. Rushing forward. Now it's down to Dudes. Alone in a rock and a hard place. You know what? Call it a cradle. Whatever you want to say. His head pops up. But Kagendra just saying it's about time for us to just shoot him there. Waiting for the right opportune moment.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, Tash, to think that the RRQ that we saw in game number one, like this almost looks like a different team with the way that they're currently playing. Like they are very much struggling in this second game. And I really wonder if it was just this lineup that they picked. Like, was it maybe a little bit too cheeky? Was it just too hard to execute up against Kagendra, who have just so many ways to retaliate up against a team that really wants to run at you and can actually run at you themselves. And there have been so many strange pickoffs happening at the same time as well. Like RRQ, I feel like too many of their players are getting picked off before the battle even begins.
Yeah, I also completely agree with you that a lot of those first picks, those openings, especially from Easy for Dead or even CT7, it's just so much control that they have in terms of identifying where RRQ would position themselves. And RRQ doesn't really have a lot of, I would say, in terms of speed, in terms of positioning, they aren't very good or at least quick enough to be able to find that space to position themselves to play off each other. This time around, we have a buddy system. Abai and 18 Gear will be moving around the area. As he might be a tag team there. Okay, Iraq all alone here in the corner. Abai identifying this, but he's tracking. Oh my god, finally gets it in yet. 18 Gear, this is the opening that you wanted! And it took a while. You're back online. Goes aggressive on the other side. TT7 also completely chunked down. That glue wall saves his life. But 18 Gear, he's going in for the chase! Rushes up forward, plays at the high ground. The Chrono pops his shield, but TT7 cannot hold. But finally, Easy for Out knocks down two members of RRQ. CT7 dead as well. And now, RRQ looking a lot more stronger.
Much better. And that came off the back of them being able to get the first elimination themselves. As soon as they got the elimination, that was when they hit the side, they hit the pedal, they said, guys, it's time to go full speed ahead. And you could really see from Kagendra, like the moment that they lost their first player, things started to collapse. And I kind of want to point out here, they did a really weird formation in that matchup where they tried to go for a 2-2 split. They sent two players forward to try and wrap around RRQ. But RRQ also did the same thing. So it ended up being a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation. And in those matchups, it is way more painful to lose a player rather than a 4v4 because you don't have as much backup as you would in a full team 4v4 matchup. So we're going to see a normal 4v4 here. Who gets the first knock? That's the question we have here.
Nades are good, but it's not enough to kill. RQ trying to build themselves a fortress. The smokes should give him a bit of space, but they're rallying forward. Dudes, oh no, he's found in an off angle there. Quick to identify that, drops on a glue wall to save his side. As Easy for Raf rushes forward. It's a jumping corner here as no shots are hitting. As it finally does, Abai will be the one to take that away alongside his teammate 18 Deer. As Easy for that, he rallies back. 18 Deer traded out. Abai found. A 2-for-2.
Yup, that was a really great wrap
First
though coming in
blood.
from CT7. But whilst he's done that, the rest of his team has been hit on the ground. So CT7, can he turn this around? It's a 1 versus 3 situation. It would be a miracle if he can pull this
Double
off. But
kill.
you know, sometimes miracles can happen. It's just that miracle is not going to happen in this game. So even though we are at match point here for Kagendra, RRQ, they're going to try and drag things out for as long as they can.
And I love that they're rallying back. I love this mindset, you know. Usually some rounds you have some teams that going, okay, I don't think I can win this. Let's just go next. But with whatever they have, I think they figured out the, I would say, the composition, the style of play, and the executes that are coming online for Kagendra. It's only a 3-round deficit now compared to before, which felt like a mountain. And this time around, RRQ finds a different way forward. All 4 players in one angle together. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Oh, it kind of depends who is going to see who first. So CT7 and Irap are together. Irap did get shot at, so... Oh, he was already down! Ma'al finding Irap, so already, if they don't get the pick up there, Kagendra's going to be down a player.
Oh, 18 year, a more aggressive approach. He jumps up high and he still gets one. Abai cannot be traded. Easy for that alone. He's a 1v2 right now. Raph hiding in the corner. He has to isolate these fights and he does it to perfection. Easy for that. Try his best to take him down and he does. Finally, Irap giving a lot of support for the backside. Man advantage for Kagendra right now. Dudes and Ma'al barely breathing. Managed to get that reset. So important. As CT7 identifies where he is. And he just quickly eliminates Dudes as well. Ma'al alone in a corner. Tries to make the glue walls. Cannot do more than that. He's so low right now. No space to work with. As finally Kage takes a while. But finally seals the deal. We're going for 1-1 right now.
Kagendra, they have made the comeback happen, and off the back of a much better draft coming into our second round. We had some questions in that first matchup, then I think they gave away far too many characters to RRQ, but for match number 2, loved their draft, loved that they were able to cover any lineups that would go for a rush, but also a lineup that might try and play something a little bit slower. They had a great mix of attack and defense. RQ, maybe they were trying to do something a little bit cheeky. We're kind of, you know, I'm getting cheeky vibes for that lineup for that game number 2. So moving forward, game number 3, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing some changes. Number 1, I think A124 is probably going to disappear. I do not think you cannot allow the A124 in unless you get that first pick.
Yeah, you really cannot. A124 gave them so much pressure, gave them so much value in terms of positioning as well. All they had to do was just identify where all these players were, and it's just business as usual. I think information is key. The information denial, from map 1 gave RRQ a lot of opportunity to just completely flood and explode. Compared to, say, you know, this time around where RRQ, once your positions have been noted, you can't play the off-angle game anymore. You can't pincer. And Kagendra have been doing a great job of isolating these players. You see 18 Gear start to come online and get a bit more aggressive. He wasn't able to do so more than 2 rounds. You cannot get away with it for so much. Instead of, you know, allowing 18 Gear these 1v1 matchups, they decided to play together as a team. This time around, Easy for Dead will be taking the MVP, and I am not surprised. Easy for Dead playing together with his teammate very closely, playing a tag team situation, and a lot of times as well, his movement allowed him to play a little bit more aggressively to trade out his teammate. His teammate was the bait, and he was the executioner.
Yeah, Easy for Dead was absolutely the star for Kagendra. I feel like he made so many game-deciding plays, especially with some of those initiations that he managed to pick off in those first couple rounds. And I feel like from there, his momentum just picked up. He got more economy. He had more money to work with. He was able to grab those better guns, better utilities. And I think they just, at the end of the day, they just overwhelmed RRQ far too early. So this is one thing with Clash Squad that makes this mode a very difficult sometimes. If a team just snowballs those first couple rounds, sometimes it just feels like coming back is impossible. You kind of have to stay toe-to-toe, and we saw that in that first game where RRQ, they overwhelmed Kage in that first round, and then in round number 2, Kage were the ones to get those first couple rounds going, and RRQ just struggled to make the comeback happen. So game number 3, it's our last round. It's gonna be on Bermuda again, so this is a map that both of these teams will be very on. what adaptations are we going to be seeing from squads moving into this final round? You lost this entire set.
Yeah, you were going to the 0-1 bracket after this as well when you go through that Swiss. Now, I would really also want to point out there, Kagendra bringing in that substitution that last game was also really good. Easy for Raf looked, I think, a lot more synchronized with Easy for Dead, if you ask me, in terms of the positioning and their styles of play as well. You know, you did mention, I think, in the last pre-show, Danley, or at least before the game, the last game, about what they wanted to do with this comp, with these players as well. I think bringing Raf in gave a different dynamic in terms of speed and execution as well, compared to having Raz, who was a little bit more on the passive side. I think it depends on what they wanted to do with the comps, and I love that Kagendra have these, I think, players to kind of achieve the different styles of play in their playbook. Now, my question is whether or not RRQ can actually recover from this as well, because, you know, well, you come from a high from map 1, then you go to, you know, I think a pretty devastating loss on map 2. In terms of mental, in terms of style of play, how exactly is the change going to be? Are they going to be a little bit more proactive in their character comps as well, in terms of what works with their play style? Because players like 18 Deer love something a little bit more quick, a little bit more aggressive. I feel like they should really supplement this.
No, I agree. I think they really need to give something to 18 Deer that just allow him to go ham. And you need that backline support for him as well to ensure that he just doesn't get popped. Because we saw it in, I think it was like the first 2 or 3 rounds. 18 Deer, he would try to rush forward and he just popped. He didn't even have a chance to raise his gun at Kage. So definitely gonna have to rethink how they're gonna allow 18 Deer to enter in these fights. Like, do they maybe have to go back to a different plan and have Ma'al start things for the team and have 18 Deer coming in after? Because that's what they did in the previous round. Like, in round number 1, Ma'al was the one that set a lot of these fights up for 18 Deer, and 18 Deer came in for the cleanup, whereas for this second round, false, effectively. And 18 Deer was the one trying to do the openings. It's just unfortunate that it didn't really work out this time. So survivor choice, I feel like, is going to be key. Also, it's gonna depend on what Kage have, right? Because RRQ thrive in matches where they're allowed to play aggressive the way that they want. So can Kage draft a lineup that's going to stop them from doing this? And maybe do we see them ban a character that we've seen a lot today? Unfortunately, it's just going to be the Oscar again, it looks like, because Kage just do not want to see Oscar.
No, they change your mind.
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
They're like,
they're thinking.
They thought about it. They have to really figure out how exactly what to do here. Oh, it's gonna be a
Skylar.
I think it's good bad.
Yes.
It just this allows RRQ to play as aggressively as they do, especially against players like 18 Deer, like Ma'al, who love playing that front line. You really don't want him to have that advantage. RRQ to have that advantage. So having Skylar out of the picture means it's a bit of a slowdown in terms of style of play.
Yeah. Now keep in mind this
is good. No chrono as well.
No chrono as well. Oscar might be picked here, and it looks like Kage do want to have access to the Oscar. So Oscar is banned for a reason. And it's because he dashes towards the enemy and he detonates the first 3 blue walls in the way, which he is amazing at setting up for your team if you are struggling against an army of blue walls. You cannot effectively play blue walls against an Oscar, especially if you have a lineup that wants to rush at you. So Kage, they've got the Oscar. They're basically telling RRQ, you want to fight into us? You better be ready to fight into us without those glue walls. Now, the counter picks here for RRQ. Love the Tatsuya. I think you got to keep that mobility. Tatsuya is just far too important to have for RRQ because they want to have that for, I think it was 18 Deer or Ma'al that played it in that first round. Coda, I think Coda's a great pick. I like that they're going to have access to some kind of vision so that Kage can't really play the stealth game. So kind of like in the opening here for RRQ, but what's Kage's counter picks? And it's the Santino and Zane.
Honestly, I am really excited to see what exactly they're cooking. I mean, this Oscar is such a big impact, character already, right? But at the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, so is Tatsuya as well. No chrono, I feel, for RQ. I mean, you don't want to allow Kagendra to play. I think the idea was Kagendra picked chrono last 2 maps. They wanted to ban it out because it felt like they were getting punished a lot by weaving in and out of that time turner. But Kagendra had other things in mind.
Yeah, they do. So I'm just looking at the lineups here, and Kage want to just run at RRQ. They've got basically two characters that basically want to dash into the enemy, and then you have Zane, who is going to have access to so many shields, assuming he also gets the knockdowns in the extreme state. And you have an A124 on top of this, and we also know that RRQ, like their lineup, especially Tatsuya, really struggles going up against an A124. And the thing is, like, they have to have known that A124 was going to be in the books for Kage. So do they really feel that confident going into this lineup that Kage's chosen? Because I'm just... if Kage is able to rush into RRQ, I feel like the game is over.
I think Kage has a lot of control with Santino being able to move around the map like he does. You know, with A124 and her ability to just really identify locations as well. It's not... and then after that you have Oscar just rushing forward. If there is like a glue wall just holding out the area, you can immediately have Oscar rush through, break those glue walls, and the rest of the team can just immediately collapse. I don't know, man. I am leaning toward Kage's you know, comp right now. If I want to go through, you know, comp picks for a win, I am heavily leaning toward Kage.
I'm leaning to Kage. There is an X factor, and I feel like it's got to be that Raiden pick. Because with Raiden, he's really great at stopping those comps that want to rush at you. He's really great at doing that. So assuming RRQ are able to play the Raiden properly, even though Kage's lineup looks really great, like they basically just want to run at RRQ, Raiden could be the X factor. And it looks like we have finally selected our characters for our players. And at the moment, it's going to be Easy for Dead on the Oscar, CT7 on the Santino, Easy for Raf on the Zane, A124 for Irap. On RRQ, we're going to have Ma'al play the Iris, Dutz on the Raiden, 18 Deer on the Tetsuya, and Koda being played by Abe. So just looking at who is playing what, obviously RRQ want to have 18 Deer in the front lines to set up for the team. Dutz is going to be playing in the back lines to provide support. Ma'al, he is going to try and catch A124. Especially the fact that he's able to snipe through those blue walls. If he can catch Irap before he's able to pull off his ability, I think that could be the game changer here for RRQ.
Yeah, that spider trap is gonna be it's not gonna be fun to deal with. But the thing is, when I think about RRQ, it's so execute heavy. I mean, the way you mentioned it as well, right? You need to be able to catch Irap, you know, alone. You need to be able to at least get that spider trap to come online, to be able to just really stun the enemies as well. It's not gonna be the easiest to do, you know, if you go into that, at least for RRQ. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, just looking at the Oscar, looking at Santino, as well as the A124, it's a lot to deal with. You do have your own, I would say, you know, character to kind of like counter things as well for RQ's side, but I don't feel is as overwhelming in terms of impact compared to what Kage has.
Yeah, look, for me, all eyes are on Easy for Dead's Oscar. And 18 Dead's Tatsuya. I kind of feel like these are going to be the players that set things up for the team, because if they're able to successfully penetrate into the opposing team's lineup, I think that's when things are going to go sideways for whoever isn't able to repel these rushes. So Oscar, Tatsuya, these are the survivors we got to watch out for, but at the same time, we also have to watch out for that backline support. Dutz and Irap. A124 and Raiden. See where they are in these fights, and we have to see whether or not any of the backline support get caught out by any wraparounds, because we have seen in these first two rounds there are a couple of situations where the backline supports, they get caught out because somebody on the other side has decided to go for a wide wraparound. So positioning is pretty key, and communication is going to be key as well, because you really don't want to lose sight of where the opposing team is going to be, especially on Bermuda as well, because Bermuda, everybody knows this map like the back of their hand. I don't think there's any surprises that you can really whip out on this particular map. So vision, key. And speaking of vision, RRQ has a lot of that, especially with the Coda pick. So Abe will be very important in helping the team discern, like, where are these players and who do we need to watch out for.
Yeah, 10 seconds is a long time if you think about it in game situations. It's enough for him to really set up RRQ. I think RRQ, in terms of what they want aggression, and we did talk about that previously, like about what 18 gear is very comfortable with, about how Abai is very comfortable with as well. This Tatsuya Korea pick is huge as well. You get a bit of movement speed on top of the Tatsuya speed as well. If the team is able to collapse, it'll be massive. You have Raiden to set things up for them as well, especially with his spider traps and Iris over on the back lines. And for me personally, I think it's enough to deal against Kagendra, but there is a reason why Kagendra picked the most popular characters right now to be played as well. A124, Oscar, Zane. Yeah, it's still going to be interesting to see how exactly RQ is going to counter this. Because for me personally, Kage, they came back from, I would say, a more of a harsh loss on map number 1, rallied back on map 2. I believe that in terms of momentum, it's definitely on Kage's hands.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. It's really Kage to set the pace, because if we're talking about pace setting, if you let any of these teams decide the pace, I kind of feel like that team will take the round. So who starts things off, who is able to get the successful initiation, and then sort of how things flesh out after the initial shots and the initial knocks. Because looking at both of these lineups, let's say we have a situation where somebody gets knocked.
Yeah.
Who would be the worst players, the worst characters to get knocked on either side? Because I'm looking at both of these teams. I kind of think if Kage lose A124, that might be it. They need A124 for their fights. Whereas on the side of RRQ, I really feel like Ma'al. If you lose your Iris, your backline sniper that can pierce through those glue walls, I think you're going to lose far too much damage output and you're just going to run out of steam, especially up against what Kage have.
Yeah, that Zane, that Oscar is just gonna demolish everything. And you know, that's what I'm saying, right? You see RRQ wants to go fast, Kage can go fast as well. I think another advantage that Kage has, yeah, even faster, because they can actually break through your defenses. So RRQ, if you want to play defensive, that's gonna be broken fairly quickly as well. What are you gonna do here to, I would say, take advantage of the rush? You have two players that are gonna playing far forward as well, with Zane taking, you know, a little bit more high HP as well compared to the rest of the team. So it means that that's going to be a little bit more tanky as well in terms of trying to eliminate that character. So for me, like, okay, great, you have the fast Kage and RQ wants to go fast. You're going to be seeing two bulls butting horns. But for Kagendra, it's even worse, because whatever setups you have and executions might just be quickly broken. You gotta protect your Iris. You gotta make sure your Iris does not get caught out or even seen. And I feel like that 8124 is gonna make it so hard for Iris to be, you know, hidden fairly long.
Yeah. So just a quick update for all of our viewers at home that are watching the broadcast. Firstly, thank you for tuning in. We hope you guys are enjoying the matches so far, because we've just started and already we've had some amazing games here between Kagendra and RRQ. We're about to jump into our third game here as both teams are taking a round off of each other. But we are sort of in a poor state here because we're currently experiencing a technical issue. So we do apologize for the technical issue. We are having an admin solve this right now, and hopefully within 3 minutes you will be able to jump into these matches. So thank you so much for being very patient with us. If you are in the chat, do let us know, who are you cheering for this final round? Are you cheering for Kagendra? Are you cheering for RRQ? We want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to win this matchup? And if you're feeling ballsy, what do you think the final score is going to be? Do you think it's going to be close, or do you think it's going to be a sweep? We'll find out after this round.
I am so curious to see what's going on. I think it's just more like the more I watch this, I think this is like one of the first few times I've been seeing these players play these characters like this. You get to really zoom into their micros in terms of how they play compared to like on the battle royales. And I think it's pretty evident to see why exactly these players are top tier when it comes to these situations as well. A lot more things to worry about. I think on this one, a lot more faster as well. And just this comp is just so interesting. I think for round one, the comp, it was very, I think it was very stock standard, what we can expect, what we can see. But at the same time, when you look at this last map, right, it becomes a lot more intricate as time goes by as well. With both teams wanting to go super fast and aggressive, Kagendra and both RRQ Kazu as well. My question is, who's going to be faster, especially with Kagendra's ability to break down a lot of the glue walls and defenses?
Well, Tash, it's time to go, and already teams are revealing their positions, so we're not going to be playing this slow at all. We are going to go right into the action, and Abe is going to sit in the front lines for the team to provide vision.
I don't think Kagendra actually sussed him out quite yet. If RRQ is able to just really, make them steal away their attention, he might go huge.
Oh
there, no! 7 is going to open it up onto 18 Deer. He tries to challenge it out against Irap, but Abe actually flushed off his position, forced to rush forward, and now he's going for a full push forward against Irap. Irap dodges, Dutz, falls. And now suddenly Abe, his position compromised out there in the open. Ma'al for the time being at least tried to equalize it. Easy for that also falls as well. Eliminated fairly quickly. RQ on the back foot, not anymore.
Whoa.
Finds that pickoff onto Irap as well. It's a game of ring around the rosy. Good shots all around, but it's CT7 to barely win by the skin of his teeth. And he's gonna bring his teammate back online.
Oh, but it's Ma'al that is left standing. And we have to remember as well, Ma'al, he is the sniper of the team. So if there's someone that might be able to bring him back, it might be Ma'al. He gets the catch on the CT7. It is a 1v1 Tash and Ma'al. He's slowly chipping away. No space at all. Here comes the blue zone, Ma'al. Oh, he loses easy for Raf.
No way! Easy for Raf just sprayed him to oblivion despite the fact that Ma'al had all the space in the world. What is going on? Because that was Ma'al's game to win. Raf was so low. He's eaten away so much damage from the zone as well.
Oh, what an insane first round. And this is just the first game of this round as well.
That's crazy.
Okay, so bit of a change up here. I think RRQ, okay, even though that did not go their way, I think they are getting a good grasp of how they want to play this round. And especially Ma'al, I think he's starting to realize how important his role is to get that damage in. So already positioned right behind the fishing hut here, and 18D already taking a little bit of damage. 18D's got to be so careful in these rounds. I feel like he plays too important of a role to be knocked out so early on. He needs to be the one to start things and provide vision for his team. But so far, he's just struggled to survive after rushing in.
Kagendra really understands where the position of where Abe as well as 18 Deer are. They sussed him out fairly early. They don't allow him to play very close. Those two early nades just really change his positions. But CT7 will be the one to fall. Ma'al, this is a very, very aggressive long-range pickup. And 18 Deer wants to rush forward and follow up. But Kagendra are very much ready for it because Dutz and 18 Deer both fall. Ma'al quickly deals with the glue walls, breaking it. And Abe still was able to steal away a kill there. Dutz to be the first one out as well. RQ with only Abe left alive. I'm not sure whether or not he can bring his teammates back online, and he can't. And Kagendra, they made that round look fairly clean and fairly easy.
Man, Kagendra, they are looking fantastic. Yes, okay, they may have barely won that first round, but the second round, flawless execution by this team so far. And look, we've said this before, any team that starts snowballing, it's really hard to stop that snowball.
Kagendra, they're looking very confident right now. They're reading RQ Kazu very perfectly as well. Both teams crossing now to the middle side area. You want to be the first team there just to be able to take away a bit more space, position themselves a bit more aggressively. And Kagendra waiting in the corners. Can see the spider trap coming online as well. Dutz eats a lot of damage from that nade. All alone in an island. Abai finds one before he finally gets taken out. No, he's not. Because Easy for Up is immediately shot down to his death. Easy for that alone. Finally knocked down as well alongside Dutz. And now the rest of the team scrambling to find their way back online. CT7 alone. What are you going to do here in a 1v3?
I mean, Dutz and Mal, they are still quite low at even 18 Deer, but I think you're now starting to reach the point of no return. Too much health is coming back, and CT7, he reveals his position. They know exactly where he is, and I do not blame RRQ. I mean, they got to do this methodically. You don't want to give anything away if possible. So there we go. Clean, clear. And yeah, no, you do not want to give any economy away. So great comeback from RRQ Kazu.
I love this. I love how patient they were. Abai just now is so interesting. Just the fact of the matter is, he was supposed to have died there in the middle. He tanked 4 different players, but somehow his teammates were able to collapse and kill the members of Kakendra before he goes down. He repositions himself away, and suddenly he's just one person left for Kakendra alive. CT7, the backliner. And this time around it's changed. With Kakendra all going forward toward the middle side area. RRQ rallying forward. But Kakendra, they want to take this proactively. They want to be the ones to rush up forward, show their hand first. Abai will be the one with the chip damage forward. But in that way as well is information gathered for Kakendra.
Information gathered, and they actually kind of forced RRQ to not play what they wanted to do. RRQ were trying to go and fan out originally, but then they saw the group up, so I think they realized, okay, we can't really fan out, we gotta group up. But CT7, he's there, ready for the team. Easy wrap, and they go in, they catch out Europe.
Huge
Tash.
opening. Yeah, Europe falls, and now Abai gets traded out as well. 1 for 1 as Maal quickly delivers more killing blows. Doing huge. 18 Deer able to bring his teammate back online as well. Now Kakendra on the back foot. The nade keeps the rest of the teams at bay, but 18 Deer says, well, who cares? I'm gonna disrespect this. Rushing forward with the shotgun in hand. Tries to go and jump shot forward, and he's so low. Tag team forward. 18 Deer wins it in the end. The jump shots are just too much to deal with. Kakendra, the rest of the team just fall like flies. RRQ is starting to get very confident, very aggressive right now. You have a player like 18 here, able to take up space, go straight in your face in terms of fights, tagging team with you as well. It's just phenomenal work coming from these two.
So this third round is getting really closely attached. So you can tell both teams, they've absolutely sussed each other out, and they now have a really great grasp of how the other plays. And so it's really coming down to those small movements, those very important initial knocks. Who can you catch out first? And can you catch out the most valuable player on the other side? So again, Kage, because they're playing a rushing lineup, they try to rush in, but RQ, they want to rush in as well.
Oh, easy for Raph, taking a lot of damage forward by 18 Deer, as well as the rest of RQ just completely collapsed. Kakendra, it started as soon, it ended, excuse me, as soon as it started. And now you're in a 1v1? No, 18 Deer traded out. But the rest of RQ still very much online. CT7 alone in a corner. 18 Deer quickly and swiftly deals with him as well. I have to say, this initial fight was just so fast how RQ is just able to collapse from multiple angles. Perhaps RQ is just a little bit more comfortable on this map.
I don't think Kakendra is also aware that RRQ is basically throwing their rushing comp in their face. They're saying, you might have a lineup that wants to run into us, but we can match that energy as well. They're running into Kakendra, no fear. They have the vision, which unfortunately for Kakendra, they don't actually have vision themselves, right? Because the coder allows RRQ Kazu to pick and choose their fights because they have that additional vision. So Kakendra, if you're gonna make these rushes happen, you kind of have to rush in before Abe can set things up for the team.
RQ this time around taking it a bit more slow. Knows exactly where the positions of Kakendra are. Abe just using those glue walls to make a bit more space for himself. Kakendra and Dutz one each. Dutz falls. Nabai still trying to break into the area. Too many angles and corners to clear. Wins his.
Ooh.
Trying to find where the other members are. Could bring 18 Gear in, and he does just that. But RQ, you always have your teammates who are a little bit more faster to clean up house. Delivers it perfectly. Abai took a while to find his way to the other members of Kakendra, but finally gets in the end. Him being able to stay alive for a while longer means that he's able to just eliminate the last few stragglers.
And this is now starting to reach a very scary moment here for Kakendra because RRQ are getting very close to match point. Just one more win for RRQ to get match point, and then they've got one more win after that. So for Kakendra, if they don't start picking up wins here, they're going to basically be playing a very, very dangerous game where you cross a line you don't want to cross, and this match is going to be over. So again, we see this rush continue. Kakendra is grouped up together as 4. RQ though, they have 3 with 1 in the back.
God.
And oh, Dutz got caught.
That's a nice nade if you ask me. Abai still trying to bring him back into the game as well. Mal as well gets caught out. It's a different mindset for Kakendra, understanding how severe this round is as well. Europe doing the most. His throwables are so much to deal with. And 18 Deer, he tries to go forward, and Kakendra reads it. They collapse. And RQ tasting a bit of their own medicine for the last map, for the last game previously. You can see that 18 Deer tried to play a bit more aggressively forward, and Kakendra were ready for him.
I don't think they were really concerned about 18 Deer anymore. I think they realized that 18 Deer is the least of their concerns. The initial knock onto Dutz was great because they gave an opening for Kakendra to start their pursuit, but as soon as Ma'al went down, just based on Ma'al's position, you know that's Ma'al. That's when they rushed in because they knew they did not have to deal with the sniper anymore. So RQ need to be extremely careful with Ma'al's position. He has to stay hidden. He cannot afford to be one of the first 2 players to be knocked in this matchup. You kind of want 18 Deer to be that dummy for the team, right? You tank the shot so that Ma'al can get the follow-up elimination.
Nade sent out just to give them a bit more space to control. Kakendra, oh my god!
Again!
Dutz once again caught out in the open. And here's the indicator for the rush forward. Eliminated already, cannot be brought back into the game. 18 Deer tries to make something happen. But any form of rush forward, Kakendra deals with it swiftly with a glue wall. Cannot answer. Trying to break the walls as well. And a quick reposition for 18 Deer.
Really slowed down here for RQ. They're trying to find the right way to approach this Tash, and they're going to try and rush in again with Abe and 18 Deer. They pop glue walls in, but it's a glue wall from either side, so now it's just a really awkward standoff. They can see each other, but they don't have any clear vision.
Also out. Taking their time, just eliminating one another, but time ticking right now with only 15 seconds to go. You gotta make something happen. Easy for Raf, thought he was able to just breach into the area. He's all alone here out in the open, takes a lot of damage forward as well. A bite close by, his teammate as well, ready to swing out if need. 18 Deer got stuck in the window and punished quickly. Nabai forced back. 3v2, Kakendra understanding this, quick to find Abai. Abai rallies, cannot hold out the amount of barrels pointing at you is a bit much to deal with. And Kakendra makes this competitive.
They've made it extremely competitive. It's 4-4, Tash. I can't believe it. Our first matchup, and we are getting... It's going down to the wire for this final round. And the question now is who's going to get that first match point? Because all of a sudden, whoever gets that first match point, that sets the fire up for the opposing team to maybe come in for that reverse sweep. Oh boy. Here we go, Tash. RQ, Kazu, and Kakendra. It is 4 apiece, looking to grab that match point, and the cyber airdrop is there. Kakendra wants it, but did RQ give that away for free?
Here's the hold for RQ this time around. You can see them start to get a bit more hesitant. 18 Deer eating a lot of chip damage forward. Mal, this is what we wanted as Mal quickly finds Easy for dead. And there's the call to go and rush forward. 18 Deer takes it in stride. Good shot to the face. Dutz to find one more. Easy for Raf and Mal both traded out and deleted from the game. And still a 2v2. 18 Deer caught out Abe as well. And Kakendra, that mid-round adjustment and mid-round recovery is just incredible to see.
CT7. This man is causing problems for RQ Kazu because originally in that fight it was going to go in favor of Kazu, but the CT7, he made the wrap happen, he got rid of Ma'al, and from then on, RQ Kazu struggled to deal with CT7. So it's not easy for Dead that's the problem anymore. It's CT7. And they're really struggling to find him. I feel like his movements have been so on point because he's not really playing with the team. He's playing that assassinator's role for the team, right? He's wrapping around, he's looking for blood, and the most delicious blood is Ma'al's.
Real. And RQ waiting inside.
Look at that wrap.
No, yeah,
look at that wrap, Tash.
He's just doing so well at just wrapping. I'm surprised that they haven't been able to identify him after so long. I don't think he knows in front of him as well.
This is so tense.
It is. Oh, he peeks out. Might be in trouble.
Oh.
Definitely heard the footsteps. Yep, this place is Dutz.
Yeah. Yep, they know. They know. But CT7's still patient, waiting for the opportunity to catch out Ma'al, who Ma'al isn't quite with the team. He's also separated. So if he is backstabbed, he will be going down with no support. But Kage, I mean, they got to camp the compound, right? Like, they're already at match point. All they need to do is to get one more win. And you can see RRQ, Kazu, they're sweating. They're sweating this round, and they kind of don't know how to really run into Kage now because they're boxed up in this compound. If you try to leave, it's a bottleneck. If you try to stay, you might go down to the blue zone. So they need to be very methodical, very careful in how they choose to exit the compound. Even Kagendra's saying like, hey, you want that compound? You can stay there. You can stay there when the blue zone comes in.
I think RQ wants to force this fight. 18 Deer here going a more aggressive corner. They're just in a very dangerous predicament, forced to move back here. Abai tries to trade, but Easy for Raf is so good at just separating him from his teammates. 18 Deer eats a full force of that skill to his face. Eliminated already, but Dudes at least trades. So it's a good time for them to go forward. Ma'al, Irap, both go down. It's a 2v2. Still not done. Work to do. As Easy for did. Knocks out Ma'al here. And Dudes and Abai play together as a team. Swinging out 2v1 from
CT7!
Winning by the skin of their teeth. They're rallying. They're looking good right now. A slow start doesn't mean a bad end to a game. And Kagendra showed it as exactly that.
CT7, an absolute monster this round. The non-stop RRQ eater. Everything RRQ threw at this team. It was as if CT7 read them like a book. Every single time. The perfect plays, the perfect wraparounds, the ideal targeting. This man, I feel like in this round, he carried his team on his shoulders.
It's just so good. It's a little bit more meticulous. We talked a lot about, about win cons coming into this game as well. But I feel like Kagendra understood the assignment in how to get those win cons. It wasn't really about execution. It wasn't really about abilities. It was just trying to identify which players to look out for. And every time I see Ma'al or even Duts getting picked off early, I'm like, okay, that's it. This round is basically very much over. You lost your cover your cover line. 18 Deer tried to play the hero, tried to play the front line playing. He got shut down fairly quickly as well. Whatever execution RQ wanted to do, nothing, nada was being allowed. But at the very least, third map looked a lot more competitive compared to map 1 and 2.
Look, I'm glad that we ended this final map in this fashion because I think it's just a great way to start the entire tournament format, right? To have that really close game, to hype people up, and also to hype people up for Kagendra because they beat RRQ. This is a team that everybody knows about. They are a veteran team within the Free Fire esports scene. They have attended multiple international tournaments, so they are probably the peak of the Indonesian scene. But for Kagendra to be able to take out this round convincingly in this way, that's a sign.
It is definitely a sign. I think when you look at Indonesian talent, I think there's a lot of them that we haven't really been able to sing praises for as well. And I think this is a good yardstick of what we can expect on the bigger tournaments as well, especially onto the main event as we go forward. I think this is huge coming forward. It's going to make it look a lot more competitive as well as we move into the next few rounds. Now, Kagendra, again, congratulations to them for being able to go into the 1-0 bracket as RQ will be fighting for their lives into the 0-1 bracket later against another team. But we still do have other games happening as well. Now, let's have a look at the match MVP before we go forward. CT7. This guy will almost always, yes, he's almost always the last man standing. He's good at his initial first contact picks. And most importantly, in these 1v1 situations, he almost always wins it. There's rarely a round, especially onto map 3, where you saw him low HP 1v1, taking a lot of damage from the zone. He still challenged Ma'al to his face and wins it. This guy is a beast.
He's a beast, and I feel like he understood the assignment. Like, he really utilized the Santino pick by he has mobility. He realizes he has access to the mobility because of the mannequin, right? So knowing that he can sort of be anywhere that he needs to be, playing away from the team, it makes it so that he is never really in a position where he might accidentally get caught out. And if a fight does break out, obviously you're going to have your teammates communicate that a fight is happening, and he can be wherever he needs to be because they're providing him assistance in figuring out where is Ma'al, where is Duz, where are these players that I want to get rid of first. So beautiful stuff, honestly, coming out from Kage. Really keen to see their next round and to see if whoever they play up against is going to let CT7 have that Santino, because I kind of feel like this is going to be an illegal pick for this team. Yeah, I think this is probably ban worthy.
Yeah. Oh man, you know, Iraq got quite a number of, I would say, eliminations as kills alongside, you know, assists as well that particular game. It's just so fun to see how Kage really raised up the challenge. We didn't really see Iraq in the beginning. I think the first map he just barely was, I didn't really see his impact at all. Map 2, map 3 rallied as well, so I really want to shout out this guy at the same time. Now in this situation as well, as we go into the next BO3, Denley, what are you thinking?
For our next best of 3, I hope it's just as close as this one. I just want exciting games, Tash. Okay, I know everything is on the line for our teams here because they're trying to continue through a tournament format. I just want good games. For me, for you, for our viewers as well, because why are we here? We want to watch some good games of Free Fire. But it looks like we are ready to jump into our interview. So let's see what Kage have to say after securing their win here for our first match of the day.
Oh, okay, we're not there yet, Denley.
Okay, stand by. Not yet.
Not yet.
We're getting there.
Yeah. Okay, so it's very interesting. Okay, I mean, for me personally, I'm really hoping to talk to them about some stuff. I want to really talk about their mentality because, you know, how do you come back from a loss as hard on map number 1, right? I think mental capacity, tenacity is really a thing, especially for teams as well. I really would love to see how exactly they were able to rally themselves back here. I think in a lot of situations as well for Kagendra, they started off, I think especially on map 3, where I think they lost 2 players fairly early, but the recovery on that mid round is just phenomenal stuff. And a team that knows how to recover, especially when the round was already looking really bad, is a team that you have to really be careful about. And whoever Kagendra goes up against next round is going to be in for a surprise. But for now, we are going to go on the interview finally. We have a player from Kagendra ready here for us, so let's have a look to see what exactly they have to say.
All right, casters, thank you so much. Survivors, what on... This is so unexpected. I am at a loss for words. But anyway, I'm here with Ira from Kagendra who just won their Clash match against RRQ Kazu. Halo Ira.
Halo.
Gimana rasanya bisa menang lawan Raja RRQ Kazu? Karena jujur sampai sekarang pun aku tuh masih sampai kayak speechless. Haho. Silakan dipikirkan jawabannya sambil aku translate dulu nih buat para viewers kita yang ada di Asia Tenggara. So I asked him how does it feel to win against the king himself, RRQ Kazu? Because obviously this is something unexpected and a lot of people has been saying that it's going to be a tough match for Kagendra, but again they have been proving that Kagendra is here to stay. So how does it feel to finally win against RRQ?
Ya pastinya seneng sih, apalagi kan game itu seru banget ya. Kita bisa balikin keadaan yang tadinya awalnya kalah, terus kita bikin mereka yang kalah.
So obviously he's very happy and it's a bit hard at first because they obviously had to lose some of the first couple of matches, but then they bounced back and found the rhythm, and that's the key to actually winning the game against RRQ Kazu. Tadi kan aku lihat tuh kayaknya di beberapa match terakhir sempat ketat dan akhirnya last match untuk pembuktian ketatnya ketat banget. Aku penasaran situasi di meja, situasi di booth kalian tuh seperti apa? Adakah shot caller yang memang bertugas lebih besar untuk mengambil keputusan? Kayak gimana, bisa diceritain atau enggak? Sambil aku translate juga ke teman-teman viewers kita. The last match was very intense. We see you guys struggling, we see you guys trying to be the better team, trying to beat RRQ Kazu, and it was like 2 versus 2 at some point. Can you tell us a bit about the situation during that particular moment? How nosy, how crazy it was on the booth going against RRQ Kazu?
Tadi sih kata si Raf tuh dia bilang kalian diem aja dulu. Kita yang ngenokin gua nanti ngenokin 2.
Oke.
Jadi ya nunggu dia ngenokin 2 dulu baru kita maju.
Jadi Raf bisa dibilang kayak pengambil keputusan shot callernya.
Yeah.
Okay, so Raf was actually the person behind the shots taken. He said that he's going to take care of the 2 players from RRQ Kazu, and then the team can then focus on winning the game. So obviously Raf had a huge impact on his team. He was the leader during the match and it shows great potential for Kagendra. Terakhir, ada pesan yang mau disampaikan kepada RRQ Kazu setelah berhasil memenangkan memenangkan pertandingan ini meskipun kalian tidak dijagokan tapi ternyata bisa loh keluar jadi pemenang. Is there anything you'd like to say to RRQ Kazu coming up as the winner? This is something that's, I know, very exciting for you. We're all super proud. What would you like to say to RRQ Kazu?
Seperti omongan saya yang di awal ya, mahkotanya bakal saya jatuhin.
Oh, it's just like, wow. Okay. I don't even know how to translate this, but basically what he's saying is that RRQ Kazu, I told you before that we're going to tilt your crown, and this is exactly what happened. Not only we're tilting your crown, we're also taking it off your head and putting it on ours. Oke, terima kasih. Aku tambahin tuh tadi, nggak cuma mahkota dijatuhin, diambil kalian yang pakai mahkotanya.
Bisa. Kalian sayap kita juga dibalikin lagi.
Jadi iya bener. Oke deh kalau gitu terima kasih Rap.
Oke.
Sekali lagi selamat. Keren banget permainan kalian.
Terima kasih.
Thank you and congratulations once again. We're gonna have a bit of a break. Kita akan break dulu sejenak sebelum nanti kita akan lanjutin lagi melihat seperti apa keseruan dari peperangan berikutnya yang akan tersaji karena masih ada Onyx versus Team Falcon. Tetap bersama kami di Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
First blood. Double kill. First blood. First blood. Double kill. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were
Welcome back, everyone. We saw a very, very competitive Series 1, and now Series 2 is now on the line. I'm super curious to see how exactly it's going to be going. We are done with our Indonesian Derby for today, and who are we going to be seeing now, Donnelly?
We are going to be jumping into Falcons versus Onyx. So really, really exciting matchup here because we are looking at two amazingly strong teams.
Yeah, but for now, thank you so much, guys. We have a look at Red Bull here as one of our sponsors this tournament as well. Red Bull with zinc and vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with zinc B3, B6, featuring a mild taste, which means that you're going to be super focused and seize every opportunity to get that booyah. Now, these two teams, Donnelly, we have seen them play on the biggest of stages just recently. What are your thoughts for them going into, I would say, something a little bit more mechanics heavy, such as Clash?
I think, okay, just going off of the knowledge that we have on these two teams in general, I think there's going to be a lot of favoritism for Falcons. Onyx, I mean, they're a great team, but I kind of feel like sometimes Onyx can fall short. Especially in matches where they tend to sometimes panic and everything just sort of collapses from there on out. And they're going up against Falcons, of all teams. So you kind of can't afford to be in a panicky state, especially when you're playing up against one of the strongest teams potentially in the format. Now, speaking of the format, we do have some information here on what's going to be happening for this round. So, for our games, game number 1, we're going to be jumping into Bermuda first. Game number 2 is Kalahari, and then we're going to wrap things up on Nextera if we don't have a 2-0. And for the ban formats, we're going to be having Falcons with the first ban on Bermuda, and then after that, Onyx will take first ban on Kalahari, And then finally on Nextera, first ban will be randomized. So we won't know until we actually get to that third game, if we have a third game.
It's gonna be fun. I mean, I like that they floated out Nextera. Nextera can be a bit more of an interesting map to play with. There's so many different styles of elevations play. The jumpings as well could catch you off guard. So it's something that I think it's great to keep all the way in the end to just really catch teams off guard. But Bermuda and Kalahari, are maps that I think a lot of people are a little bit more familiar with in terms of rotations, elevation, style of play as well. I feel like just now previously, I think we started off with the more complicated maps first before we headed into Bermuda. And interestingly enough, it was the more interesting comps that we saw on Bermuda itself. And I think it's because of I would say, the flexibility you can have on that map compared to maps such as Kalahari or even Nextera, right? I expect it to be something very similar on this one as well.
Yeah. Okay, Tash, just your personal opinion, just looking at these two teams, do you feel we are going to see a similar situation like our last matchup with Kage being able to pull it to 3 games after a disastrous round? Or do you think it's just going to end up being a 2-0? Because unfortunately, the realist in me is telling me it's going to be a 2-0 for Falcons. But I want to give Onyx a chance and to think that they might be able to pull through.
I think it's going to be interesting. For me personally, I think, I'm very heavily reliant, in terms of mental state, in terms of momentum. Falcons have it all in the bag, based on what we've seen just recently on the bigger stage of the world, right? Looking at Onyx, how Onyx played. Mental is going to play a big theme here. Onyx, if they get the first map win, I feel like they would ride that high. So it could go anywhere, and I feel it's highly dependent on this map. And I think since it's a Bermuda, since it's the first game, I think we might see a little bit more of something a little bit more straightforward. I wouldn't say stock standard. I would say straightforward. It doesn't have to be too complicated. I feel like we're gonna see a lot more of the complicated picks later on the second and third map here. Ignis being picked already hovered. Oh, this is interesting because I haven't seen Ignis in a while.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they do lock it in, but it looks like they do want to run that Ignis. Okay, so I think let's have a quick look at the bans very quickly, right? So A124, very straightforward. I think teams are probably going to consider this as like one of their first bans in the entire format. Cassie, I'm not sure if I agree with Cassie being a ban character. Like, yeah, Cassie's great in a lot of circumstances, but I just don't feel like she's, maybe this is just me, the hater in me, but I feel like she's not as impactful as some teams may make her out to be. But I'm thinking, okay, if you're banning Cassie, what lineups get counted by a Cassie?
You know what? That's a good question.
I can't think of it at the moment. Obviously, Falcons is going to draft it, but like I can't figure out what you're trying to do if you ban a Cassie.
Yeah, Ignis is great, honestly. I mean, going back to the Ignis here, right? I love the fact that it has a wall, which means that you're going to be able to just cut off vision, gives you a bit of space to rotate over, and immediately also it breaks glue wall. So that's going to be really quick as well in terms of aggression or aggressive style play, rotations, reshuffling of positions as well. A Chrono is great for a defensive style play, but this Oscar and Coda, you know they're going to be a very, very aggressively played as well, especially since Coda does give a bit more movement speed as well, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Santiago as well. You can really play that game of smokes and mirrors, just really pull away attention. And most importantly, if teams do fall for that bait, they could just show their hand fairly quickly in terms of positioning. And if Santiago says that it's okay, no one's biting the bait for where my mannequin is, well, I'll just switch places with them as well.
Woo! Okay, so a bit of a switcheroo here, Tash. We're also going to be seeing Dimitri picked up here for Onyx. We haven't seen Dimitri today, but then again, we only had like one set.
That self-revive is going to be annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying, but is it going to be annoying enough for Falcons? I think that's the question mark. Is Dimitri going to be as annoying to deal with as we think it is? I feel like the Raiden might be the more annoying factor here because Raiden makes it kind of difficult for Oscar to have that free movement, and even Tatsuya. It makes it difficult for these two characters to have their free movement because these are movement-based characters, and Raiden kind of counters these survivors that want to sort of rush at you, assuming you do land your spider mine. So Raiden, love the pick here. Falcons, I mean, everyone just wants to move apparently.
Yeah.
And vision.
Yeah, vision, movement, aggression. This is a very all-in comp. We saw a very similar all-in comp from RRQ on map 1 just now as well. Again, if they rush forward and Raiden holds on to his spider trap for just to initially stop the collapse from happening, it could be huge because a counter collapse could happen from Onyx and it will be game over for Falcons. It just requires that just one spider is enough to just really stop Falcons in their tracks.
Yeah, and then also just looking at the overall lineups here for our teams. Actually, I just need to very quickly snap the lineup as well as the players that are going to be getting their characters too, because I'm curious to know who's going to play what. Because once we know who's playing what, then we're going to get a better idea of who is going to be the ones to set the tempo for these teams and who will be the priority eliminations, like who you kind of want to get rid of. Based on characters, I think if you are Falcons, you kind of want to get rid of the Dimitri before Dimitri ever kicks in, right?
Yes.
So, Dimitri, sorry, bub, you gotta go. So if we can get rid of you, great. On the side of Falcons, I mean, I think Coda plays a pretty big role, but then again, you also have to get rid of one of the damage dealers, right? Like, you either need to get rid of Oscar or Santino, because if you can get rid of the damage, this lineup, I feel like, can sort of peter out. Like, it can run out of gas. So if you can get rid of the damage dealers on Falcons, either Oscar or Santino, then I think Onyx is going to be pretty happy because, like, no harm or anything to Tatsuya. Like, Tatsuya is a really great rusher, but if we compare Tatsuya to Oscar and even Santino, I kind of feel like Tatsuya, this is like a non-factor character in the damage department. He's really there to provide vision and to flush out the enemy.
A lot of question marks. I do love that you have that Chrono just for more defensively. Onyx is going to be a very reactive comp. You're going to wait for Falcons to initiate, and then you either send out the trap, set up the time turner, And then if something goes wrong, you have Dimitri to keep you back in the game as well. You have so many things covered in a situation that you need to be reactive of, compared to Falcons and all-in. If Falcons is fast enough, great. You find Dimitri early, great as well. You know, you can really just punish the Chrono if you want to. You can go into Chrono's time turner, just weave in and out of it as well. Could be huge. We've seen Kagendra really punish, get punished, right? Excuse me, get punished for running the Chrono earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar here. But for me personally, I agree with you about that ban as well for Falcons. Cassie, I don't feel such an impact character. At least I think maybe it's something that they're worried one of the players at Onyx is adept at using this Cassie. Maybe it might be a more, I would say, personal ban more than a comp ban, right?
From a comp perspective, this is just a personal guess. Maybe Falcons have decided to get rid of that Cassie because if you have a look at what's being run overall on the side of Falcons, it's a lot of either vision or offense. They don't have defense themselves, right? They don't have sustain. And one of the things that Cassie provides is sustain for whoever she's linked to. And in the grand scheme of things, if a fight goes for 2, I feel like just they're worried about dealing with a lineup that would just be able to outlast them if the initial 10-second fight isn't over.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm getting excited. This is our first Ignis for the day. I love seeing how players just really be able to slice the map a little bit, be able to not only just, break the glue walls, but also how you can reposition yourself behind that flaming wall as well. It's gonna be fire. Get it? Pun intended. Anyways.
I was drinking.
I'm glad you didn't spit out your drink, But anyways, at the same time, I'm so curious about this Cassie ban as well. Is it because that Onyx has a comp that they like to use, or is it because just to you mentioned that to disable a character, with that Cassie ban, does it actually affect Onyx in the way that that Falcons expects it to be? There's so many questions in my mind that can only be answered once we get into this game. You can see Onyx just huddled up in a more, I would say, intimate situation, while Falcons is in a more in the zone, me time moment before they get into the game. Such contrast.
I'm pretty sure Falcons already had this conversation, and they're just like, okay, guys, let's just buckle up, just get in, just load up, and I guess we win the game, right? Keep it very simple. Don't overhype your teammates, because some people, you give them too much of a pep talk, and they kind of just get
overwhelmed,
then panic. Yeah, they're overwhelmed, and the panic sets in because you finally realize, oh wait, we're jumping into the game. Oh no. So. I'm okay with Falcons just sort of communicating. They're probably on Discord or something, or whatever they're using for communication, just to kind of decide, okay, what's the plan, where do we want to go, and really just how to execute the lineup. So just looking at what we're dealing with here for Falcons, if we're going to use our first matchup as a bit of a template, right?
Yeah.
Kororo is going to be playing very far forward along with Pina. You're going to be scouting forward with Koda and the Tatsuya because you want to use Koda's ability to try and scout out Onyx. And then you have the Tatsuya there to flush out and open up for Limit and On Fire on the Oscar and Santino to be able to come in with the support fire. Now, obviously, there are a couple of issues they have to consider. Glue walls are not going to be reliable support for this team because they have to deal with Ignis's ability that melts glue walls. They also have to worry about the Chrono, just because you have that little bit of extra shielding and you can't simply shoot at Putra, and Putra can also provide some cover fire for his own teammates. And then you also have to think about, okay, where's Raiden? Where's Adam? Because wherever Adam is, if you have Oscar or Tatsuya, even Santino, if any of your frontliners get so close to the Raiden, I feel like that's potential setup for the Chrono to finish you off. So
yeah,
lots of things to think about. I mean, I haven't mentioned Zyro at all. I think Dimitri's a no-brainer. If you can get rid of Dimitri, just get rid of Dimitri because you really don't want him to come into effect at all.
You really, I mean, the sustainability that this team has is a lot. Yeah, I mean,
that's the big one.
Yeah, I think Dimitri is a bigger impact than Cassie, if you ask me. I mean, Cassie is for one player. Healing Burst is huge. Just really keep your players alive in this 1v1. But then again, you know, you suddenly they're like, oh, you ban our Cassie? Fine, we have a better pick. We have a Dimitri, which is even worse for us because it's a healing zone that could keep the rest of the team alive, and also a self-revive on top of that as well. It's a more aggressive approach here for both teams. They're playing a bit of a ring around the rosy as Falcons going for a 2-1-1 formation compared to Onyx, who is doing 2-2 formation. There's always going to be a trade for at least Onyx side. But in terms of zone control, I would give it to Falcons. Look how far apart they are.
They're really spread and they're ready to basically welcome Onyx in if they decide to move anywhere from
Elevations
those crates.
too.
Yeah, I mean, I love the positioning there for Pina because if anyone moves on Onyx, he's going to be the first one to see it. So, I mean, just looking at the position, I kind of feel like Onyx are in trouble because they won't have any element of surprise, and like it's very tough to shoot upwards. And look at where that circle is going to be. It's just going to go dead center. So Onyx have to move, but they're really leaving it to when this circle finally starts shifting, which is going to be now. So what happens here for Onyx? You have to run for that crate or any of the compounds. That's your only option here. And you have to pray you don't lose too much health doing so.
Yeah, you'll definitely hurt the footsteps coming in from Onyx as well. Look at that flame wall just to give a bit more space. But Onyx, they're surrounded with Pina opening it up onto Crime. MKS in trouble already. Another one falls. Onyx, your 2 man left, tries to rush up on top of the buildings. They're alone, cornered, boxed, and they're just completely swarmed. Adam, at the very least, rallies. But in a 1v3, that's a lot to ask for. Running out of space and time. Puts in a lot of damage onto Pina. He wins it. But Falcons a little bit more proactive in terms of taking out space, a little bit more elevation and crossfires to set them up for success.
That was a really interesting first round there for Onyx because they played really slowly. Like they took a long time to make the decision to start moving, and they only moved when that circle started shifting in. But when you play like that, you basically give the game away to Falcons to position and to basically put themselves in a area or a position where they will happily engage into you. So I kind of feel like just giving away your position like that, I feel like that's just too big of a mistake to make, especially up against a lineup that wants to be in your face. But Kororo and Pina, they're running right into Onyx here, and Kororo, he spotted Crime MKS, and he's going right for him as well, and Crime is already down!
Yeah, Keroro is just making a beeline for him. Crime and KS couldn't even shoot back, and Pina finds a nice off angle to quickly eliminate Adam. All these isolated fights happening around the map as well, and Falcons, they don't even need to swarm because it doesn't feel like Onyx were in a position to play off one another. They're so separated, they don't have trade potential, they're caught alone, lacking. They were looking at entirely the wrong places. They were not expecting Falcons to go this aggressively that quickly.
Oh boy, this is looking really dire already for Onyx because you've had 2 rounds where Falcons just get into ideal positions, and it almost feels like Onyx are just not ready to fight into Falcons at all. Keep in mind though, it's just 2 games. We might see a turnaround, but I do hope this turnaround happens soon because I feel, again, I've said this before, if you give away too many rounds in this format, you basically allowed your opponents to just snowball to the point of no return. And already Adam is on the ground.
An immediate rush forward with the Oscar, breaks everything, and On Fire just rushes and just shoots them in the face. Zyro tries to shoot back here, but Falcons, they have a nice crossfire setup and boxed in the entirety of the members of Onyx. Oh, that's incredible stuff. The positions, the take, the hold, that's gorgeous.
So clean. That was such a clean cut. It was as if they cut into a cake and that knife came out flawless. Falcons fans are going to be feeling really happy with themselves in this matchup because this team is showing up. But on the side of Onyx though, I'm a little bit worried because you might be a little shaken, especially being 3-0'd already in your first 3 games in Clash Squad. But Onyx, they still can turn this around, but they've got to find their footing. They've got to get that first pick. They have to find out a way to surprise Falcons. But every single time, it's Pina scouting things out for the team on that Tatsuya, just doing his job.
I'm a fan of these layers coming in from Falcons here.
Oh, look at Limit.
Yeah, Limit's already so far forward. If say Onyx gets shepherded back, Limit can just clean up house or just potentially can go for an isolated fight with Crime all the way in the backside here. Onyx out in the open there, hasn't been spotted quite yet. A bit of chip damage rush forward here, and I think Falcon suspects it. Definitely, not too sure, but I think On Fire knows. Limit drops down, definitely saw the edge of that time turner, and they fall. With Putra opening onto Pina. On Fire trades very, very quickly, and the same can be said about Crime MPS as well. Crime MPS knocks his first player out as well, the same way of gets On Fire as well. As they go for a reheal, brings themselves back into the game. Pina, his teammate, very much online again. As On Fire cleans up house, MKS here alone. It was a great start for Onyx. It was aggressive, it was fast. They took that fight in stride. But Falcons just have better recovery here. And you're talking to a team that had a Dimitri, who is very much online to keep the team alive.
Yeah, well, when you don't have that Dimitri around, then things get really tough. But already, Crime coming out with the ability of the firewall.
Crossfire is good. And they just trade off. On Fire alone. Crime gets low. And On Fire finds a crucial shot upwards. It was so scrappy in the beginning because of the space taking, because of the movement as well. Both teams were just trading up left, right, and center. But that one moment of dead silence where you have Falcons being able to reset, just change the entire trajectory. And I like that Falcons are able to just really take a deep breath and stop for a bit before, you know, re-engaging again.
I also want to point out the positioning for Crime, I think, is going to determine whether these games end up being wins or losses for Falcons. Because in that last round, it could have been a clean round if it wasn't for Crime basically stopping Limit from going for a potential backstab. So if Crime can position very well with his flame wall, then I think
nice
things
nade.
can absolutely turn around.
Oh my
But
god,
the
that
nades!
nade! Keroro, call him Kobe. On Fire rushes. As soon as one knock happens, he just rallies forward and decides to go super aggressive. At the very least, Zyro can trade. On Fire knocked down, but the rest of Falcons, they are so quick to collapse. Fighting off the members, Crime MKS once again the last man standing here. Kiroro has so much space to bring his teammate back online and is On Fire. One of the biggest impact makers for the team. And I feel like Falcons had so many chances where they're able to just tag team off each other, bring a teammate back in the game while the other keeps the members of Onyx busy.
Man, Falcons are just on display. They are showing us how to play this game mode. It's not just a case of you run at people, you shoot at people, and you're going to get eliminations. Lots of intentional plays are being made by Falcons, and that's the reason why they have a clean round so far. Yes, okay, they gave away a couple eliminations to Onyx, but who cares? They're 5-0. Just one more win here for Falcons, and they've taken the entire round, and On Fire's already gone!
That's good. It's massive. One of the impact makers out of the game means that Onyx can slow this down a bit and dictate how exactly they want to start this round. But Falcons, their positioning is just so interesting. You have two members playing together and one on that flank. Adam alone jumps away, but you can see how they just shepherded him straight into Limit as well. You're not sure where to look here because so many angles are being covered. The crossfires are so good. That wall only gives them a bit of space to rotate a while longer. Pina's positioning and movement is disgusting. Able to weave left, right, and center. Gives a lot of time for Keroro to run forward here. Crime MKS, he's been spotted out. Puts a lot of damage onto a Crime, and he falls. Zyro as well. And now he trades out positions. The Santiano gives a lot of space to work with. And it's a game of smoke and mirrors, and Falcons abuses it uncontested.
Falcons looked disgusting. That was such a dirty round. Masterclass of how to play the format. And they gave Onyx almost no opportunities to have any comeback potential. There was one round where things looked a little bit shaky, but aside from that, like their entry in these fights are perfect. I also think they run the perfect composition. You can really see Onyx are just struggling to deal with what Falcons have. I kind of want to point out here, Limit. Limit did such a great job just playing assassin for the team, essentially going for the wraparounds, trying to find the elimination, using the mannequin to come back and fight with his team if things start to get a little bit hairy back there. Just beautiful. Beautiful stuff from the Santino pick. I kind of wonder if we might even see a Santino ban at some point, because I do feel like this Survivor, his ability to basically go for a lot of clean backstabs. It makes it very, very difficult to play a lot of backliners, right? A lot of survivors that require a lot of protection, a lot of support, because if you allocate an extra pair of eyes to your backline, that means you're fighting 2 up front, 2 at the back. And ideally, you want to have all your attention in one direction, because the moment you stop paying attention to what's happening in front of you, you're going to be at a disadvantage already in those fights. So
Yeah.
I worry for Onyx, because it's like, I want to ban this, and this, but we got one ban. So
I mean, at the same time, it just doesn't feel like they were able to just really do and execute that they wanted to here. It's Keroro to be, you know, the one taking this MVP, and honestly, I'm not surprised. He has a lot of openings just now, just with the grenades. There were so many times he got two big nades onto 2 members of Onyx fairly early. He's so great at identifying situations as well. And I think that, you know, when you look at the rest of Falcons here, I think their ability usage and rotations, they're cycling through their abilities, which is really good. You don't see initial abilities used fairly early as well. A lot of them were just more to that positioning, more to that first pick coming in either from the nades or these long range crossfires that have really set them up. Yeah, we see the Ignis really allow Onyx to kind of really rally around, move around the area, but I feel like for Falcons, seeing that flame wall move forward is a huge indicator of where the rotations were going to happen, and Falcons were very much ready for it as well. Looking at the stats right now, you can see a lot of, I would say, more similar pickoffs across the board between Pina, On Fire, and Keroro. Limit, all he had to do was become that backliner, clean up house, provide a little bit of intel on where exactly the backlines are, and he's done his job.
yeah, so moving forward, contingency plan. We gotta get a plan B here for Onyx, because they've only got one more chance. If they lose this round, they're going to be 2-0'd. We are going for a bit of a swap now, so we are going to be jumping into Kalahari, and Onyx will have access to the first ban in this matchup. Now, I did check as well, we are having no substitutions, so both teams are going to run the exact same lineup of players as well. So I do suspect there to be a change of draft. But the issue I'm currently seeing here for Onyx, right, is there a one be-all end-all ban that fixes your issue? Because I kind of feel like there were too many problems in that previous game where banning won't solve it. Gameplay might, but I don't know if they can execute it against Falcons, because realistically, Falcons is it's very, very mechanically gifted team. It's really difficult to say that we're going to pick these characters and we're just going to beat them. It's Falcons.
I completely agree with you. In that game, it didn't feel like it was a comp problem. It really felt like it didn't really feel like an execute problem as well. It's just that Falcons knew what they want. They were very decisive from the beginning of the game. As soon as the barrier went down, they already knew where to go, how to execute, how to move around the map as well. Now we're going to map 2, and immediately Onyx is going to ban that Oscar. And I think it's a good call, because Oscar was giving them so much problems earlier. We didn't really see the dash up to the mid-round situation where they've already set up the glue walls. And I think Onyx wanted to play around those glue walls. And Oscar had so much freedom to break those glue walls and collapse with the rest of Falcons.
Yeah,
see again.
so
Same ban.
Look, I think, are they just gonna run it again? I kind of feel like you just run it again if you're Falcons. Just do the same thing, right?
I mean, when you're against an A124, I don't think they're gonna be able to do the same though.
I don't think A124 solves the issue though, because for Falcons, like, okay, the A124 might be able to hit 3 of their 4 survivors. Santino, assuming Santino is going to be another pick here for Falcons, Santino won't be in sight. Santino is going to be quite far away from the team, and probably very far away from the A124. So A124 doesn't solve the issue here, unless Falcons go for... what would they pick here, actually? I mean, I'd probably pick the Santino here, to be honest, with the Coda. Are they really thinking, though? Are they changing things up?
I think they have to. I really like... Okay, here we go, Santino.
Nah.
I think Falcons keeping that Santino is huge, if you ask me. That Santino did a lot of impact and value. It allowed for a lot of repositions as well for Falcons. Whether it's going to be a game of smoke and mirrors, it's going to be hard. Either you find the mannequin or you find the right Santino, and he was slippery to deal with.
Yeah, I think this is just too important of a pick because if you don't pick the Santino here, I think Onyx would go for a Santino in the next 2 picks. So Onyx, a different trajectory. They're hovering over the Steffi.
Elise? Interesting. It's been a while
Are they
since
really
we
locking this in?
I mean, if you look at Steffi, that would be quite interesting. I mean, again, it's very different, right? When you look at this, I think that keeping that Ignis, personally for me, I feel like Ignis is a dead giveaway about their positioning earlier. That's what really allowed Falcons to really abuse it. But let's see if they decide to use Ignis in a more, I would say, aggressive manner rather than an execution or like a beginning game manner to rotate into the area. Because if you look at Steffi's right now, I mean, it reduces bullet damage. I think they're hoping to just survive a bit more from the initial, initial hit with Steffi's ability rather than to use her. I think it's a more defensive thing than anything.
Yeah, maybe they're also just worried about any projectiles. Like, if you can block those grenades, those would be great too. And hello? Hello, Clue?
Blue?
Hi, welcome.
That's
okay,
interesting.
Falcons. Yeah, okay, so they did go back and pick up the Chrono, which is fine. I think they do need some kind of like defensive character in their lineup, but the Clue. Okay, what are they trying to solve with the Clue here? I mean, it's just Vision. They've got 2 characters of Vision. They've got Coda and they have Clue too. Are they just gonna beat Onyx and be like, hey, you guys can't hide?
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally what I'm getting right now. It's
They're just gonna
you
tag
cannot
team
hide.
in terms of, you know, in teams of Vision, right? You tag team with the Coda as well as Clue. Once the Coda, you know, Vision is done, and after that you have another one for later, maybe. You know, just to really play off one another. That means there's so much. Yeah, right?
Okay.
Oh, this is just a
Okay.
Vision game now. Okay.
It really just feels like it's a Vision game.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, why hide, right? Just go out in the open and fight because everyone's positioning is gonna be noted here.
Okay, but the difference though is like there are different levels of vision kind of happening, right?
Right.
So you've got Clue, where if you're not squatting or prone, they're gonna see you. Falcons will see you. So that's gonna be an issue for Onyx because they can't easily move around. You've also got the Coda, who's also going to spot you out, which is like, maybe we don't even bother. So it makes sense to also play with vision yourself because it's like if they can see us, we kind of want to see them so we can react accordingly. But then this A124 pick, I kind of feel like it potentially could turn into a bit of a dud pick, right? Because like A124 thrives in games where you have actives that you want to use in games like testing your dashes. Obviously Chrono is still going to be impacted by the Santino as well, but Clue and Coda kind of don't care about this, right? Like once they've used their vision abilities, they're like, all right guys, we're done. Oh my gosh, okay. I mean, maybe this is Falcon's solution to the A124. Okay, we're just gonna beat you with skill. We'll just beat you with our guns. Wow, okay. Very interesting thought process. I mean, I kind of like it. I love the variety of survivors we've been seeing today already, Tash, and it's just 2 series.
This is a very interesting comp. It's very intricate. I wouldn't say it's execution heavy. If anything, I think Falcon's comp is very straight to the point. We have someone who's more on the defensive side versus someone who is, you know, who is just moving around the area, easy to reposition, go for a flank if you want to, can go back to safety if they want to, if the mannequin is a little bit more far back. Then you have Clue and Coda just taking turns giving vision. The same thing could be said about Onyx, but Onyx, the A124 is a little bit more oppressive for a reason. But that Steffi for me is kind of like a 50-50 at the same while it was kind of like a cool, you know, we stop the initial hits with the nades, we don't get damaged as earlier. I think that Falcons understands this as well. They might find a different way to crossfire and just go for initial hit. Perhaps they can bait out the Steffi utility fast and then use the grenades later.
Maybe. I don't know though, just with how this game is kind of devolved based on the drafts, it just feels like it's gonna come down to skill. Not skill in like the characters that you're using, but just literal CQC, who aims better kind of gunfight. Like that's really what I'm feeling for, just because of how the drafts have sort of devolved, and Falcons have gone for a lineup that is not so active ability intensive. It's really just to help them get those eliminations. Whereas like on Onyx, you can tell they're trying to brick wall a team that has a lot of actives. So
Okay.
like this is why the drafts are so cool, because
Yeah.
you see like how the two teams kind of think.
We're
when
just
they're
just
drafting their
theory
characters.
casting here, Danny.
Yeah, I wish my Bible was bigger than this, but apparently there's just not enough pages. So
You know what's
I'm
really
learning today.
interesting? I was gonna say that, you know, just now the biggest problem Onyx had was they couldn't shoot. Their answer is to find a homer that can reduce enemy movement and speed as well, which means that repositions are gonna be harder. Which means that, you know, initial hits coming in, the initial shots coming in from, you know, from Falcons is gonna be a problem as well. But at the same time, when you're not able to pinpoint where Falcons are in terms of positioning, Falcons like to play a 2-1-1 formation, a 1-1-1 formation. They have so much, what's the word, trust and belief. They believe in themselves a lot. They have a lot of confidence, that'll be the better word here, in their skills, that they're allowed to play as, you know, as aggressively and individualistically as they want. Oh my god, I cannot English today. Now, so I felt like, okay, I mean, a homer is great. You have the senseless shockwave come out. It reduces, you know, the firing speed and movement. But then, at the same time, you have a Chrono on the other end who can just slow it down, play a bit more safe. And this time around here, On Fire already moving forward in the open. He's not as shy at all to show his position, as Limit will be playing that second fiddle in terms of positioning. You can immediately see the firewall goes up and On Fire repositions. A lot of chip damage coming up here. Crime MKS taking a lot of damage because Pina has managed to just flank them from behind, rushing forward. Crime MKS and Zyro completely sandwiched. And the other members of Falcon also, at the very least, will be traded out here. Now it's just a skill matchup here in the end. Pina rushes out. A nice jump shot to the face. He's tracking just better. Putra cannot fight back. And now it's down to Adam. Adam wasn't able to shoot at all in the last map. We're waiting to see whether or not he can change this trajectory around. He has no clue where Pina is. No clue where exactly this crossfire is going to be happening. And he's getting a bit more, I would say, hesitant to show his hand. Jump shots around here and Falcons just come forward from two different angles. All alone, he can only jump away and he cannot seem to find an angle to bring these isolated games back into the game.
yeah, he really needed to grab that elim before Pina came in, but it's too far, it's too soon, and this is just the first round as well, so we don't really have access to quality guns as of yet. So poor Adam did the best that he could, but already a great start here for Falcons. They will be in the lead with our first win here. As for Onyx though, okay, now weapons are going to start to kick in. I'm keen to see if this lineup of theirs is going to pay off, because that's my concern coming into this matchup. Like, we can see what they want to do with their lineup. It's just, can they execute it properly up against what Falcons have? Now, I don't know if I'm a big fan of this, having Adam so far forward from the team and basically getting eliminated for free.
First blood.
Yeah.
That's your homer gone.
I'm not too sure what the call was. I'm not sure if he was trying to go for this flank either, but without the information means it's gonna be bad! Long range pickoff by Keroro, managing to find Putra, and Crime MKS also falls. Onyx still hasn't been able to solve their problems whatsoever. Having Adam in the flank was not the answer, you know, compared to Falcons. Again, that decisiveness in terms of positioning and gameplay, there are just so many holes that Falcons were able to abuse in terms of positions, because Onyx was just moving together as a squad without having an idea where to mark.
You know, I really think this Clue and Coda are coming back to bite Onyx in the backside, because they, what can you do against a team that practically can see you regardless of where you're hiding, if you're not prone, it's just, you can't hide anywhere. So how do you beat vision? You kind of have to get rid of the other team before they can shoot back at you first, which is tough when you don't have vision yourself, because if you lose, and again, Adam is gone. That's the homer gone.
Yeah, Adam hasn't found any value at all. At the very least, here we have Zyro trading onto On Fire, and Onyx, this high ground hold has given him a little bit more value. But at the same time, Falcons as well, playing on the other corners of the map. They spot one, they can crossfire off each other. That flame wall gives a bit more space. Keroro still holding down the line, and then Crime MPS sends 2. This high ground is huge. Could have been massive if he's able to land that crucial headshot. Keroro trades out Crime MPS as On Fire gets downed again. And Keroro once again doing what he does best, being the eliminator of the game. Limit also gonna meet up with his teammates on the high ground here, and they have so much control of the zone and the area. Putra alone, Zyro not in a position to play off each other at all, and they're slowly chipping away at this glue wall. Putra trying his best to get away from here. He has to drop down or at least find a nice little off angle to be able to take advantage and play with the element of surprise. Might not be able to now, but he does somehow still find Keroro, and he's bleeding to death, keeping his head down. Limit will be the second layer to deal with at all, and he goes up and swings. Zyro does his job. Pina falls. Falcons look like they're a bit shaky right now, having only one man alive, but he's trying to change this trajectory. Brings back his teammate online. A shot to the face is enough for Putra to get down. And Zyro, what are you gonna do here? The zone shifts, and you're down there alone. And it's just death from above. Sends out the mannequin, quick to reposition as well. And he does just that. A crossfire with his teammate. And Falcons sealed the round.
Falcons are starting to fly away with this game. And poor Onyx, there's only so much your spines are going to be able to do unless you land a fatal blow. I think this game, this whole series is just going to disappear. But their hopes of potentially winning it. But look, we have to give props to where it's like, we have to give props to where it's due. Falcons are playing so well wonderfully, but they are finding the perfect openings. They are utilizing all this vision that they have drafted in their composition, and every single time they are catching Adam without fail. And the moment Onyx lose access to Adam, they are playing blind. They're playing blind into a team that can see everything that you do. So Adam, again, he's away from the team, but we've seen this before. Adam, he might be the first one to go down again.
Quick move at all. Adam,
Oh,
I'm not too sure. He's actually gonna see him. Yeah,
Look at Limit. Limit knows.
As well.
Limit knows.
Limit went in the corners here. A quick TP away, and now Adam tries to move away. Takes a bit of chip damage here as Pina keeping the rest of the team at bay. Now Keroro, great opening onto Adam. He can't be saved. He's too far away from his teammates there. And Pina being very quietly in the corner. If someone crosses, he might fall. There's a nice cross. Look at the positions of all the other members of Falcons here. On Fire wants to be that first person contact, and he does. Not only does he win it, he gets 2. He rushes forward, he eliminates, and Crime MKS again, last man standing.
Kill.
Last man standing, and he will be falling in just a second there, although a bit of a trade with On Fire, but Falcons securing another win in this set. They cannot be stopped. They seem unbeatable, and it almost feels like they might be, Tash, in this matchup. Like, I don't think... Did Onyx win any rounds in their last matchup? I think they got either 1 or 0.
It was a 6-0.
And they have unfortunately been able to get nothing here as well. So, are Falcons really this scary? Like, did they just get completely gapped in this matchup? Because it kind of feels like it.
Yeah. Look at how fast they are this time around. Onyx doing a little bit more quick on the uptake, putting a bit of chip damage as onto Pina. But it doesn't really seem to stop him. He's still rushing forward. He's still chasing. It actually displaces Crime because he has to play a little bit more far back. The damage has been traded between these two players, but in the middle of that map here, Zyro and Prucha taking a lot of damage from the nades as well. Both members so low right now. Onyx hasn't had time to even breathe as the rest of Falcons see that damage as a sign to collapse. Keroro completely obliterates one member, which is Putra, and now is down to the chase once again. Adam limping, and so is Crime. Crime at the very least gets to reset back to full, and now at the very least, Adam still alive, but not for long. Pina deals with him as well. Isolated fight is the name of the game here, and he's able to do so. Traded out so quickly, and Falcons feel like they're just dancing and jumping all around the map.
It just seems like everything Onyx throw at Falcons seems futile. Everything just gets bounced back in their face, and again, props to where it's due. Falcons are playing amazingly, but up to match point as well. So all it takes is one more win for Falcons to essentially take this set and to kick Onyx down into the bottom of the bracket, which nobody wants to go down to, unfortunately. But I mean, for Onyx to win this, they got a reverse sweep. they got to take 6 games from here on out. But can they get that first win? That's the question here.
That is a hell of a long road to climb. But it could be doable here. Peanut take a lot of damage, but I love the fact that for Falcons, putting in damage doesn't mean that you don't actually do anything about it. And Adam finally fights back, rallies, and Kiroro will be the one to fall first instead of the last 5 rounds. And now, suddenly it's changed. Falcons find themselves in the back foot. No! Because Putra found back and Limit rushes forward. Flame wall or not, it doesn't really matter. Limit showing a lot of aggression with the sniper. Rushes through, on fire, follows as well. Zyro, Putra knocks Adam. Rallies, second pickup of the game. But not for long, because the rest of Falcons are ready to just completely collapse. And this is the problem. This mid-range rounds, this mid-round calls, this adaptability, this recovery is just too much. Because Falcons say, one fall, that's fine, we continue on.
Dang, so close. So close, Tash. The fact that they got rid of Kiroro, I thought that was going to be a moment for Onyx to have their return story, because they got rid of the Clue, which was one of the two survivors providing vision for Falcons, and I thought, okay, has this game finally equalized? But no, Coda kicking in when they needed Coda to kick in the most, and also obviously Limit doing his job on that Santino, just getting those necessary snipes. It's just, I think Falcons was just too strong of a team for Onyx to take on this early in the tournament, and unfortunately that these teams don't get to decide who they play against, right? Like the system decides for them, and Onyx, I mean, they took a really tough road, and I think at this point you're kind of praying, can we get a much more reasonable matchup next? Because they've been kicked down to the second stage, but in the lower half of that second stage. And being there, you're at risk of being eliminated from the entire tournament, which we've said this at the beginning of the tournament. You kind of need to grab your wins now. In the first couple days, try to grab your 3 wins and lock in your fates. It's just, in the case of Onyx, they got to work extra hard in these next coming play days.
I think it's really important as well to know that, okay, it is that first game day. I think a lot of teams are definitely going to be meeting with Jitter, and I think that Onyx is, I mean, based on their performance and how their track record previously, right? How they deal with their mental, it takes a while for them to really warm up. At the very least, it is going to be, you know, a Swiss where there is that 0-1 and 1-0 bracket. They still have one more lifeline to stay alive, but they really got to deal with all these issues. At the very least, they've played with one of the best teams, which is Falcons, which means that a lot of holes and gaps for them to broad review is definitely going to be there. Now, Kiroro here with 8 eliminations. I am in awe at how this guy plays. He's always there in a majority of the rounds of this map. He was always there to open things up. Once one player falls, either it's going to be Adam or even Zyro, immediately the collapse happens from Falcons from so many different parts of the map. We thought it's going to be the same kind of crossfires we saw on map 1, but no, it's a lot more intimate for them this time around, playing a lot more close together, and understandably so. They're trying to just really counter the strat or the playbook that's been set up by Onyx.
Yeah, so that's going to conclude our second matchup of the day, folks. So as you can see in the match summary, Falcons securing this series 2-0 up against Onyx, and they'll continue their journey in the upper end of that bracket. I mean, their next matchup I think is going to be even more interesting than this one, but Falcons fans going to be rejoicing in the chat so far because the Falcons, they're starting to fly away with the tournament. Just day one, calm down, come back to earth, take off the wings. We use those a little bit later. But I would like to hear what Falcons have to say after that win, right? Because this early on in the tournament, I do want to know the players' opinions on obviously the matches that they're having now, what they think are going to be key survivors to draft as well, because from the games that we've casted so far, Tash, it doesn't seem we have a locked-in meta yet, right? Like, there are no characters that are appearing. I mean, I think there are. Maybe.
There's a few.
Almost 100%.
Like maybe Tatsuya's or Oscars, but it's more rather the supports that really interest me, if you ask me, because it really changes the round. Like, say how you want to, you know, execute an Ignis, or rather a Coda, you know, compared to a Steffi or a Clue as well. It's interesting. I think you know, there are some situations where Clue, the holes that Clue isn't able to work with, you can work with another one, which is going to be Coda. You know, I feel like Falcons really done their homework in terms of gap gaps, what each survivor brings to the table, and how those gaps can be used as well, and how it can be fixed. You know, having the clue with the coda means that whatever gaps what clue has when when players are not, you know, prone or crouching, you can cover that up with the coda, which is something a little bit more close, which is around like I think 50 meters away or so. So there is at least still gonna be an answer no matter what. And I think most importantly as well, they're understanding that this is a shooting game. After all, you shoot hit, you die. So it goes back to the basics, right? You have all these tools, abilities in hand to be able for you to reach that means to the end, and Falcons have really I think understood that as well. And I'm really curious to see how exactly or what other combinations they have in their playbook. It's an interesting combination. I'm so glad we got to see that today.
Lots of vision. It's not just about aggression. It's not just about running at people. It is not just about the Tatsuyas. I think we're kind of, there's too many Tatsuyas in our matches in free fire. I think we kind of want a little bit of variety. I wouldn't even mind if we got to see some more Cassie. I know we actually see quite a lot of Cassie in regular free fire games, but I kind of like what characters like Cassie kind of bring to the table, because it's like, we're so used to seeing battle royales where people are split, they're trying not to get their teammates killed, but you're also trying to support each other. But then Cassie's like, it promotes that gameplay of having two people kind of not stick, okay, but we're kind of stuck together. We're like tied at the wrist with a piece of rope. But we'll have to see what ends up being the play. But it looks like our interview is ready, so let's see what Falcons have to say after securing their first win of the tournament.
Hello survivors, and I have to admit that the last game that we saw is such a dominate from Team Falcon. And here we are with On Fire and Keroro from Team Falcon. สวัสดีค่ะ On Fire สวัสดี Keroro. Alright, let's go into the first question. How do you feel about the match that you was playing? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาที่เล่นเจอกับออนิกค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าชิลมากเลยนะครับ
ชิลมากเลย
ชิลมาก
So about the match, we so chill. Everything is really fine and great for them. Alright, let's go to the second question. So about the last match, I have to say you such a dominance. It's 6-0 both map. How do you feel about it? And it is the thing that you calculated? โอเคก็ในแมปที่แล้วเนี่ย6-0 คลีนเลย2แมปเป็นสิ่งที่คาดเอาไว้อยู่แล้วไหมคะแล้วรู้สึกยังไง
ก็ผมยังไม่รู้ว่าแข่งแล้วเนี่ยผมคิดว่าซ้อมมันอยู่
Alright. Wow, such a confidence from On Fire. So I just think that this is just a warm up. I didn't think this is a real match for this tournament to against with Onyx Olympus. So last question for Keroro. Do you have anything to say to Onyx Olympus? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีม Onyx ไหมคะ
ก็นิ่มไปหน่อยนะครับก็ไปฝึกเยอะๆหน่อยอาจจะขยับจาก0เป็น1ก็ได้ครับ
Wow, I have to say that both of them is so confident. So this is a message for the Onyx. So I think today is too easy for us. So hope you guys practice more and maybe your score from 6-0 is gonna be 6-1. Alright, thank you for watching our interview section and just have a little break before I go back to the tournament with the Buriram United Esport and Team Heavy. See you!
Triple kill.
My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
I think we've been served some of the best of both worlds today. A very competitive third series and a very one-sided second series. Let's see what Series 3 will have in store today. Anyways, welcome back. This is the Free Fire World Series 2020, Southeast Asia 25 Fall Clash Squad with me, Tashbani, as well as Natalie as your casters. Now, this one is going to be very, very fun. Buriram United up against...
Heavy. So, we say fun. This could go either way. There are two ways you can go about this. It could be fun, but maybe very one-sided, because I think a lot of people are expecting Buriram to take this series. The other kind of fun is Heavy somehow takes this series off of Buriram, which is a Goliath of a task already, because let's be real, it's Buriram. It's a little bit hard to expect a lot of teams within the world to be able to take them down in a 4 versus 4 situation because of how well coordinated they are as a team naturally. So
we're gonna get what, a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby type moment?
I didn't say that, but sure.
I mean, you just worded nicer. Goliath
David versus Goliath, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
The PR-friendly version.
The
yes, I
PR-friendly
guess.
version, yeah. I'm just bringing the meme version here. We talked about this, right? The memes all come from my end. Now, of course, thanks so much to Red Bull for sponsoring this event. Do check them out yourselves. They are really good and they are phenomenal at keeping you super awake and also very, very focused in the game. Now, going into this map, we talked a little bit about the two teams already. For you guys who just tuned in, don't forget that the teams today will be playing for a slot in the next Swiss stage, either going 0-1 or the 1-0 bracket. So if you guys are going 0-1 right now, that will be the second lifeline you have before you get knocked out. But as we go into this game, Daniel, you had a lot to say about these teams. Can you give me a little bit of a rundown about what we can expect from Heavy? I mean, we know a lot about Buriram United. Everyone talks about Buriram United, but what about Heavy?
Okay, so before we jump into Heavy, actually, I want to quickly run through the format for this particular matchup. So, according to the tournament admins, we are going to be going into Kalahari for our first matchup, and Buriram will be getting the first ban for Kalahari. Game number 2 will be Bermuda, and Heavy will be getting the first ban on Bermuda. And then if we somehow get to a game number 3, we're going to wrap things up on Nexterra, and the first ban will be random. So, just a quick heads up, we are playing 3 rounds. No game 4s, no game 5s, just 3. So first team to 2 wins will win the round altogether. Okay, now back to Heavy. So everyone knows Buriram already. This is a team that is known globally and is considered one of the best teams in the entire world. Now, are they as strong as they used to be back in the day? There's been questions circulating that maybe this team is starting to either fall off or the rest of the world is catching up to Buriram. Now, in the case of Heavy, so within the Vietnamese team, Heavy is considered obviously one of the top teams. We have 3 Vietnamese teams competing within the tournament. We've actually got another Vietnamese matchup after this, but Heavy is not considered the best of the region. They are, I would probably say, second best at this point of time, but can they compete with the best of the best in Vietnam, which is WAG? And personally, I think WAG is the better team, but WAG also really struggles up against Buriram. So with that in mind, Heavy is not going to have a good time. Now, this is a different format as well, Tash, so because of that, there is a lot of room for surprises because it's not the normal battle royale. We have the draft, character abilities come into play, and obviously it's not battle royale, this is Clash Team. So with that in mind, I feel like there is room for Heavy to surprise, but they will need to be very intentional with their draft and also be very intentional with how they play up against Buriram. Okay, now, picks and bans. I can jump into this now because my lecture is now officially over. Agree with the Zane ban. 100% agree with the Santino ban. I feel like this Survivor has to be like a top tier ban quality now. We've seen too many Santinos today just dominate the matches.
Yeah, the repositions are just too much. It's so slippery to deal with as well. You know, you can't really catch him. And you don't even sure if the mannequin is him or not. In a lot of situations, a lot of teams just use Santino for either a later flank to just move away to safety or just even go for a more aggressive reposition. Now, I'm loving this Cassie situation coming in from Heavy here, which means that we are going to be seeing them play a 2-1-1 or a 2-2 formation. That Cassie is really going to reinforce whichever rusher that she walks in with as well. Oscar Tatsuya, this is a very aggressive comp, which is a double rush forward. So much space can be taken. The collapse capability coming from these two is gonna be super gross.
Super gross, and you top that with the Coda pick as well to provide the vision for Oscar and Tatsuya to pull off their rush in the front lines. Like, this is already a really great setup coming in from Buriram. Heavy's choices so far, I think Chrono's really good against those rushing lineups because you can utilize Chrono's shield. Cassie might struggle. I kind of feel like Cassie sometimes in these CQCs can do well, but the issue is that if you have 2 rushes running at your Cassie, sometimes Cassie can be a bit of a liability because they target the Cassie, they ignore the front line, and then they just sort of take it away from there. But Heavy, next 2 picks here, A-Lock, really, really surprising. We have not seen A-Lock in a very long time, but Heavy will be picking this up along with the Iris. Love the Iris pick. We did see this a couple times in our previous matches, and I do feel like Iris here is going to play a really important role in sniping Oscar and Tatsuya before they can pop off in those CQCs.
Okay, so you have A-Lock to give a bit more space to work with, but for me, for Heavy, this doesn't look like a very aggressive comp at all. This feels very
reactive.
Reactive,
Very
yeah,
reactive.
very reactive. You don't have that space taking capability. Yeah, A-Lock does have drop the beat that allows movement speed, and also some healing as well, right? And you also plus that with Cassie. It's a very I would say sustainable heavy team as well, defensive alongside the Chrono. But in situations where you're getting rushed and swarmed, I think it's not gonna be easy at all to deal with. It's gonna be annoying, at least for the first context play for Buriram United. But if say Heavy can survive long enough to allow Iris the openings for these crucial headshots for those knocks, it could be huge. But again, I'm not a big fan of this win con type of teams. You rely so much on the Iris. Buriram United get a whiff of this, and then suddenly your backline, it might just be compromised here. Especially when you have Clue as well and Coda in the mix.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Heavy's lineup. This is not also because I favor Buriram, because it's Buriram. Just if we deleted the names for these two teams,
I mean, it's just
I'm going for Buriram's
gap,
lineup.
right? Yeah, it's just a comp gap. It's just more of like, I mean, the thing is, I'm sure that every team has an idea of what they want to play, what they want to do. I don't want to discredit them just in the Survivor select screen, the Survivor pick and ban. But it's just I think in terms, I think that I need to see, again, it's very win condition heavy, right? So I mean, they're smiling, they're in good spirits. So I'm guessing they do have an execution in mind here. But again, it's very WinCon heavy. If they're able to knock down maybe a Oscar or Tatsuya a bit more early, I think it would kind of really lower down the firepower that Buriram United has. So there's that as well.
Yeah, I just look at this and I think there's too many cogs in the wheel to be a reliable lineup. Like, okay, what's the analogy I'm looking for? I guess like the best way to put this is like, when you have too many hands in the cookie jar and you need all those hands to do the right thing in the cookie jar to grab that one cookie, somebody's gonna drop the dang cookie. So
that's true.
I think so just the issue I'm seeing with Heavy is like, okay, this lineup can absolutely work if everything goes according to plan. It's just, I think there's just too many variables that means something is going to go wrong, and it's going to allow something on the side of Buriram to slip through. You also have to remember the players that they're going up against as well, right? Like Moshi on Clue is disgusting. This man does not need vision. He does not need vision. This is the last thing Moshi needs. So for him to be able to provide a vision is already gross. Then you have Wasana on Tatsuya, which I sometimes feel like Wasana, he is Tatsuya. So that kind of makes it an even worse situation here for Heavy, because he really is such a masterful player when he's there to create openings for the rest of the team. So just, again, so many things have to go right for Heavy. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the odds of all of these things working out in the favor of Heavy, it's
a lot.
It is concerning. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, if I was their coach, I'd be giving them the pep talk of their entire life.
Personally, for me, I think just playing in Southeast Asia, I think we're known as one of the most aggressive regions, right? And you want to play off speed, you want to play off repositions, and just you just, I don't know, I feel like for me not having that value in terms of reposition and speed kind of just really clips your wings. But that's just me though. I'm just curious to see how, I don't want to just knock, I just don't want to knock it till I've tried it. Maybe I'll see a different I would say I'll have a different idea in terms of the executions. But right now, just from the comps, it has to be Buriram United. But coming into the mix here, with A-Lock, with the drop the beat, you have the movement speed and HP heals as well. Again, very sustainable Heavy. The only thing I can think of right now is seeing the Iris come online in the back line. But you have to really be able to hide your position and get that crucial knock early into one of the players of, say, Buriram United. You knock down either. I think the Oscar will be a huge knock. You can really just, capitalize off the situation that Oscar cannot break those blue walls later. Allow you to really turtle shell and play off each other. Could be huge. You have the Cassie. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cassie and A-Lock will be walking off each other, just healing each other. So it's gonna be very, very fun to see how exactly this goes and how much power or burst power does the Buram United need to be able to take this down? You know, if you think about it, it's kind of like a turtle up against a tiger type moment. It feels like it.
Turtles have a pretty good. Actually, no, I don't think turtles.
Have you
a
never
very
seen
good
a
chance
turtle
against
getting
tigers.
bitten by a crocodile before?
I don't want to think about it for now because I like turtles. But we're gonna jump into the game. We're actually at the ruins here. Get high. Already running into heavy though, taking some pretty big heavy fire. But unfortunately, the leash came too late. But we have a one already. Jonah though hitting the ground as well. Tash. Both teams down to 2 players.
I love this. I feel like we had really knocked down heavies. Was it comp earlier?
Don't cry.
As Wasana gets a nice knock onto a player, knocked down already. Wasana here going huge with the 3, and now it's Alan against a 2. A great opening there by Heavy. They did everything right, get high fairly early. Jonah as well in that first wave of, I would say, aggression. But then Buram United, their layers when it comes to these fights are there to quickly trade up. Boy, Don't Cry and Mufasa as well. And now the zone's shifting. And who's inside of the zone in control of 2 different angles is Buram United. They have crossfire set up. If Alan crosses, he's basically dead. They have elevated positions. Alan crosses and he rushes through, takes a lot of damage forward. Wasana and him are just going to be moving around each other. But Wasana's movement with that Tatsuya was just a bit much to deal with. They had a 360 shot to the face. Disgusting stuff.
Man, Wasana is popping off in game number 1. Yeah, I knew giving Tatsuya away to Buram was already a pretty big mistake, especially with the fact that Wasana starts the match with 4 eliminations to his own name. Like, this is how much this man can make Tatsuya work. Like, there are a few players in the world of Free Fire that can really utilize Tatsuya, and I think Wasana in particular, he is probably, in my opinion, the best Tatsuya in the entire game, especially when Tatsuya was actually very meta for such a long time. Like, he's mastered the use of this character. So even though we had these nerfs, a few nerfs actually hit the character, it has not impacted Wasana at all. And look at him, setting up for the team already with the blue rule, running forward. It's Don't Cry Mufasa on the side of Heavy, trying to start things off, but you're going up against 3. And look at Mufasa, he got clipped.
Yeah, a lot of damage here forward. Don't Cry here out there in the open. Will be punished. Both players knocked down. At the very least, they got 1 to their name, but it is not enough. Now on the back end here, Heavy taking heavy losses right now as Wasana is going to bring back his teammate into the game. All alone, stuck in a corner here. Boy, what are you going to do? Just gonna wait.
It's
throws
the
out
Iris.
some damage. Yeah, you
There's
want
a
to
chance.
expect the Iris to do something, but you can't.
I mean, alone, there's really not much Iris can really do. They're just gonna wait for Bui to have to leave his compound. I mean, Moshi did get clipped. He's slowly bleeding out. They're just gonna leave him. All right, I guess they don't need Moshi. But yeah, Bui 3 versus 1. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Man, I just
honestly
wish I could break that game down, but I just can't.
I feel like just now Heavy just got a bit too greedy there. They rushed forward. They wanted to get the airdrop. Fine. That was good plays all around. You had the Cassie close by as well to give some help. But the double swing out here to just really corner them, isolate them from each other is even worse as well. And then suddenly everything went wrong. You are relying so much on your Iris to be able to hit that backline, and it's just not working out.
You're also relying on your front line as well. Like, there's a lot of pressure for Cassie to perform, and whether they decide to go forward with Don't Cry or Alan, it's sort of up to the team. It was Don't Cry and Mufasa moving together in that first matchup. They're actually I feel like they're too reliant on having Chrono and Cassie to set things up for the team. So again, we've got Don't Cry Mufasa in the front line, but Alan is here to provide support. So maybe this is the time for them to come back.
Oh, this is so interesting right now as Alan falls. Wasana rushes forward. Perfectly played. Put a lot of damage to the Hey Don't Cry as well. And Mufasa now on the back foot falls. And Don't Cry as well. Wasana traded out here. And everyone falling like flies. Bui barely alive. And now we're going hunting, ladies and gentlemen. Jonah definitely heard the footsteps there. Saw the glue wall. Has a slight idea where the last player might be. Waits in the wings. And a jump shot to the face is enough to give Buram United another round to their name.
Just looking at how Heavy is trying to make this lineup of theirs work. Having just Cassie and Chrono up front, I mean, there are going to be situations where this combination can work, but the problem here is Buriram, their lineup perfectly functions with 3 up front. Oscar, Tetsuya, Koda. They don't need Moshi there because the whole point of Moshi, right, is he's the sniper. He's the one to do the backline damage. So for Heavy, I think they can't really just have Cassie and Chrono.
Buriram United here just pressing the W key forward super aggressively. Have Wasana and Get High both taking their own fights forward, isolated through the middle, cut through the map as Moshi, great opening onto Bui, and that is their Iris down. Rushes through here. Get High has an idea that there's someone playing near the containers, but decides to move back. First blood taken already as Get High breaks the utility, and in the back line here you have Jonah and Wasana making a meat grinder, and immediately the executes happen. Rushing through, getting those lives, it's done, and Alan here all alone on an island. No hope, no space, an elevated space to work with as well against a 4, and they're not gonna give him grace for an isolated 1v1. Gets him in the end. Nice shot to the face to Wasana. But Moshi there to clean up. And there we go. 3 in a row already for Buriram United.
3 in a row. Flawless matches. Just very, very few mistakes. I'm not going to say no because I think there have been a couple of maybe missteps in Buriram. But Heavy, they're just not able to capitalize on any of these mistakes that Buriram are making. And I think, again, it just goes back to this lineup they picked. Like, yes, it's a great lineup if you can perfectly execute it. It's just, you're up against a team that is basically pulling off their lineup better than you are. Even though you've tried to go for a lineup that somewhat counters them, right? Like, if someone rushes you, what's the first thing you think of? Range. You would think a sniper. You'd think Iris. But in this game, like, I just feel like for Boy, right? He is still struggling, even though he has access to Iris and her ability. It's just such a tough game. Unless you get that immediate headshot that gets the immediate knockdown for your team, you're not going to stop this Buriram train.
Definitely slow down quite a little bit here. Slowly taking up space. Buriram United. Nice nade! Straight to Hayden Cry's face. Forced to go for the revive. As Jonah and Wasana doubles down. Another nade to the face and Hayden Cry gets blown to smithereens alongside her teammate there. Cannot hold on. But a nice shot by Alan onto Wasana. That's the opening that he wanted. Get High away, very, very aware of this as well. Hiding in the wings. Making sure that he's not going to be able to be found at all. Isolated fights done. His teammates rallying forward to find a nice angle to work with. Immediately Jonah finds Bui out of the picture. Alan in a 1v1. Get High barely alive. But he's just wasting time. Waiting for his teammates to collapse over. The blue zone should be able to steal him away. And that's it. That's the round. Moshi just so quick to clear it out.
That was such a smart play from Get High. He knew that if he just kept them busy, that the rest of his team would come in and just basically clean up for them. And just, I mean, this is the experience coming through for Buriram. Like, them realizing, okay, Get High doesn't need to get the elimination himself. If you waste time, if you keep Alan busy, someone's going to come in and help you. And that's when Moshi comes in, we see there. Right there, that final elimination. So Buriram up to match point for game number 1. So if Heavy wants to stay in this, they have to win the next 6 games in a row. But can they pull that off? And so far, things are not looking too great, but there's always, always, always a chance for things to turn around. And so far, look at Get High, though, being swarmed by 3 and being chased down. But in the backlines, Wasana trying to go for a chase himself. Get High, get sniped on the side of Buriram. And maybe this is where things turn around, but Boy's on the ground.
Oh no, you thought that it's gonna be really bad when Get High falls, but there's always a trade happening on the background as well. The layers of their aggression and attacks is just so much to deal with. Alan's definitely spotted out one member, but it doesn't mean he's not being tailed at all. Wasana is always going to be somewhere close. Moves away here, makes sure not to get isolated in these positions. And he understands there's a few more people around him as well. A 3v3, excuse me. Still work to be done. Oh, Moshi looks to equalize. Finds Bui as well. Jonah, great work on that. As the rest of Buriram United, all they have to do is just collapse and just clean up house. This is a clean 6-0 coming out from Buriram United there. And I am sorry to say, it already ended from the pick and bans.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's where things really went downhill for Heavy. Like the drafting order, it wasn't so bad, but it was just those last couple picks on the side of Buram where I think Heavy just sort of realized like, oh, wait a minute. This is what we're dealing with, and we don't have a lot of room to pivot our choice of survivors. So, I mean, they tried to work with whatever they could. Personally, I was not a fan of the A-Lock pick, right? Like, you've already got the Chrono, you've already got the Cassie, and you want to pick up A-Lock as well. I really felt like they needed something else to work alongside Iris. Yeah, they needed another damage dealer.
They needed something to rush. They needed a lot of space takers as well. In a lot of situations where you're playing Ring Around the Rosie, when you're looking to reposition, your front lines don't have a lot to work with in terms of, doesn't have a, what's the word? Get out of jail free card will be the right one.
Yeah.
Something for you to move out the way, for you to dash away as well. When you have an Oscar Tatsuya, there are so many situations where Oscar was just able to rush forward, break those glue walls, and then after that, on top of that, you couple that with the what's it, the knockback that comes through with his ability as well, and Tatsuya rushes forward, shoots you in the face. What are you gonna do? You cannot react to that, because a lot of the times these fights happen in the blink of an eye. The slower rounds, the slower situations happened maybe because your Chrono was still alive, maybe because, you know, Iris was all the way in the back lines, and, you know, Buram United have to find a way to just really chase, but they haven't really been put in a position to chase at all. It's just about just cleaning up the house and making sure the round ends at that situation. There's always going to be 3 alive on Buram United side. There was a situation where it was a 2-man alive situation. Then when you think they had the upper hand advantage, Buram United has so much space to reset, to bring their teammates back into the game, and that doesn't help either.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the original lineup, the pick drafts, so the pick bans for both teams. I'm looking at Heavy, and it's tough because you can only ban one character. And if I was Heavy, right, it's like, okay, what's more important to ban here? Do we continue to ban Santino because that was their ban for the last round? Or do we maybe even need to consider banning Tatsuya? Like, remove that element from Wasana, because the issue I see is that Wasana can play both. If they really wanted to wear around, right? He can play both. So the only way I could see Heavy maybe having a better time is this next round. It might be their solution. They get first pick, they get first dibs, they pick or ban Santino, and they pick or ban Tatsuya. So if they ban Santino, they pick Tatsuya first pick. If they ban Tatsuya, they take Santino first pick. So maybe if that's how Heavy want to play it, but I'm not going to tell a team how to play the game. I'm just trying to think, like, if I was them, what am I thinking about? And I'm exploding.
I think less about the ban. Think less about the ban and more about what you can play. What you are more comfortable with. Instead of thinking, how do I counter-strat a team? Think about, okay, in terms of firepower, what can I play that will give me a bit of an edge and advantage? Again, sometimes it's so simple. You don't have to make it so complicated. In this game, right, 6-0, Get High got 0 elims. Why? Because he's always the first man falling. He's the first man that takes away all of the crosshairs, from his other teammates. As soon as Get High falls, bam! Everyone else just rushes forward, and then suddenly is the end.
Yeah, alright, there's other factors too, but game 1 is over. Game 1 is over. Buram secures that first game. Game 2, I think this is probably the game where if I'm Heavy, I just say, to heck with it, we're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna do something crazy, and we're just gonna see if it works out, because if there's a team to test it against, it's Buram. Hopefully it works out, but I think at the end of the day, they probably realize that, okay, this is already a tough matchup. I think a lot of teams, if you get paired up with Buram in round number 1, you're probably not even thinking about winning, you're just thinking of surviving. So, I mean, look, if Heavy can pull out a miracle, they will earn a lot of adoration by the Free Fire community. They would earn a lot more fans, and WAG may not be called the best team in Vietnam anymore. But to make that prophecy happen, they gotta beat Buram in this game and the next one, because they've got to play 2 more games if they want to be able to turn things around. We are going back to Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen, so beautiful sunny shores of Bermuda, a map that everybody knows how to play. And personal opinion, if everybody knows how to play a map, the stronger team is the better team on that map. and that's Buriram.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, it's a very, I would say, cookie cutter map. Everyone knows the map as well. Lots of nice elevations, but it's nothing too extreme. You have a lot of flexibility to play what you want to play on this. Instead of picking characters that are, I would say something that you have to be, let me just pull up and push up my glasses right now. When you have to have this character from the higher ground elevation crossliner with another character and a frontliner, you don't have to do that. You can play whatever your game wants to just because there's a lot more flexibility on that map itself. Now, for me personally, I am really curious to see what the comps are going to be. I would love for Heavy to just really take a step back and say, let's not overcomplicate our comps. Let's just go with what works. In terms of positioning, what can help me with my positioning? What can help me with my firepower? What can help us sustain a little bit more? Identifying the biggest problem that last game was firepower. How can we remedy that? End of the day, again, it's a simple game. You shoot head, you die. What can aid you to get that objective to shoot head?
Santino.
If it doesn't get banned.
Well, the thing is, like, in the case of in the case of Heavy, if it's banned by Buriram, so just remember, right? So round number 1, Buriram, they banned the Zane, and Zane could be a solution for Heavy as well. So it's a question of like, what does Buriram value for their ban so that Heavy doesn't get first dibs? Do they want to continue with banning the Zane? Or do they ban the Santino if Heavy decides to ban a different survivor instead? Yeah, actually, you know what? I just realized. I'm surprised we did not see a Skylar. I actually think Skylar might be a really great solution for Heavy. We only saw Skylar in our first game of the day.
Yeah.
And Skylar, really great survivor, not just for counter initiations, but also starting the fights because of that Riptide Rhythm.
Yeah,
I mean, like Skylar could be great.
I feel like Skylar is somewhat like what you expect to have from an Oscar, right? While it's not super all in, it's still enough to really start things off, I feel. And I feel like that's also one of the problems. Having Heavy be able to really start off the game quickly, to be able to give them a bit more advantage there, the immediate ban on that Santino, I don't think this is going to change. I really think that Heavy does not want to deal with Santino. The repositions and everything,
they might
fine.
not play it too,
yeah,
to be fair. Yeah.
To be fair, so that's also something really good. If I can't play it, I guess you can't play it as well. But yeah, Skylar will be good. I completely agree with you. Would love to see them do that as well. And this time around, okay, I think Buriram United have a different comp in mind. As I think the Oscar ban is mostly because they're not getting first pick this time around.
Yeah, I think I agree with this ban. I do feel like Oscar is a really, really strong survivor as well to get your hands on. So just getting rid of that from Heavy is great. I love this from Heavy, just to take Masana's Tatsuya away. They're just like, no, you got to play something else, and you don't get to play the Santino. So what is Masana going to get his hands on instead, I wonder? Like, what else would he like to play? We'll find out just a second, but Cassie seems to be snapped up here by Buriram, as this was played by Heavy last round. And the Zane, yeah,
this
because Zane wasn't banned, it now makes it through. And I love Zane because in the right hands, this Zane is a monster. You will not be able to get rid of Zane because of all the shielding he can generate if he gets the knockdowns.
I love that, you know, in response to Tatsuya, the immediate pick next is a Zane and Cassie. Which means that Tatsuya's dashes, okay, fine, you can have that. But Zane can also do something a little bit more, I would say, gross, right? You have higher HP, you have great damage against blue walls and shields as well. And it's great for those first contact pushes. Alongside Cassie, your survivability is gonna be incredible. Now, for Koda's retaliation pick for Heavy, since they get the first pick, they cancel that out with the clue. I like that Buriram United is very reactively picking toward Heavy this time around. Now my question is, now that you have a Chrono as well, these are very aggressive survivors, right? Tatsuya and Koda, Chrono for defense. Their answer back is for long range Iris. Now is a more interesting one for me for Buriram United because you have the frontliners Cassie and Zane, while not as fast as maybe say Tatsuya and Oscar. You also have a lot of survivability to just break that front line and allow for Iris to have space to go aggressive from the back.
Yeah. So last pick is going to Heavy, and I think after seeing what Buriram have, they go for Ignis. Okay, so we saw Ignis in our previous matchup, and it was played by Crime MKS on Onic. So I want to hear your thoughts, Tash. Like in that matchup, like What's your thoughts on Ignis? Do you
Ignis?
really feel like he's going to be a great survivor in this matchup? Like, is Boriram relying on like glue walls or being flushed out? Because I'm getting mixed feelings about Ignis here.
Okay, so Ignis, great for space taking. And I think if you move it together with the Tatsuya, would be great. You have a Tatsuya dash forward alongside that that flame wall would be chef's kiss, because it really breaks the the glue walls as well, right? And I would love to see you have Koda as well to give a bit more information. But the backline here, I would love also to have a backline support coming in for Ignis and Koda as well, rushing forward. But I feel like it's very one-dimensional compared to, like, say, what Buriram United has here in terms of how they're playing right now. It's great. It's good. I think Ignis can be a big impact maker, but I have yet to see that impact on Onyx. I would love to see proactive plays with that firewall than without, because in the last map, I think I only saw proactive plays with that flame wall toward the last few rounds before the game ended. So if they know how to work with that flame wall, this could be the huge opening that they need to really enable Tatsuya.
Yeah. Oh man. Alright, so we've got our players selecting their characters, and I kind of want to see on Boriram, are we still going to see Moshi on the clue, or are they going to maybe pivot him to the Iris instead? And Joan is going to take the clue, and Moshi is going to pilot the Irish this time. Okay, so that makes sense, obviously, right? Because Moshi wants to be in the back line, dishing out the damage, and also pressuring any players on the side of Heavy that are trying to hide behind those glue walls. And then you have Jonah there to provide support for both Zane and Cassie, who are going to be playing very far forward. Okay. I just theory crafting time, Tash, because we like doing this, okay? We love games like this. What's worse, a Tatsuya Wasana or a Zane Wasana supported by Cassie, played by Get High? I kind of feel like this might be worse.
Is it really?
I think it is, because with Tatsuya, you only have access to the Tatsuya dash, right? So you can dash in, you can dash out. You have Zane, who generates his own shields. Every time he gets a knock, he gets extra shield. And you have Get High, who's going to be tethered to him, providing him healing support. So I actually think Wasana Zane might be worse than the Tatsuya, because I just don't see Heavy being able to get rid of him.
I mean, the only change between those two comps is just the speed, right? If anything. The other one is just Sonic gotta go fast. The other one is just it's true. And then the other one is
inject this health in my veins.
Yeah, inject this health in my veins. I will never die. My HP will never end. So there's that too. So my question is, how exactly are you gonna be, dealing with the other end of that spectrum? I mean, again, there's a lot of theory crafting forward here, but sometimes when you go back to the fundamentals right now. I'm not wearing glasses today. Wait, I can't. Wait, I have to. Okay. When you go back to the fundamentals, so long as you shoot head, you win. Yeah, sorry, I can't really see with this. You go back to basics. You break. Again, it's a very similar thing, right? You run the Tatsuya Oscar. It's about breaking the walls and then rushing forward and just immediately shredding. With this particular comp, you're running forward in a more aggressive, more tanky situation. You deal with the initial hurt, maybe a crossfire, maybe. You immediately pivot and then you shoot them in the face because your shields are up. And then after that, you can't be traded because your shields come online. So yeah.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Wasana coming in with Get High. All right, is this going to be the ending we always wanted? And Wasana already low. He does get tethered up and it will be able to be healed back up. But look at Moshi though. Very, very low in the back lines. Almost sniped away.
But it doesn't mean that Buriram United are just gonna stop. They're just doubling down on the damage. And they completely just chunk down the rest of Heavy. This is huge because Moshi had nearly died. The collapse potential and sustainability that this team has is just great stuff, because Moshi was the one playing that first contact, moves away, allows his teammates to put in the damage, and he gets out fairly safety. That is insane stuff. And he's playing the Iris, by the way.
He's playing the Iris, so it just makes it so much more difficult for Heavy if they want to try and make any glue wall plays happen. So round 2, Tash. I mean, Heavy, They gotta figure out a way to sort of break through the front lines, or they have to find a way to punish Moshi. Now the issue is that Don't Cry, he's trying to look for him, but I fear this fight is going to kick off before Don't Cry can even move. There's the flame wall there, and Mufasa immediately gets caught by the grenade.
Bui falls as well, and the rest of the team collapses. Buriram United doing God's work right now in terms of separating any kind of execution and team play that's coming forward here. Hey, Don't Cry alone, barely alive, running for his life, and he's limping, crossfire to death right now. And Buriram United, another clean round to their name. And it doesn't feel like Heavy have an answer at all. You think that you're gonna get that first pick-off? No, that's not happening. You will always come to a situation where you almost get a pick-off, and then suddenly everything just goes alright. This is not looking good for Heavy.
Yeah, it almost feels like the Tatsuya pick was a trap. They said, yeah, Wasana plays a really great Tatsuya, but he also plays a really nasty Zane. So I hope you guys remember that he plays Zane, because if you don't, we are going to remind you that he plays a monstrous Zane powered up by a Cassie as well. So we have the cyber airdrop there, almost ready to be picked up. Alan?
Wide. Oh, those are smokes actually. It just
Wasana?
isolates a lot of the vision, and Mufasa has to pop the time turner. Wasana, first contact is huge! Rushes through the time turner, punishes him. Alan eats a chunk of damage from the nades as well. Barely alive. At the very least, Bui here, a later rotation means he gets to snipe them in the back. And now Bui rushes up forward. Wasana finds his kill to his name, and Bui just cleans out house. Looking a little bit more competitive this round, and suddenly Buriram United collapses. A much better round. Jonah alone in a 1v2. He's all alone. You know what? Make it a 1v3 because Bui has managed to bring Alan back into the game. You want to try to go for these isolated fights, but you can't. This time around, Heavy, understanding crossfires and how important it is to swing together.
There we go. Heavy swinging back at Buriram United after a really, really crucial original snipe on Wasana and Get High. Wasana, I think they are now starting to realize the importance of Wasana and Get High. The more uptime these two players have for Buriram United, they provide way too many opportunities for Jonah and Moshi to come in and provide that cover fire. So if you can get rid of Wasana and Get High, all of a sudden Jonah and Moshi become liabilities because they're on their own. They aren't going to have that support anymore. Now the thing is, that was just one round. And Buriram, they also realize how important it is for Wasana and Get High to do their job. So I think this is where we might see Buriram slow things down a little bit. They won't be so quick to jump onto Heavy. But if they lose Moshi, that would be horrible.
He's barely alive, limping, but somehow managing to stay alive. Oh, not for
he's
long.
gone.
Hey, Don't Cry was ready for him. But Buriram United, last match, they were able to recover here. First blood opened up, but Buriram United, they are looking to double down, moving all around corner, weaving through the time turner.
Oh, Get High
but
down.
Alan will find one more to his name. Jonah, at the very least, a 2-4-1 here. 1v2 once again. Jonah gonna try and equalize this, bring back his teammates into the game. No, it's Heavy that does so as well. But nice nade means Jonah wins it. Mufasa is limping right now. Moves back. Flame wall or not, he makes it competitive. A 1v1. Both teams are able to recover. The shot misses, goes wide. Jonah rushing away with his life. He needs to land the shot. He's not able to at all. Both players jumping around. And Heavy is the one to make this game competitive right now. What a shot.
Heavy are doing it. They brought the game 2-2, and now I think Buriram are starting to feel a little bit of that heat because they thought they were going to be able to just run through this game number 4, easy peasy, no problem. But Heavy, they're learning. They are adapting, and this is where you have to be really worried. This is something you have to be worried about if you're Buriram, because the whole point of their lineup is you spook your opponents and you get them to freak out because they're worried about getting run down by Wasana and Get High. But Heavy, they're keeping their composure and they're picking off either Jonah or Moshi. You get rid of the damage, Wasana and Get High aren't as problematic as they would be originally. So there comes the flame wall, just to sort of chase things out a little bit. And so far Heavy, they are still doing okay. Get High in the front.
Oh no, Get High barely got out of that alive. Out there in the open, Wasana is closing in crossfire with Alan as well. Jonah falls, but Alan as well. So it's a 1-for-1. But players for Heavy slowly falling here. Bui and Mufasa separated, not able to play off each other, and Mushi's positioning this time around has not been compromised. Stealing kills left, right, and center. Last member standing, jumping around, isolated, and just trying to be able to take these 1v1s. Can't do so. Bram United moving all around and swarming, not giving any space for Heavy to even retaliate.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Heavy because they could have had a really even matchup, but just Mufasa kind of forgetting that the rooftop exists. And we know anyone that follows Buriram United, we know Moshi loves rooftops. So not only do you have to worry about your 360, but you kind of have to look up and down as well. So you really need to pay attention, especially up against a team like Buriram United. But I mean, this set feels like it is just getting started. We're only 3-2, so for Buriram to win this set, they need to win the next 3 matches, but obviously Heavy, they are still very much in this competition. And leading the charge here, as always, we do have Wasana and Get High, but Jonah is here to provide that cover fire and the vision for the team as well. And we've got a couple of grenades, catching out a couple players, but no instant knocks. Mufasa though! He gets caught by Get High!
Oh, this is huge! A lot of damage done already. Alan at least managing to get that reset, but his teammate not being able to come online. Alan out here in the open. He's stuck. He's all alone. And Wasana looking to chase, finds an opening, shuts him down, and so does Alan. They only got 2, I guess. Buriram United looking to fight with a vengeance right now. Looking so oppressive. Their swarm is just so good. Whether it be as a 4 or a 2-2 right now, they're really doing a lot of work, making sure that Heavy are not able to play off each other, to collapse the swing. Not happening at all.
Yeah, so it's also, going back to Buriram now, they are starting to pick up on the elements that made the game swing into Heavy's favor, right? Which is ensuring that either Jonah or Moshi don't get picked off early, and at the same time, don't just throw Wasana and Get High away. You have to have those 2 players on the field. So as long as these 2 elements are still in play for Buriram, Wasana Get High on the field for as long as possible, Jonah and Moshi dishing out the damage uncontested, things should continue to swing in Buriram United's favor. The issue for Heavy now is they need to figure out a way to get Don't Cry around the back lines, because he's been doing this for most of the games. It just takes him too long to reach either Moshi or Jonah. But Get High though, getting caught, but so does Mufasa.
Oh, nice nade forward as well. Bui limping. It's always Get High. Jonah's gonna bring his teammate back into the game as Wasana does his great job of becoming the guy to just steal away the attention. He's just hopping out left, right, and center here. And once again, we're going hunting. Alan alone. Isolated fights. Gets 1 knock. But it's always an immediate trade coming from Buriram United. Their comms, or at least their teamwork, feels like they're breathing sometimes. It's like also they're just reading off one another when it comes to these fights, these rotations. You're not gonna see it like Heavy, who are very isolated from one another in positions where they're not able to trade.
1 game, Tash. It's now going to come down to this match point game because Buriram are leading the set. So they win this next matchup. It's a 2-0 victory for Buriram United, and Heavy will not have another chance to play. Heavy, if you have your plot armor, that plot armor comes out right now because you need it to stay in the running, to stay and play in that 1-0 bracket. Now, Wasana, Get High. They're leading the charge with Jonah providing that cover fire. Moshi still staying really far back. And Wasana, he wants to go for a surprise play, Tash. But don't cry. I think he's found Moshi.
Yeah, this could be massive right now as Moshi rushes out, jumps forward here, scoped the wrong way. He's in trouble. No! His teammate gives him
Wasana.
a bit of space to recover. Good job, I have to say. First blood done. UAV deployed. Have to be very mindful of positions right now as Mufasa waits in the wings at the bottom. Wasana alone. Alan in the corner. Jonah in trouble.
Jonah
Got caught off guard there because Alan found him in the end. And Get High trying to find a way to get closer to the other members of Heavy. He's all alone right now. A reset is done here. Swings out. Wrong timing. And Bui punishes. Moshi at the very least provides a bit of cover fire, but traded out. Moshi as well doing God's Word gets 2. It's the 2v2. Still looking very competitive right now. But now Wasana's down. Moshi alone, stuck in an island. I'm definitely sure that he's not going to be able to bring his teammate back into the game. A clutch would be phenomenal stuff to see. Long range, he could isolate this, but positioning not on his side gives a bit of smokes to provide a bit of cover. Just really cutting off the information that he can have in terms of his rotation. And I think Heavy realizing this, Mufasa ready for him, tags him through the smokes, and it's perfectly done. And they make this very competitive. They're not done yet.
No, they're not done yet. I thought that was going to be a really perfect deflect from Buriram because they got rid of Don't Cry so quickly that the moment he latched onto Moshi, Wasana snapped his head back and he immediately got rid of the threat. But whilst that happened, they left the front line exposed. So Buriram, they thought it was going to be over. Not quite yet. You still have a couple more rounds to go, but it would be devastating if we somehow managed to bring this to a 5-5 match point for both teams. 2 more games for Heavy to force the match point. 3 more games back to back if they want to win the set. Next round. They can't afford to lose here. Heavy, everything is on the line. And Get High and Wasana doing their job.
Nade. Oh my god, Get High is barely alive right now. He's limping away. Reconvenes with his teammate just to get a bit more of that reset as Wasana will be refilling the empty space that he's left behind. But Hands of Heavy just rushing forward. The flame wall's not making it easy at all. The smokes at the very least stop them in their tracks. Wasana finds a great angle to play with Get High. It's perfectly done. Get High trades with Wasana. Don't Cry barely alive. The first blood will be taken by Moshi. Right now, Vui and Don't Cry are limping, barely alive, as Wasana looks to clean up the entirety of the house. It was a bad start by Buriram United for that round, but they ended with the blast. Barely even reacting. It's just another day in the office for this team.
Another day in the office. A bit of a scare for our Buriram fans out there, but Buriram, they managed to do it 2-0. Very, very clean first round. Second round, a little bit shaky. I have to say though, for Heavy, they did a really great job in those games where they're able to come back, to be able to pull matches like that against a team such as Buriram. That's a statement. That's a sign. I'd be keeping an eye on Heavy moving forward in the rest of the format because I have a feeling, just a slight feeling, I think they're gonna make it out, Tash. I think if there's a team that's going to get out of the groups, it's Heavy. They're showing a lot of great potential, especially with how quickly they adapted to a team such as Buriram.
Yeah, I really like their comp as well. I think I don't think it's a lot about counterplays, it's about trying to understand or what's more comfortable. They made that map look really competitive. They were going back and forth. Their positioning was really good. They're understanding how to separate the 2 frontliners from each other. In rounds that succeeded, either they found Moshi first or they're able to separate the 2 frontliners here as well. Being able to play off each other, Get High and Wasana just really either trade them out or don't allow them. Those 2v1s or 2v2s has been good, but I think that Buriram United are a little bit more faster, or just a little bit more faster on the ball. If you ask me, when it comes to these adaptations, Heavy, they're there, but it's not as fast as Buriram United. And for now, Buriram United will take this round, but there's still another lifeline on the wings here. With Jonah taking the MVP at this point, not surprising. He's being really good as that secondary layer of aggression, especially after Get High and Wasana go in. You're so distracted by these two, and from another side of the map, you see Jonah come through with the spray somewhere, and you're just like, what the heck happened there?
What the heck happened? Why is this man playing Clue? Why can't I hide from him? Because if I'm not prone, I get spotted. Yeah, I feel like this Clue pick just really brought out Jonah's potential as a player, whilst also benefiting the rest of the team as well. So, I mean, we're starting to now really get a grasp of these characters, these survivors that are probably going to be the must picks for the rest of the tournament, even though it's day number 1, right? Like, I think Clue really stands out. Survivor, her ability is just too influential. It's too important in a game like Free Fire. Like, yes, this is not the battle royale format, but Vision in any shooting game, as long as you know where your opponents are, it helps you line up those shots and secure those eliminations. So Clue, massive pick, definitely a must pick. Coda, another character that prioritizes vision, also has been a must pick in the format so far. Tatsuya, I think Tatsuya is just a bread and butter in Free Fire in general. The mobility that you get from this character is just too invaluable, especially for your rushes. If they're either trying to flush someone out, if they're trying to finish someone off, if they're trying to run away, if they're there for CQC. Just such a versatile survivor. if it's available. Because I don't think Tatsuya is worth a ban, because I would probably ban Oscar over Tatsuya,
I
personally.
completely agree with you. Oscar is just a little bit too terrifying right now. Very, very oppressive. You break all of the defenses that you have set up, and suddenly everything you've done in terms of trying to stay alive is gone. Gives so much space to characters like Iris to be able to just really take the stage as well. So, honestly, for me personally, my ban is gonna be Oscar over Tatsuya over Santino, because I'm seeing a lot of Santino perma bans right now as well. Again, we still have another one series to go, but we do have an interview right after this. I am curious to see what exactly Buram United has in mind or has to say. I mean, again, in the pre-show, a lot of people were saying we're seeing a lot of comments saying that Buram United are starting to shake. I don't think so. I think a lot of teams are starting to really catch up. I love the fact that we're getting so many competitive games compared to before. Buram United just completely blindsides everyone and just move forward as well. So this in a way is a good thing, but I feel like the fans really want to see a comeback for this. Could this season be the season where Buram United surprise us all, overtake teams like Falcons, like say EVOS Divine, who knows, right?
Look, anything can happen. So we'll leave it up to the teams, because they're the ones playing the games and they're making the calls. And us casters, you viewers, we get to sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and enjoy the storylines being told as well. Because I do like sort of hearing how the storylines pan out for certain teams as well. Because obviously there are comeback stories, there are underdog stories, there are rivalries as well that are going to be happening within that tournament. And I know it's only day one, we're not really seeing too many stories unfold, but I think we are starting to see the rise of who still remains at the top of the Southeast Asia leaderboard and who might be slipping away and who might be taking their spots. But speaking of spots, it looks like Brave Ram are ready for their interview, so let's head on over there and see what they have to say after grabbing their win.
Hello, so and back to Morphin again. Welcome to the interview section, and here we are with the Buriram United Esport, and now we are here with Get High and Jonah. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีกันค่ะ สวัสดี Jonah ค่ะ Alright, let's get to the first question. How do you feel about last match play against with a Heavy? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาเจอ Heavy ค่ะ
รู้สึกสนุกครับตื่นเต้นดีครับ
You feel so excited and really having fun in the last match. Alright, go to the second question. Have to ask Jonah because he's such a great player with the bomb in his hand at the last match. How to be like a good player with the bomb? ทำยังไงถึงจะเก่งแบบโจนาในการปาเขาเรียกว่าปาบอมแม่นขนาดนั้นค่ะ
ปาดักครับปาดักทางเดิน
เหมือนกับว่าคิดไว้แล้วแม้ว่าเขาจะเดินทางนี้
ใช่ครับ
So I just calculated that the way that the opponents gonna walk there, gonna go there, and then I just throw the bomb before they gonna walk in, and that's it. That you saw the result at the last match. So the last question for Get High. Do you have anything to tell the fan club or anyone? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับหรือว่าใครไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเสื้อบุรีรัมย์ซัมเมอร์เจอร์ซี่2025ด้วยครับเหลือเพียงเรื่อง3 วันสุดท้ายครับ
Alright
กี่บาท
กี่บาท
990ครับ990ครับ
Okay. Alright, this is a message from Get High about the jersey. You can see this jersey here. So we have the 3 days left to order with the price is 990. So if you want this jersey, and of course the backside you can just create your name or the player name that you like, and like I said 3 days left to order, so please order if you want to. Alright, thank you for watching our interview section with the Buriram United Esport. ขอบคุณค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ Alright, we will have a short break before gonna go back to the tournament with the WAG versus Team Flash. See you. Bye bye.
Kill. Double kill. Double. First blood. Double kill.
Welcome back. This is a super exciting moment because we're ending the day with a Vietnamese derby here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Clash Squad. Now, this is sponsored by Red Bull. Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6 featuring a mild taste, and that helps players stay highly focused to seize those booyahs. So you see these players right now who are incredibly sharp. They're probably on Red Bull. Now, coming into the final one, Danley, what do we have in store?
Alright, so we're going to be jumping into our fourth matchup, which is Flash versus WAG. And if you keep up with the Vietnamese scene, you're probably very familiar with these two teams. But if you don't follow the Vietnamese scenes, two Vietnamese teams. Very, very simple. And out of the two teams, WAG is technically classified in the region as the best team in Vietnam. Flash? So I've heard a lot of conflicting things about Flash. It's a team that can perform, but they're very flip-floppy. So they have days where they're really great, and days where they're not so great. And if there's a day to be great, it is definitely going to have to be today, because you kind of don't want to end in the 0-1 bracket. You want to end in the 1-0 bracket, which is the upper bracket of the format. So we're going to have to see if they're capable of doing that, because we have to also remember the data that we are working with. Yes, we do have some Clash Squad data from last season, but ultimately a lot of the judgment comes from their Battle Royale statistics, right? Because that's typically where we see these teams play, in the Battle Royale. And Battle Royale statistics, especially in the Clash Squad format, it doesn't properly translate into how a team actually plays in this format, because you also have to consider teams that, let's say your team is playing against another team in the Battle Royale, there's third parties.
Yeah.
There are just basically people sticking their hands in the cookie jar when there's only supposed to be 2 hands, there could be 6.
Right.
So, yeah, so we might get a better gauge of how these teams do mechanically, because they only have to focus on one another. They don't have to focus on any outside influences. Now, as much as I love WAG, I said Flash is flip-floppy. WAG also can be a little flip-floppy. So ideally, these teams want to play as consistently today as possible. You really don't want to throw random matches here or there, because we've seen what happens in some of these matches where if a team starts to snowball, they can run away with this game. And if there's a time to not be flip-floppy, it's like the first 2 to 3 rounds. Because after that, that's when things kind of settle down and you can more or less, in a lot of cases, figure out who should be winning the match. And speaking of matches, we've got our 3 maps. So Bermuda will be our first map, followed by Nextera, and then Kalahari.
It's always these 3 maps.
Yeah, and according to the admins, it will be Flash to get first ban on Bermuda, followed by WAG to get first ban on Nextera, and then random when we get to Kalahari, if we even get to Kalahari to begin with, because we've only had 1 game today that went to 3 games, which was our first matchup of the day, but the following 2 after that, we had 2 zeros. So it really could be anything for this matchup. I have a feeling it could go 2-1, but what do you think, Tasha? Do you feel like it's also going to be a 2-1? Or
let me just say something, Danny.
2-0?
I'm not going to say anything because I want to see if you're a jinx or not. So.
Okay. Well, I'll probably jinx it then. So we're going to have a 2-0.
Let's see whether it is or not. Okay, now first ban immediately going to go to Cassie. And you know what? Fair. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't ban a Cassie, but at the same time, when you have one outstanding player on that team that's able to really do damage and want that player to survive, maybe a Cassie ban is very, very much, I would say, needed. I heard that voice, Danny. Oh, Oscar ban. That's a lot better in terms of a ban, if you ask me.
No, I think Oscar's great. I'm just going to refer back to the Falcons game, because Falcons was the only team today, I believe, to ban Cassie.
Yeah.
And the reason why they banned it was because they went for a completely rush lineup, which was Oscar, Coda, Santino, and Tatsuya. And the question is, do they have the same puzzle pieces, or are they going after something different? Which they're changing it up a little bit, actually. They're going to go for Chrono instead as their first pick. And I don't know about you, Tash. I'm not a fan of first picking Chrono. I kind of feel like there were other survivors you could have gone
I
for
think
here.
what they're trying to go for is just pick a very safe pick first and then react off that as well. Perhaps they want to go for a counter pick for their first picks, because usually, you know, a lot of teams go for the big picks early, right? Like Zane is a high impact pick. You know, Tatsuya could be a high impact pick, etc., etc. So I'm wondering if they're waiting to see how they can counter that.
Maybe. But what's this Zane going to be paired with? Because in the previous matchup we saw for Blue Ram, they paired Zane with Cassie, and that was just... that was gross.
Great. Oh, so, I love this. This is a very aggressive comp. This is a slippery comp. You have Zane in the front line doing whatever the heck she wants. And after that, you know, then Santino will be able to just really slip around the map doing whatever he wants to do. Maybe go for a flank, maybe TP away, maybe be the distraction with his mannequins. Who knows, right?
Yeah, so I think I agree. I'm a big fan of Santino being picked up here by WAG. This is why I was like, why are you picking Chrono first? You could have picked the Santino yourself and did not pick this from WAG, or even with the Zane. But obviously they have other plans. Chrono for defensive capabilities, Clue for vision, which I do like. I think Clue's a really great pick here for Flash. Tatsuya, I think they needed their own rusher as well, so they have someone that can try to go for chasers or flush out WAG survivors. And WAG, they are looking for some firepower now. I do like the Irish pickup because this means that Team Flash, they won't be able to rely on glue walls as much, assuming the Irish is still on the field. But following this, what are they going to go for next? Are they going to go for utility or do they go for damage? I kind of feel like they have enough damage in the Zane and Santino.
I feel like
and
they need a support.
Here.
Yeah, support will be really good right now.
A124?
Ignis. Okay, so this is a very aggressive all-in comp. You have a Zane that can move together with the Ignis firewall, the flame wall, excuse me. You have Santino to move around the map and Iris for, for long-range picks. What's that?
Flash was hovering over Wukong, and I am...
Koda.
Okay,
yeah,
Koda.
I was gonna say Koda will be so much better.
Wukong.
Yeah, no, because Wukong. I mean, no hate to Wukong, but I feel like the impact that Wukong would do isn't as. I mean, at least on this mode, isn't as incredible compared to the other modes, right? So yeah,
pretty much.
So now with the Koda in play here, Flash. I would say this is a quite balanced comp for Flash. I like it. It's quite safe. It has a bit of aggression coming in from Tatsuya and Clue as well. You have Koda, just to give a bit more of movement speed. So this could be good. The Koda Tatsuya could be phenomenal if you ask me. You have the movement speed plus the enemy behind cover. To just really ping them out. Compared to WAG, it's a very all-in. Personally, I am liking this Flash comp.
So I will agree with Flash. There are a couple of interactions that are happening here as well. Clue won't nullify Santino, but it makes it much harder for Santino to go for the assassination playstyle, which we have been seeing a lot today, which is wrap around, eliminate the enemy sniper. I don't see that really being a case here for WAG, so X4 is going to probably have to change the way that he decides to play Santino. The Ignis is going to force Flash to have to play a little bit more out in the open because they can't rely on their glue walls. Same with the Iris, actually. Ignis and Iris make it really hard for Flash to play with glue walls.
Yeah.
So Flash will have to rely more on natural cover and their vision. Because WAG, they have a lot of firepower, but they lack vision themselves. So my fear now for WAG is, can they reliably get eliminations by playing blind? Because they kind of are playing blind in this matchup.
They are. I don't know if I like the idea of playing blind. I'm not a fan of it, but it'll be interesting to see how exactly they do this. I mean, they did have a chance to pick their own. It's not like Clue was the last pick, so they have an idea or they have a bit of time just to really figure this out. But in terms of anything, WAG, I think in terms of mechanics, in terms of style play, WAG has it in the bag. But in terms of counterplay, in terms of a balanced style, whether you want to go proactive or reactive, Flash has it more better. Again, that's why I like the idea that you have a contingency plan if you want to go aggressive or defensive, and you're going to have that in Flash. Let's see how exactly the execution is going to be working as well, because it's such an interesting comp coming in for WAG. It's very all-in. So if say that Flash is not able to figure this out, it could be game over.
Yeah, it could be game over. Alternatively, there is a slight alternative plan here.
Okay.
WAG, if they are really the better team, as in mechanically the better team, they might just win in pure gunfights against Flash. Because there are situations where, if Flash just don't aim quickly enough and they just get sniped by WAG, it doesn't matter what utilities you have. So I think this is going to be a really good lesson, not just for Flash, but also for us as spectators to see how big the skill difference could be between Flash and WAG in a pure 4v4 situation. And I'm really excited to see this matchup because, I think Flash, they have potential to potentially overtake WAG. It's just a case of how close are they in mechanical skill?
That is a question. But it's about to be answered now as we go into this game. I mean, this is a regional matchup. I think both these teams are very familiar with one another, very familiar with how each other plays. It's just a matter of whether or not it's going to be a comp diff or a skill diff here. A lot to think about, at least for the comp. I have so many questions about this WAG comp here right now. I wouldn't say it's one-dimensional, But it's like putting your eggs into one basket moment, and that doesn't sit right by me. I'm just worried that the Rubik's Cube is going to explode, and then you just can't find a different way to just readapt yourself in the situation. But on the plus side as well, a lot of aggression also means that you have different ways to execute, whether it's going to be a 2-1-1 formation, a 2-2 formation. I think Falcons did it best in terms of how they were rotating across the map. Perhaps you can see something similar to WAG as well, especially with the amount of firepower. But it's not going to be easy, especially with that clue. You're not going to be able to execute that to perfection. That vision, that information is going to mean that any execution you have might just be broken.
Yeah. So I think at this point, all eyes on Flash to see what they can pull off with this lineup, because this is also the pistol round. So both teams, they're not really equipped with items. It's really going to be pistols. So skills are going to come into very big play here. And so far, ABCD, he's all on his own. Actually, Flame Wall going to be used immediately onto Zom. And no, I'm surprised nobody's gone down. Yeah, crossfire. Scythe being used as well.
No way. No way he gets away with that super early. That's two members knocked down by Flash. And now Cyrus already knocked the heck out of the Zom. This is looking, from bad to worse right now. As Tikui finds his way on top of the building, finds the last man standing, double kill already. And they know exactly where Death is, pokes his head up, drops the pot shot forward, and now a crossfire down. Export cleans out the house. And honestly, I looked at the beginning here. Flash had a good idea with the crossfires. That air drop came through and it just broke their crossfires, and they were not expecting this rush forward by WAG.
Hurt their ego. They probably think they won in the drafting department as well, but then to lose so badly in that first round, it make you question, like, okay, wait a minute, how did we mess this up? Do we mess this up because of the execution? Is our lineup maybe not as good as we think it is? We'll have to see what happens. Round number 2 here, they can try to bring this back because now find proper, or at least better guns in this matchup.
X-Bar super aggressive, far forward as well, with the second layer coming in the flame wall. Rushes up here, puts a lot of damage forward. He's just weaving around the utility. And PLS1 finds 1, 2 in fact, 2 knocks in everything. With Tikui coming in the corner and suddenly Hoang M all alone out in the open. Cleaning up house. WAG knew exactly what they were doing as soon as they picked this comp. It's all about speed, it's all about movement, it's all about that explosive style play. So information or not, how are you gonna, predict a 1-2-3 swing moment?
I think at this stage, we can maybe see a turnaround.
Money is looking terrible on Team Flash's side too.
Yeah. Look, money's looking terrible. At the same time, right? It's like, what guns or utilities are got issues right now? Because I really feel.
It's just movement and swings. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on right now as well. As ABCD rush forward, X-Bar was very much ready for TQ. He falls! And the Zom finds his own kill in the end. First blood finally taken right now, but this time around is Team Flash in the lead. PLS1 all alone out in the open in a 1v4. Not much to deal with. Has to try and isolate these fights. Rushes forward right now out in the open because it's completely swarmed. As finally they figured out the answer, gets 1 point to their name.
Learning some pretty big lessons as well as to how that lineup is meant to function. So, signs of life for our Team Flash fans. The team is not.
For now, I think, not too sure what WAG learned from the last round here. I'm gonna try and rush forward. What do they have in mind? 2-1-1 formation coming in from both angles as Tikui and Cyrus decides to play out there in the open, middle side together. Flash sets up that glue wall, waits for the right timing here, wants to take advantage of the initial rush forward, does so quite well. Not able to deal with it ABC takes a lot of damage from Tikui. Gonna rally his teammate forward, but Tikui, knowing this, has access to the airdrop as well. Gives him a bit of advantage as he rendezvous with his teammate. In fact, wants to play on the top side of this building. A high ground advantage could do wonders if he's able to find that perfect pickoff. Not too sure if we saw death quite yet. As the other members of the team still waiting in the wings. We hear a lot of noise, but surprisingly no knockdowns quite yet. Waiting for the glue walls to break and then just explode forward is the name of the game here. Positions compromised. Definitely seen from Clue's ability as well, as they just wait and prone forward. Now they've moved. The SL1 out there in the open, blue zone pushing up forward, doesn't have a lot of space to work with. He's eating so much damage. His teammate not able to collapse to save his life. WEG, their box is at the house. And I think Flash knows this. Gonna just wait out the initial skirmish here. PLS1, I'm surprised it hasn't been seen quite yet. No, they were marking him. And Death swiftly deals with him. And now the rest of WAG rush out here. They make it a shooting range. But Flash makes it competitive. Tikui finds what's his name, and so does the rest. And 1v1, Tikui barely alive right now as Death whips left, right, and forward through the flame wall and takes the win.
First blood.
And we're now 2-2 Tash. The game is even and Flash are catching up. And I think this is WAG's greatest fear because they know ultimately, in the end of the day, the lineup for Flash is much better than WAG. Especially with all the utility that Flash has available to them. So now, I think WAG, you gotta be sweating. You have to be sweating bullets and thinking, okay, they're finally adapting to their lineup. What can we do to shake things up from here? And the issue I have right now is, honestly, if I'm WAG, you gotta eliminate them before they can even do anything. And that's a pretty broad statement.
Oh no. Not sure what happened there. There we go. Rush forward. Oh, it's back to us. You wanna try and guess what's happening in the background, Natalie?
I would love to based on the audio cues. But we're back into the game there, folks. Okay, so we only have one player down, but Zom is taking damage as well. But maybe wants to ride, they want the Tash.
Yeah, and Tikui deals with the Zom fairly quickly. WAG this time around collapse! Oh my goodness. I love the fact of the matter is WAG, they're just taking their time to suss things out, wait out the utility, wait out the range, and then suddenly it's a big collapse. It's a great recovery round if you ask me. You know, they had to really figure out what Team Flash was doing after they chained 2 rounds that row. But it feels like WAG finally found their grooves again. Let's see whether or not they can take away this momentum, just ride off it till the end. In terms of money, both teams are pretty much equal right now. So my curiosity is more of on how exactly is this adaptation gonna change?
It's either we see more adaptation or we see WAG just take off. I think they just decide you gotta run away with the game now somehow. You gotta run away with it. Just run over Flash. Don't let them camp out a position because that allows more utility usage. And export, I think this is the best play to do, right? Like this is your Santino backstab, grab that quick elimination and get out of there.
Taking their time here, just moving around the area. Tikui just sussing it out. Now that they have some form of information, they're gonna try and play a little bit more of this higher around area. Okay, Tikui, oh my goodness, knows exactly where Huang M is. Gonna play in tandem with his teammate, sends out the damage and then, just trade it out with the nade as well. Huge and good stuff coming forward. Forced to prone just a bit to go for that reset. Flash has no clue where exactly the pain is gonna come from. As Cyrus gets that kill to his name, a nade shot to the face. Death, seeing Death from above come through, he jumps up and he sprays. It's perfectly done, ending it out with a finisher. As the rest of Flash, they're struggling. ABCD at the very least finds a kill to his name, but it's always so quickly traded. Tikui, he's all around the map, whether it be low ground or high ground. You can always rely on this guy. A great end to this round as well, as WAG themselves are chaining 2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds in a row, and they're just running at Flash now. This is what they want for their lineup. You just run at them. You just get those eliminations as quickly as possible because a long game is not a game that WAG want at all. You really want to try and only allow WAG 1 usage of any of their active abilities, and then you just kind of run away from there. And this is what's happening right now. 2 more rounds of this. WAG need 2 more rounds. Flash have got to figure out a way to drag these matches out, because the fact that they're ending too quickly, it's not working in their favor. And Zom and ABCD, they're going to lead the charge,
Oh
but
no,
already
Cyrus.
the flame wall, breaking the glue walls.
I love how Zom just rushed forward here, immediately drops Cyrus down. Tikui around close, but they're not allowing that reset to happen. Fully in trouble right now. Xbor rushes through, will be the next one stepping out to the plate to go for that reset. PLS1 deals swiftly with the Zom. There's just so many glue walls on the ground right now. Xbar movement is good out there in the open in 1v1. He loses his. And Tikui will be rushing forward here. Wong up alone. Death as well. Nice crossfire done, but the amount of bodies that WAG has is a bit much to deal with. Cyrus cleans up house.
Like, it should have gone in favor of Flash, but W had the pick play up because they weren't finished. I feel like that was a mistake there for not finishing off WAG teammates and basically overwhelmed them in that final moment. So Flash, I think the idea is there. Again, just missing out on a couple of crucial details that could have won them that game. But we're at match point now, Tash. Game number 5 for WAG. All it takes is one win to secure them this first round.
Honestly surprising because WAG looked like they were struggling in the last 2 rounds, and then suddenly they just recovered. A lot of damage already taken by 2 members of the Flash. Thanks God for Team Flash being able to get that reset. That time is just so good right now. WAG, I'm a bit surprised they didn't decide to collapse onto that first initial hit at all. Breaks the glue walls as well. Perfectly done with the flame walls. But now both teams on a stalemate. Hitting it out. Nice shot to the face here for TQ, but Hongam doing a very good job of keeping his head down. Spots out where Death is, and it's huge. Relays the information to Cyrus. Cyrus barely alive right now. Plays it smart, puts down that wall, has a reset. The only thing separating these 2 players are just this picket fence. Not too sure if Hongam knows that he's over there in the corner. You know what? He says, you know, you're healing, I'm healing too. Waits for the right timing. This is kind of funny to see. Keeping him away is good. He's all boxed in right now. He can't really break the wall.
Cyrus!
Oh my god, that is disgusting. No way you do that.
that was a necessary evil that had to happen.
Yeah, for real right now.
So
As Tikui gonna quickly deal with ABCD.
First blood.
As the Zom plays the corner, he's low. WAG swarms.
Double
The Death
kill.
all alone. And WAG, here we go. A booyah with 6 in the bag. And this is what we call confidence, because that comp was very all in, and this team knows exactly what they wanted.
They know exactly what they want. They know exactly how to play it, and they also defined how Flash wants to play their games, which I think was to be able to take that game. Man, what a win for WAG.
What a win. It's just incredible stuff seeing them play. I think that swarm method that they did, very high risk. I think that the Team Flash actually had an idea on how to deal with that comp for 2 rounds. The readaptation happened. Not sending everyone at once, swarming from different parts of the map, and then suddenly the collapse happens. It's more toward that mid-round call that really changes the trajectory of the game. Is that slower round, sussing each other out, waiting out the recon coming in from Clue, and then finally swarming after everything has died down is just working dividends. It's much more of that mid-round calling rather than the initial hit, and I like seeing this. It's a different style play that we've seen from the other rounds we played today.
Yeah, and on top, I think I need to mention as well, for Flash win with the lineup that they had, I think they're worried going into this next matchup. You've got to be worried. I think they won in the draft department, but then when it came to the actual game execution, to lose with a team like that, that's got to hurt you, bro.
I mean, it really does. I think it's not really the ego. I think it's more of the mental, right? You won in the drafting department. You were doing so well, in picking up what's really, really good. But I think that for WAG, it's less about the draft and more about what they're comfortable with. It feels like it is a very unusual comp, if you ask me. Now, Cyrus went huge here with 8 eliminations, high amount of damage. And I think it's just that game is just a lot about layers in terms of the aggression. You have the first 2 come forward, and then one member knocks down. Someone fills in that gap to rush forward as well. And then suddenly you're in trouble, you move back as another team player rotates over to refill that gap. So it's hard for these Team Flash to be able to win cleanly when players are just really just tag teaming forward as well. But a really good strat coming forward, all in, made me a bit worried, but WAG made it work.
Didn't work. I think that's the major thing here.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, TQA for me personally, as well as Cyrus, were the players of the game. For me personally, it might just be TQA, just because of how he's moving around the map. He was all over the place, especially on round number 5 or number 4, if I'm not mistaken, where he was playing the elevations to perfection, going to the top side of that warehouse, getting a pick off there in tandem with his teammates, relaying the information, dropping down, and then seeing another player at the bottom, rushing forward to another side of the area to really help out his teammate. This guy is slippery. Oh, not too sure where. Okay, there we go. Now, I think at the same time for Team Flash, definitely I think mentioned it best. It's just not really that comp, but rather them looking not too comfortable playing this match at all. They looked a little bit lost. It felt like they were a little bit more hesitant when it comes to the executions. They had an idea on how to do it. I'm seeing them do something similar in terms of their players, really tag team, play together. Swings are really, really good, but WAG, understanding how aggressive their comp is, are really good at breaking their crossfires, breaking their ability to play together. There are so many situations where I don't feel like they were able to swing out as a team because of the utility that's been set down by WAG. Whether it be the glue walls, whether it be abilities, whether it be, whether it be any other situations like terrain or even the house. I think what's really important right now is that they're really identifying what was going to be the problem, which is clue, wait out the utility, and then the Ignis, firewall, flame wall, just really breaks a lot of those blue walls as well that really Flash really want to utilize in terms of crossfires and isolations. That's not going to be happening. And on top of that as well, you're dealing with a Santino who is so slippery, and a Zane whose shields regen as well as soon as they get a pickoff. Is the capability of Zane to multi-frag and the capability of her to stay alive and not be traded because of this shield is incredibly high. So good stuff coming in from WAG. I have a lot of questions for this next map. I really want to know the draft right now, whether or not WAG is still going to go for an all-in comp. Danley, in fact, predicted a 2-1 as we wait for her to rejoin the call. And we go into next Sierra, I would say a very interesting map as well in terms of elevation, in terms of positioning. I feel like WAG can make the same comp work again, and it will still look really good when they do it. But for Flash, there's a lot of things they need to work on. Most importantly, their comms. It just feels that they were just very, very disconnected. You have a Tatsuya with a dash, you have Koda to give you info alongside that clue. You are filling in a lot of gaps when it comes to info, but if you're not winning your team fights, if you're not winning your 1v1s, that's gonna be a big problem to have. And right now, immediately off the bat, WAG says, you know what, we had our fun with Zane. Let's take her out of the equation. And I'm curious to see what exactly is page 2 on their playbook. A lot of discussion happening here. I think for WAG, they can go. I mean, it will be fun to see, for me personally, for WAG, getting that ban, that Oscar Tatsuya that we saw earlier today was good. It would be very, very fun to see. But this Chrono ban is interesting. I'm curious to see why exactly this ban happened, because it was Team Flash that ran the Chrono last game. It wasn't WAG. Perhaps they wanted to go for an all-in comp, so they wanted to make sure that Chrono would not be in the equation. The time turner could be a problem, or maybe they themselves don't want to play it right now. It could be something to deal with. And there we go. That's that first pick Oscar that I was talking about. And this is already looking really bad in terms of comps. Just because Oscar has so much capability to break the blue walls, the knockback is incredibly huge, which makes it so hard for Team Flash to just execute as a team. But what's your answer back here for this Oscar pick? Could be, I don't know, maybe someone a little bit more defensive, maybe a tankier frontline, maybe a Santino just to be able to displace. No, they're just gonna double down on this. A Cassie coming online for those heals alongside Steffi to really stop the initial hits with those nades and the initial firepower as well. Could be phenomenal. It feels like they're just gonna try and turtle shell this game. We saw a turtle shell before. There we go. I wasn't really too keen on that on the Steffi. There we go. The Santino pick that I was talking about. Finally online. Could be huge. And WAG, what's your answer back?
Alright, here we go. We are finally back. Sorry, folks.
Oscar, give me Oscar. Give me Oscar Tatsuya. Give me Oscar Tatsuya, please. Yeah, I love that Oscar Tatsuya. It's very all in. WAG did an all in comp previously, right? It worked very well. Why not do it again, right?
I think I'd be on board with that. No, fine. They got 2 picks. They still.
I
have
like
time.
Coda. Yeah, I like Coda. No, I love this Coda pick. This is huge because just that they didn't play the information game and an Iris. This could be they're changing their mind. Oh, this feels very all in as well. You have double glue wall breaking capabilities.
So glue walls are not going to be useful at all for Flash. To be fair, do they need glue walls? They've got the Cassie.
They do. Now,
It might
WAG,
not be
I'm
too
curious to see
bad.
No, it won't be. I mean, unless Iris gets knocked down onto Cassie early, then it'll be Doom. But let's see. Okay, there we go. They did actually hover the Steffi earlier, Danielle, but they changed their minds. No, they're not doing it again. Tatsuya in here. I feel like this is good. Oh, Clue. Okay, okay. I think Coda will be great for WAG,
This is the best time to pick up Coda if you want vision, unless they do something crazy and go Homer, but I don't think so.
I didn't really see an impact in Homer earlier. There we go, Coda.
They do go for
Yeah, Coda.
That makes sense to have someone provide both sides, so the Coda pick was more or less a no-brainer, I feel.
Yeah, and this is huge. If you have Coda around, you can really identify where exactly the players are. You have the Ignis to break down those blue walls. Oscar rush forward with Iris alongside as well, just to really double down on that damage. Great stuff coming through. Again, this is a very all-in pick. Again, I feel like WAG love these all-in picks. We're seeing this a lot right now.
Well, WAG also realize, or they understand, that mechanically they are the better team in this matchup. Like mechanically, if I was going to put money on somebody to win, it's WAG. Not even looking at the draft. It's just knowing the skill level of the players. And we saw that in game number 1 already. So WAG being up 1 game, and to have them run a very versatile lineup this time, yes, it is a little one-dimensional in areas, but I mean, they made that last lineup work. So who's to say this is going to be any worse?
Never say what's gonna be worse. I mean, WAG knows exactly what they're doing. Team Flash here. I'm not gonna lie, I really do like their comp. I really do.
No, it works. It works. They've got Cassie Tatsuya up front. You have Death, who's going to be on that clue to provide cover fire. And then you have Hong Am going into the back lines. Try to catch PLS1 or maybe even Cyrus. It sort of depends on who's really playing that back line for WAG.
Yeah. But my question is, you have this Coda. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for them to really identify where the Santino is going to go as well. But it will definitely put a dent into WAG's execution. Just because that, you can, since they're very, very all in, they want to move in together as a unit. If, say, Team Flash, you have Tatsuya and Clue, Tatsuya and Cassie play together front line, sustain a bit longer, or survive even, and they buy a bit of time for Santino, it could be the perfect backstab. And I'm super excited to see whether or not this execution works, unless WAG is very familiar with this style of play and does mark him.
Well, it's time to jump into this game, or at least we will jump into it in a moment. If I'm Flash are the ones that need to make this game number 3 happen. What are some ideal circumstances that should win them the game? I think there are a few. Obviously, the big one, they gotta get rid of the Oscar. I think Oscar is gonna play too important of a role for this team when it comes to creating openings for Iris and Coda to provide that cover fire. I don't think Ignis is going to be much of an issue because you have Cassie providing the sustain, so you might even be able to ignore the Ignis, even the Flame Wall. I don't think that's going to be much of an issue. Santino on Flash, primary target, Iris. If you can catch that Iris, that's a lot of firepower gone for WAG.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm curious. I am so excited for this matchup. Just because you have something a little bit more in versus something that's a little bit more balanced. Again, Team Flash, I feel like they're really good at drafting. They're so good at it. I just really want to see an execution that can actually work out in their favor here. But now, as we go into this one, Deadly, what do you think would be the most interesting thing? I mean, we have an Oscar in play, we have a Tatsuya in play as well. We talked a lot about what it means to ban out, you know, an Oscar, right? But now Oscar's on the line here. Do you think it's going to be a big problem for Team Flash based on their comp?
I think the big problem for WAG is Coda, actually. I think as long as Coda exists, there is going to be too much utility for Iris and Oscar to pop off. So if I was Flash, I would ideally like to get rid of that Coda first because you want to eliminate that vision. So once that vision is gone, WAG are playing not fully blind, but they are partially blind. And then because you have Clue, all of a sudden, you're going to have such a informational advantage over WAG. This doesn't solve your issue. Like, if you're just going to lose to them mechanically, that's a different problem altogether. But you want to build up as much of an advantage as you can, so that when you do come into that 4v4 or 3v4, you're Gucci.
Yeah, could be Gucci. Let's see what is going to be happening right now as we go into this game. I don't know why. What it is, I am a big fan of what Flash has drafted right now. I like the Santino pick as well. I love the versatility that they can have in the repositions. As Flash already so far forward here, 3-1 formation, Hong Ab will be just trading forward with his mannequin. But Tikui takes a lot of damage to the initial skirmish, forced to move back here. So whatever space they thought he could make, gone. As Flash quick to refill that and take that spot away. Both teams still very much in the trenches. If you ask me, the map's still split in two.
Still split in two, but so far no casualties yet. Although X-Bor's getting very close, and X-Bor will be clipped there, Tash. So already one player down for WAG, but can they pick him up? No, ABCD going down, and so will Tikui. WAG not looking too happy here.
I wouldn't be as well. I mean, you lost two players already, but thankfully for them, they are able to pick up their teammate back into the game, so make it equalize. But X-Bor barely alive, still limping, waiting in the wings. The Zom and ABCD playing together as a duo, and WAG probably identified this, so they're just gonna wait this initial hit for the time being. No, they're just gonna swing out together as a team. Gets a nice shot to the face here. Death and the Zom do God's work. X-Bor alone, and Flash this time around, they take the first point.
Clean. Pretty clean, aside from that very messy start. So Flash already off to a great start, especially after that first round. If they can keep this up, I think they can steamroll this next matchup. They absolutely can steamroll. They just gotta make sure that they don't give an opportunity for WAG to sort of pick up on how they're currently playing, which is at the moment, it's the classic thing. You have Tatsuya Cassie playing together up front, you have Clue providing that vision, and then you have Santino targeting whoever Flash feels is their primary target. Now we are moving into a bit of a different territory because gravity is now going to come into play here for our players.
WAG look kinda hesitant, very different to previous map where they're a little bit more, I would say, decisive in how exactly they want to start the rounds. But one thing's for sure, they still do like playing the slower start to this game. Leaving Cyrus alone at the top, one player drops down, making a lot of noise, but Cyrus, his position gonna be compromised fairly quickly. He's gonna try and double down. No, he's gonna leave that area away. Jump shots around here, everyone up in the air, but is Flash looks a bit better on that first blood pick. As they are quick to just swarm. Cyrus as well cannot handle the initial onslaught here. It's all about just hunting the final two members. PLS1 on the top side here. X-Bor all alone. And it's going to be death from above for all these players. And it's a fairly clean round here for the Flash. And I have to say that they're looking fairly better this round, or this series compared to last.
No, definitely much better. Looking more stable. I think they're more comfortable with this lineup as well, because it is a lot more forgiving. So if they can keep this up, we're looking at a game 3 Tash, but we're only 2 games in, and we have seen WAG sort of pick things up at game 3 onwards themselves. But I'm kind of wondering, like, for WAG, like, did they maybe cause problems for themselves by picking up both the Iris and the Ignis so early? Because, like, you basically show your hand to your opponent and say, like, hey, you don't really want to use glue walls,
Nice nade.
but you've done it early enough that they can retaliate.
Yeah, Tikui ate a lot of damage from that nade. Thankfully for him, he does have a bit more movement speed, so he's able to just at least safely move away in a corner for that reset. His teammates just buying some time, taking away the attention, but Tikui finally found in the end. The glue wall will fall, he's out there in the open, manages to reposition himself while Hong Am was very much ready for him, shot him straight in the face. It's the full force of that damage.
Double kill.
As Cyrus will meet the same. PLS1 all alone here as the other two members of
Double
Flash
kill.
also downed. 2v1. Isolated fights is all they need. Huang shows his hand, but no clue where the other is. Drops down to the bottom. Quick push forward. PLS1 alone
Triple
takes the
kill.
full brunt of damage. ABCD was waiting for him. And I love how Team Flash is just ready to just shepherd players to each other right now.
Ooh, WAG have fallen from grace in our second round as Team Flash, they're cleaning them up very, very nicely here. And I have to say, they have a really, really strong lineup that's contributing to these wins. Santino being there, so much mobility, very difficult to eliminate, but also very annoying to deal with, especially for your back lines. Cassie there with the healing to keep that Tatsuya in the front lines and basically just sort of chase out those WAG survivors out in the open. So even though WAG, they do have a very interesting lineup themselves, I kind of feel like it's just too wonky to really work together, because they don't have anyone else outside of Oscar to flush the opponents out. And wow, really nice catch on death there.
I love
First
that
blood.
Tikui finally finding that first pick that he wanted. That's why he's getting very, very active on that map. But he's just got shut down fairly early before. But this is a huge start for them. Let's see whether or not I can follow this up. Xbor eating a lot of damage. He got stuck on the side of the glue wall. He wasn't able to reposition himself. Flash has a lot of map control here in terms of positioning compared to WAG. That flame wall just to cut the map in half to reposition. No, Cyrus doesn't follow it up. In fact, he's moving away from the area from his teammates as well. No clue if they can actually bring Xbor back into the game. I don't think so. ABCD is close, but the crossfire is coming from his teammates. No, ABCD makes it look good. All alone in the corner. Isolated fights is what he does. Finds a nice window of opportunity before getting shut down by PLS1. Tikui forward, gonna send out a nade, and it hits. Zom eats a bit of damage, but the other members are just waiting on the wings here. The Zom goes down to the
Cyrus.
zone. Huang Am waiting in the corner. PLS1 hits a lot of damage, but now they're isolated. They're giving him this space to play, and somehow Tikui manages to salvage the round.
Tikui coming in clutch with the Oscar, and this is why Oscar is a very popular pick right now. Just crushes through those blue walls. It doesn't matter if he used them. He's going to run through them, break it wide open, and that's an opening for him to just clean you up as well. So WAG, they've managed to bring at least one game in their favor. They need to bring at least 5 more if they want to win this round and steal this series away from Team Flash, because Flash are just 3 games away, 3 wins away from getting this round. Now, up to positioning here. Zom and ABCD opening things up here for Flash, but are Cyrus and Tikui ready to receive this?
The flame wall goes forward. Should just eliminate a few of those glue walls as well. That was probably hidden around. Oh, nice nades forward as well. Putting a lot of damage onto the Zom. And he's going to try and bait. Swapping places with ABCD. They rush through. They break the glue wall. And it's perfectly timed as the Zom and ABCD both fall. Very meticulous. They take it round by round, player by player, brick by brick. Gives them a bit of space to go for a reset as well through those smokes. No clue where the other 2 members of Team Flash are. They're on top here. Huang Am shows his hand. So Cyrus has an idea. Puts in a bit of pressure to him. But no follow-ups quite yet here. Jump forward here. And the AWAG, all they're trying to do is just put in the damage. A lot of pre-fires as well in case someone peeks out. But the death waiting in the wings here. The blue zone gonna come through. It takes a lot of damage onto him. Huang Am falls and so does his teammate WAG. They are taking these rounds chaining by chaining him in a row. A slower start, but they finally figured it out.
Uh-oh, Team Flash are not looking so hot here, folks. Even though they had a really great start, WAG are starting to learn how Flash are executing this lineup. And I don't know about you, Tash. Do you feel like Flash are getting a little bit complacent around Tikui's Oscar? Because, like, they're trying to fight against an Oscar, but they're hoping glue walls are going to help them. But they're being punished for it, I feel.
I mean, they do set up those smokes as well in the beginning. I think they were trying to just bait out his utility early. But the thing is, you can take turns with the flame wall to break those as well. You're not seeing the initial walls being broken by that. It's just the flame walls that's breaking it early until later when the Oscar wants to execute.
Well, hopefully Team Flash do learn to respect that Oscar again, because his dash, I feel like it is just too surprising for some of the Flash players. It almost feels like they forgot they're playing against an Oscar. So Zom and ABCD, again, moving out together, although they're going to break the tether. ABCD, he does throw that glue wall down, providing cover for his team, but they use the flame wall again to push them through. But ABCD been isolated by Tikui and Cyrus.
This is a bloodbath. It was basically a very straight line style play as well. You send out the flame wall early, you break any form of defenses forward, and WAG are doing a great job of cycling through these utilities. You know, whether it's gonna be an Oscar, you know, if the Oscar dash is gone, you swap it out with the flame wall. There is no respite playing against this team. So if you want to take these fights, it has to be decisive. And going for these baits are just not working out.
No, not just the baits, but I think like Team Flash, they have to stop going in with ABCD and Zom. They need Hongarm and Death to be there to provide the cover fire if someone tries to cut off the two frontliners. Now look at this, X-Bor is hunting for Hong. Death is also staying behind the team, but I think he's also going to keep an eye out for his teammate as well. But there's X-Bor trying to come in, misses the shots though. So no backstab yet.
Nice shot to the face here for X-Bor. Finds the Zom fairly quickly as well. Sends out the flame walls to just cut off some vision as Tikui looks to just quickly take him out of the game. Kills him as well.
Oh no!
The collapse is looking really good. A triple kill coming for X-Bor. He was everywhere around this map. Very slippery fella. Just look at it one more time here. X-Bor finds a nice angle there forward as well. Sees another, sends another one. He's just playing this angle, this off angle very well, letting his teammates do the executions for him to push away the attention from him.
First blood.
Oh boy, WAG, they have closed the gap against Team Flash. And Team Flash, they thought they were going to take this series, but now they are behind by a point. And if they give this next game away to WAG, it's going to be match point. So they will need to win multiple games back-to-back to be able to bring it to that third series that they so desperately needed. But X-Bor, oh, he does get picked up though, so it's not too bad for WAG. But look at this though, it's going to be a long-range battle because there's only a little tiny bridge between these two teams. Grenades being thrown out as well. It might just be a case of who gets headshot first.
Mannequin as well thrown out as well, so he's allowing him to reposition himself. Tikui rush forward here. The Oscar reposition is huge, but ABCD is just faster. Finds one, traded out. Both teams taking heavy losses on both sides. The first blood finally found. WAG with only 2 members left. And the LS1 wants to see whether or not he can actually find these players who are limping. A bit too greedy in terms of position. And now Cyrus all alone. The lead slowly slipping away from their hands. As Cyrus here tries to at least pick up the pieces. Blue wall done. PLS1 gone. The flame wall sent down to the bottom side. Cyrus out there in the open cannot go back. Cannot return. And now the rounds have equalized. Team Flash make this competitive.
I mean, they keep it competitive, but they gotta keep it going. They can't just give these like 1, 2, 3 games away to WAG. Gotta remain consistent. We are in Rusttown for this next fight here for Flash and WAG. I'm concerned, Tash. Like, as good as Flash is looking now, like they are making that comeback happen, they needed more space between them and WAG to feel safe. Because I still feel like WAG can still 2-0 this series. They're that good.
Great opening into the nade, chip damage forward, and Flash this time around, they're not doubling down. They're just gonna find a different entrance forward, and so does Tikui. Does spot out a member, ABCD, in the corner, but nothing is hitting. They're going out a bit too wide. The Zom falls. PLS1 finds his mark. As the other 2 members rush forward with the flame wall, push up. Death, the only one standing here in that duo, and WAG are just completely swarming him. Gets him in the end.
Oh no.
A lot more clean in terms of execution this round. As Hongnam all alone, and PLS1 swiftly deals with him here. Takes the lead one more time.
Oh boy, Flash are sweating. They are 1 game away from losing this set. They are 2 games away from taking this set. And they need these next 2 games. This is why I said just now, they needed that gap between them and WAG, because this is a very possible scenario. They can't afford to lose this next round. And just based off the way that WAG is playing, I feel like this might just be certain death for them if they make one wrong move. They cannot afford to lose anybody in these next few seconds. They have to get into position.
Already.
ABCD.
They rush forward there. That's so good. They play with the flame wall as expected, and they completely demolish any defenses. But ABCD doubles down. But against the 2 is a bit much to deal with. They're in trouble. Cyrus falls. T-Kui gonna provide a bit more cover, hoping to bait other members of Team Flash outside. They're not eating it at all. And now Cyrus back in the game. Online. X4. They're hunting. The Zom falls. Death all alone. Where are you, buddy? The 1v4. Not gonna be the easiest. And they are sniffing him out in a corner. Time ticking and a double kill to this man. WAG struggles, but once the pieces fall into play, they finally run it down.
Man, this was supposed to be Team Flash's redemption arc, to be able to bring it to that match number 3, but just WAG, they were the better team here. They were the better team, they executed better. I feel like T-Kui in a couple of those clutch matches is the reason why the series also ends in a 2-0 fashion, because I feel like there were like 1 or 2 games, I think, that it could have actually gone in the favor of Flash. But T-Kui on that Oscar, I feel like this Survivor, you need to respect it. You need to respect this. It doesn't matter who's playing this character. I feel like it provides too much utility and too much aggression in one character. It's almost like 2 in 1.
Yeah, I think personally for me it's just that timing when the abilities are being used. He's being very mindful of the cooldowns as well. On top of that, so you know, there's a reason why he waited all the way till the collapse to use it. You send out the flame wall, you break the glue walls, and then they execute one more time. That's a second flame wall used before finally he rushes forward, executes, and just collapses with his teammates. And in that small window, suddenly you see your teammates rotate forward. You have your teammates in the back line with the long ranges as well, who are trying to collapse and help out their teammates, not able to rotate over. And I think these are just small things that just really contribute to this fight. There's just so many angles, too many things to worry about here, and it starts off with your front line. And I think WAG realizes that. Team Flash, they had a good idea in mind in terms of draft, but they didn't keep in mind, like you mentioned, Donnelly, that Oscar, in terms of power play, in terms of execution, gives so much space, especially after all of your resources have been exhausted.
Yeah, so I think this matchup, it was a great showcase of why WAG is technically considered the best team within the Vietnam region. And they're probably going to be kings for a little while longer until another team comes along. They can polish up their mechanical skill and sort of stand toe-to-toe with WAG. But in case you guys are wondering, and this is the first time you're seeing this team, welcome to WAG. They are the kings of Vietnam, and they're also looking to take over the international scene, which they've done a pretty good job thus far. They've not taken over, but they can absolutely compete with the international Free Fire scene. We've seen multiple times this team being able to take off games in global matches, so it should not come as a surprise that they were able to. I think honestly, we have to say this was a pretty convincing series. There was a couple times where it looked a little shaky, but other than that, WAG stayed pretty steady throughout the rest of their games.
I love how PLS1 played this. I think he just played fairly safe in the background. He abused a lot of little off angles, micro angles as well. And I think he thrives in chaos. When I say chaos here, it's when his front line has made a lot of noise and the damage where every single member of Team Flash wants to collapse. This guy is the hero you would never expect to come from the corner to take you down. Despite everything, despite this 2-0, right? It's still a 6-4. It's still quite competitive. It's been very back and forth. I think WAG had to do a few rounds where they had to just really sit there and think about how they wanted to outplay, how they wanted to reposition, and how their executes were going to go between every single round. A lot of respect for this team as well, because their mid-round calling was phenomenal in terms of what they wanted to do here. They have moments where they're playing a little bit more slow. They have moments where they want to collapse together as a team. They have moments where they have two players rushing forward and the other two playing that back line. So if you were to go through their playbook, it's just great stuff. PLS1, you are the guy to clean up house, and it shows.
So moving forward, no Oscar for WAG. Check. I think that's something all the teams watching this match today are going to be learning, especially for whoever is going to play against WAG, because after this 2-0, this does lock in WAG's spot in that 1-0 bracket. Unfortunately for Flash, they will have to play in the 0-1 bracket. They'll need to win that if they want to stay within the tournament. But moving forward, we know who goes up, we know who goes down, but luckily nobody is eliminated yet. We still have another lifeline until we start seeing names being removed from that tournament. So we'll have to see if Flash can continue their journey within the tournament. But for WAG, carrying the hopes and dreams of the Vietnam region on their shoulders, that's a pretty big task, but they've done it for multiple seasons, for multiple tournaments, and I think they're very capable of doing so.
Yeah, they're looking great right now as a team. You know, they're looking good. They have a nice, I would say, they have really identified what they wanted in their games, which is aggression. And they identified how exactly they wanted to play with this aggression. I think that's the most important part, is to identify what kind of objective you want, what kind of style you want, and how exactly you can supplement this means to an end. And I think they're doing well, very back and forth. But in the day, I think I'm more curious to see how exactly WAG fare against the rest of Southeast Asia. Again, regional matchups can be kind of a toss-up, right? I mean, you're more familiar with the players there, you play in the same pond every single day, but in a bigger pond, is your execution and style of play going to hold up against teams from the other countries, like say Thailand, like say Indonesia as well? And that's where the fun part happens here, which is why tomorrow will be another day where we get to see whether or not their playstyle holds.
Yeah, so unfortunately, if you guys thought there were going to be more matches today, we are done for today. So make sure you come back tomorrow, same time, same place. You might not see both of us. You might see one of us. I actually don't know if Tash is going to be casting tomorrow,
Not
but
me.
I will not be here.
Not me, but for
there's
now
gonna be
we
some
have an interview right now to see what he has to say in terms of the games. Oh, not yet?
Almost there.
Almost there.
So we'll get WAG's interview in just a minute. Sorry, folks. We're just sort of trying to figure out if we're quite ready, but we're not. But yeah. So just a heads up, if you guys want to see some more Free Fire Clash Squad mode tomorrow, same time, 4 more matches, and it's still considered day 1 for a lot of these teams because these are their first rounds of matches. So sort of keep that in mind with these games. Like, these are introductory icebreaker games for a lot of the teams competing, because everyone kind of is getting a feeling of what's the meta, what's juicy, what is not, what works, what doesn't. Because this mode, there's a slight difference in some cases, but in a lot of cases, lots of major differences between Battle Royale. But it looks like the interview is finally ready, so let's see what WAG have to say after getting their first win.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuzul and welcome to the Vietnamese broadcast. We just finished our 4 couple matches today in our Clash Squad mode, and at the end, it always been like that. Welcome to WAG, and right next to me is Cyrus. Alright, so into our first questions. When you're having a battle with Team Flash, it is also a represents from Vietnam. How do you guys feel? And depends on you. What do you think, like international teams or Vietnamese, which one is harder to handle? Xin chào Cyrus. Thì khi mình đối đầu với Team Flash đại diện Việt Nam thì WAG cảm thấy như thế nào? Và theo các bạn thì đội quốc tế là đội Việt Nam khó chơi hơn?
Để so sánh về các đội quốc tế ở Việt Nam thì em thấy hơi khó, tại vì các đội quốc tế họ thiên về kỹ năng, còn Việt Nam thì họ thiên về hiểu lối chơi của đối thủ hơn. Và em nghĩ là đội Flash đối với tụi em bắn thì cũng khó nhằn, tại vì Flash họ teamwork.
Nói chung là đã vào game là đối thủ với nhau hết, đúng không? Gặp ai thì mình cũng sẽ phải chơi hết khả năng thôi. Okay, so for Cyrus, he said that it's kind of hard to compare, you know. It's like because for international teams, they are good at solo skill, but for our Vietnamese, we kind of understand each other play style, so that is why. And second of all, Cyrus thinks that Team Flash is a team that is hard to handle because their teamwork is really good. And overall, I think that if you're joining the game, everyone is all enemies. So you have to play your best, right? All right, moving on to our second questions. So the first MVP is Cyrus, and the second game is for Please One. So can you rate your two tankers in the game? All right. Cyrus ơi, thì cái câu hỏi thứ hai là mình có MVP game 1 là Cyrus, xin được chúc mừng. Và game thứ hai đó chính là PLS 1. Thì Cyrus có thể nào đánh giá phong độ của hai tăng cơ trong đội mình được không ạ?
Dạ, gừng càng vàng càng cay mà. Các em chưa có tuổi đâu.
Gừng càng già càng cay. Mấy em trẻ chưa có hay đâu. Wow, gáy hôm nay gáy ở trong đội luôn mọi người ơi. Okay, so for Cyrus, okay, so as you guys, you know, this answer is so cool because like they're teammates, you know, but he said the age comes with wisdom. These young guys are not good as me. You know, like they are really close to each other and they always like having jokes around like that. So it's really funny. But anyway, congratulations to the winning match today of WAG versus with Team Flash. Cảm ơn Cyrus rất là nhiều và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Cyrus với một chiến thắng trước đội tuyển Team Flash, và hy vọng rằng là sắp tới sẽ được thấy Team WAG sẽ có một cái màn khởi đầu nó tỏa sáng hơn ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn Cyrus rất là nhiều nha. Thank you so much for watching our interview, and this is the end. Good night, and we will see you guys in tomorrow.
Look, I think it makes sense. It doesn't matter where you're playing from and who you're playing against. Even if it's players from your own region, a win's a win. It's a tournament. You can't really give any of those wins for free. So I'm glad that WAG, they've got their mindset in the right place. Their hearts are in the right place, but they're still friends with Flash. So no hard feelings, folks, okay? It's just the nature of competition.
Real.
But following that interview though, Tash, unfortunately, we are done with games today. So bit of a sad moment. But I want to grab a very quick thought from you. What would you say is the best game to watch if anyone was not able to catch any of the games today?
Personally, for me, I really enjoyed the Falcons game just because in terms of execution and style of play, it's very clean. I think that if you really want to learn how to crossfire play off each other in terms of timing, you want to watch that Falcons game in terms of how they position themselves and how they can be able to really abuse their comps. But if you want to look at something that's a little bit more heavy hitting, it'll be a Series 1 today, RRQ versus Kagendra. Kagendra really surprised all of us if you like the surprise situation. Now, coming into that will be the end of day number 1, and tomorrow will be another day as we see the bottom side of the 0-0 coming online to see who exactly will be going up against who in the 0-1 and 0-1 and 1-0 brackets.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's going to conclude today's broadcast. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you want to watch some more Free Fire, tomorrow, same place, same time. And I think that's going to be it for me and Tash. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all tomorrow, folks. See ya, survivors.
Triple First Blood. First Blood. Triple kill. First Blood. First Blood. Double kill.